Welcome to the all-player ocean survival game. This is a world of nothing but ocean. To stay alive is your only goal. The sea holds countless fish and horrors that will freeze your blood. Crates drift across the surface. Hook them, and you'll earn the supplies to survive. Keep moving. Don't let the black fog catch you. Whoever enters the black fog dies. During the 3-day newbie protection period, your boat cannot capsize, break, or be attacked. After 3 days, you're on your own. Silently think system to open your panel. Enjoy the game. The mechanical voice exploded through my mind. My eyes snapped open. Salty seawater splashed against my face. The fishing boat beneath me rose and fell with the waves. All around stretched an endless expanse of deep blue. Nothing but this lone little boat. I pinched my thigh. Pain, not a dream. All-player ocean survival. Every person on Earth had been thrown into this sea. Strangely, I felt no panic. My parents died long ago. I was alone in this world, with nothing worth clinging to. If I couldn't escape, then I'd survive out of pure spite. Player's soul match with system. Awarding unique hidden talent. Never Mississippi. Never miss. The hook claw you throw will never fail to land. A unique hidden talent. No one else had it. Only me. I stared at the rusty hook claw lying on the deck, and the corners of my mouth slowly lifted. In a world where even a mouthful of fresh water was worth killing for, those 2 words, never miss, were my ace in the hole. I silently thought system, and a virtual panel appeared before my eyes. Personal info, boat info, chat channel, trade channel, friends, 5 distinct sections. I opened personal info. Name, Su Ning. Strength, 6, adult average, 10. Spirit, 8 agility, 5 constitution, 6. Below average. The price of years without exercise. Time to start paying it back. The talent didn't show in the attribute panel. This confirmed my guess. It was my secret alone. Then I checked the boat. Level 1. Durability 100. Speed 5 knots. Upgrade requires 30 wood and 30 rope. I placed my hand on the wheel, formed a thought, and the boat turned, accelerated, stopped, responsive as my own arm. No rowing needed. Just direction. The chat channel was flooding wildly. Hundreds of messages a second. Where is this? Somebody tell me. I can't swim. Someone save me. Haha. I've been transported to another world. I'm the protagonist. A chorus of wailing, complaints, curses. I closed the channel. Complaining wouldn't save anyone's life. In the face of disaster, fear and anger were the cheapest things of all. My job wasn't to ask why. It was to figure out how to live. Something brown was drifting toward me on the waves. A crate. I grabbed the hook claw, spun the iron hook twice in my palm, and flung it out. Plunk. The hook fell short, sinking into the sea. The rope was too short, out of my talent's range. I hauled the rope back. No rush. When the crate drifted within 5 meters, I swung again. A miracle happened. The flying hook suddenly bent in midair, as if it had eyes, and drove precisely into the crate lid. I pulled the rope, hugged the crate, threw open the lid. Obtained. Wood times 2, rope times 1. 30 units of wood and 30 ropes would get me to level 2. Save up slowly. 3 days would be enough. I glanced at the chat channel again. This time the messages were a bit more coherent. These crates are impossible to hook. I just watched one float away. The hook claw is unusable. Both the boat and the crate are moving. Who could ever hit it? Hee hee. I hooked one. Got 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread. Please, someone, give me a bottle of water. I'm dying of thirst. So, almost no one was managing to hook the crates. It was all down to luck. I looked down at the hook claw, and my heart skipped a beat. The very thing others begged for and couldn't get. In my hands, it never missed. But no matter how steady my hand, I couldn't conjure water from nothing. I tilted my head back. The blazing sun hung high, the sea shimmering with heat. My throat was already tight and dry. Fresh water was the only hard currency on this ocean, and it was locked away inside the crates. A system announcement rang out. In 3 days, the black fog will accelerate to 10 knots. Boats can be violently destroyed. Those who lose their boats can either wait to die or seek refuge with others, falling from captain to a crewman with no right to resist. At night, the horrors of the deep will awaken and attack your boats directly. Cherish the daylight. Upgrade while you can. The channel drowned in curses again. I curled my lip. Curse the system once, and you lose a minute of your life. The world wouldn't soften an inch because of your rage. Scree. A sharp cry overhead. A strange bird, a full size larger than a seagull, was circling above me. Its talons and beak were razor-sharp, gleaming cold in the sunlight. Ink Spirit Gull Seabird Common. Extremely aggressive, frequently attacks people at sea unprovoked. Its eyes swept over me, sizing me up like a slab of meat. Without the protection period, it would already have dived at me. It even swooped down tauntingly, skimming right over my head. Being taunted by a bird? I gripped the hook claw. The system said creatures couldn't attack players for 3 days. But it never said players couldn't attack creatures. I stayed still, waiting quietly. It dove again, dropping low, drawing close. Now, the hook shot out. A flicker of almost human mockery crossed the bird's face. It twisted its body, dodging at an impossible angle. Too bad. It could dodge its own wings, but it couldn't dodge my talent. Whip. The iron hook curved unbelievably through the air and buried itself deep in its body. A shrill scream. Feathers and a spray of blood scattered. It thrashed desperately, but as if dragged by an invisible line, it plummeted straight for the deck. Crash. The Ink Spirit Gull slammed onto the boards, still struggling. I dropped to one knee and pinned it down hard until it went completely still. Obtained. Ink Spirit Gull Meat ×5. Ink Spirit Gull Blood ×1. The blood had no container. It splattered across the deck. And on top of that, a crate dropped. Not a wooden crate. A bronze one. Killing birds could drop crates? And crates came in different materials? I set the questions aside and threw open the bronze crate. Obtained. Seawater Desalinator Blueprint ×1. Lighter ×1. Iron Axe ×1. A seawater desalinator. My eyes lit up instantly. No one felt truly thirsty yet. But the further this went, the more precious fresh water would become. With this, I could not only supply myself, I could trade it for everything on this ocean. But when I finished reading the description, my heart sank. Blueprint. Requires 20 plastic, 10 glass, 10 metal sheets, and must be used at a crafting table. I glanced at my beat-up boat. A level 1 vessel that couldn't even build a crafting table. The blueprint was in hand, but it was pie in the sky. I stowed the blueprint and looked at the other 2 items. Lighter common. A lifeline for making fire in the wild. Iron axe fine. A sharp blade. Good for both chopping wood and self-defense. I hefted the iron axe. Good weight, cold gleam. I gave it a casual swing. It cut the air with a fierce whoosh. With fire came cooked food. On this sea, a single case of diarrhea could take half your life. The stench of the gull's blood was sharp and nauseating, making my head spin. Just as I was about to clean it up, another wooden crate drifted in. No time for blood. I steered the boat closer, 5 meters, threw the hook, hooked it, hauled it in. Obtained. Mineral water 500 milliliters ×2, wood ×1. Water. 2 bottles wasn't much, but rationed. It'd last 2 days, and there'd be more. I couldn't stand the stink any longer. I crouched, scooped handfuls of blood, threw them into the sea, then plunged my hands into the water and scrubbed. Ugh, this smell. I don't think my hands want to be my hands anymore. Before I'd finished speaking, the water where I'd thrown the blood suddenly churned. A fish leapt from the surface. I froze, then it clicked. Blood. The Ink Spirit Gull's blood was fouler, more pungent than ordinary creatures. It had drawn every fish in the sea. I immediately pulled the boat back within 5 meters and grabbed the hook claw. The moment I'd killed that bird, I'd understood. During the protection period, I could kill them, but they couldn't touch me. A deal this good only lasted 3 days. I flung the hook. A clean hit on a bluefin, dragged it aboard. Bluefin sea fish common, schools together, drawn to blood. One after another. By the time the blood had thinned away, 15 fish lay on the deck. The biggest, a rosy-veined grouper, weighed a good 20 pounds. When I hooked it, it nearly yanked me into the sea. I had a flash of inspiration and tied the rope into the wheel, using the boat's strength to haul it up. Fire, wood, fish, meat, water, all secured. The short-term survival crisis was over. But it was so hot, and with no refrigerator, these fish would rot in less than 2 days. I looked up. A black dot in the sky. A seabird. An idea struck me. I spread the fish flat across the deck, tied the biggest grouper to the bow with rope, secured the rope into the wheel, and waited for it to come down and die. But this bird was clever. It only circled high above, refusing to descend. Instead, another crate drifted in on the surface. I gave up on the bird, steered over, hooked the crate, pulled it alongside. Just as I was about to lift it, out of the corner of my eye, A black shadow shot toward me. Instinctively, I ripped off the hook claw and flung it backhand. Whip! A scream. That ink spirit gull circling on high. It couldn't resist a sneak attack after all, and I nailed it midair. It thrashed frantically to fly. One hand yanking the rope, one hand grabbing the axe. Axe up, axe down. Obtained. Ink spirit gull meat times 6, ink spirit gull blood times 1. So the bird knew to strike while I was hauling in the crate? Oh no. I whipped around. The crate had already floated away. Chase it. Luckily, it hadn't drifted far. Obtained. Wood times 2, rope times 1, glass times 1. Glass. Exactly the material the Desalinator needed. And this time killing the bird dropped no crate. So crate drops were just a probability, not a guarantee. Things not meant to be mine, I never dwell on. What I can grasp, I never let slip. I threw the new blood into the sea and backed the boat off to wait. The ink spirit gull's blood lured fish even more viciously. The surface boiled like a pot of water. A flurry of hooking and hauling brought 8 more fish aboard. One of them was especially unusual. Magic octofin sea fish fine. Extremely fast, delicious flesh. Each pound eaten grants 1 point of base attribute. A fish that raised your stats. When it died, another wooden crate popped onto the deck. Obtained. Wood times 1, rope times 1, metal sheet times 1. So killing fish could drop crates too. My path to gathering supplies had just widened. No birds in the sky, no crates on the sea for now. I plopped down and began processing the day's haul. Bleed them, gut them, string them on rope, soak them in seawater. The flesh firmed and took on flavor. I split the wood, sparked the lighter, propped up 2 logs, and formed a crude grill. Good thing the boat couldn't burn during the 3 days. Otherwise, I'd never dare light a fire on a wooden vessel. Part smoked, part dried into rations, part saved to bait the birds. Anything that could be preserved, I wasted not a single piece. On this sea, I slowly grasped one truth. The true strong were not the luckiest, but those who squeezed every last drop out of every resource. Finally, I put that magic octofin on the fire. This fish, I wouldn't sell a single bite of. I took a bite. My eyes went wide. Only salt for seasoning, yet the flavor made my tongue tremble. I devoured all 2 pounds in one go. Obtained. 2 strength. Strength, 6/8. 2 points short of average. I gripped the iron axe and gazed at the churning sea. Not far to go now. And this was only the beginning. After finishing the grilled fish, I just stood up when another crate drifted in. Bronze. Practiced now. 1 throw, a hit, hauled aboard. Obtained. Fertile black soil times 1, rope times 5, mineral water 500 milliliters times 3. Fertile black soil fine, rich in nutrients, accelerates plant growth. Good stuff. Useless now didn't mean useless later. On this sea, there was no such thing as junk. Only resources that hadn't found their moment yet. Scree. An old friend returned. Except this time it was a size bigger than before, radiating pressure as it swept past. I spread the leftover fish across the deck and waited. 15 minutes later, it couldn't hold back. It dove, snatched at the food. Axe up, life gone. Obtained. Ink spirit gull meat times 4, ink spirit gull blood times 1. No crate. Bird kills only sometimes dropped crates. Fish kills, even less often. I threw the blood into the sea and replayed that boiling scene. Moments later, 11 more fish lay on the deck. Through the rest of the day, I lured and killed 2 more seabirds, hooked 18 fish and 2 wooden crates. No more crate drops. But even so, the day's haul was staggering. Tally: 9 wood, 10 rope, 24 ink spirit gull meat, 6 bottles of mineral water, 2 glass, 1 metal sheet, 1 fertile black soil, 52 fish, plus the Desalinator blueprint, lighter, and iron axe. I'd wager that among all the players on the server, my stockpile ranked near the top. Only, an upgrade needed 30 wood and 30 rope, and my materials were far short. At today's pace, I probably couldn't upgrade before the protection period ended. I frowned. There'd be great danger after 3 days. No upgrade meant a lamb to the slaughter. Even with never miss, I was struggling. What about everyone else? I opened the chat channel, and sure enough, a chorus of wails. The crates are impossible to hook. I just watched them float away. 2 lousy logs and 3 ropes a day. Upgrading will take forever. Please, someone, spare me some food. I haven't eaten all day. I'll trade 200 milliliters of water for food. Anything. I'm starving. I smiled. I didn't have much fresh water, but I had fish. I had meat. When everyone else was short of something, whatever you held in your hands was gold. I typed my first word since arriving in this world. Now on the trade channel: grilled fish, fish jerky, smoked fish, seabird meat. Limited quantity, first come first served. 1 stone, 1,000 ripples. My inbox instantly overflowed. Pricing: 1 portion of grilled fish for 5 wood or 5 rope, smoked fish and jerky for 3. But few could produce those amounts right now, so all kinds of barter offers poured in: metal sheets, potatoes, glass. The threats, the curses, the beggars, I deleted them all. On day 1, no one knew the true value of anything. The market was chaos, the perfect time to jump the gun. 1 step ahead means every step ahead. Even if I took a small loss, I meant to plant myself at the very front. After a round of trading, my books showed 10 wood, 7 rope, 7 glass, 5 plastic, 5 potatoes. Most of the wood and rope was gathered. With a bit of luck, I could upgrade tomorrow. Deep in the night, the sea pitch black, everyone chatting in the channel, begging for food and drink. I closed the panel, lay down on the hard deck, and with the sea breeze brushing over me, drifted off to sleep. The second day, I woke with an aching back. A crate drifted in from the distance. I was instantly alert. Grab the hook, aim, throw. Obtained: wood ×1, stone ×2. Stone, a new material. If it came from a crate, it'd surely have a use down the road. Less than 5 minutes later, another wooden crate. Obtained: stone ×1, white sugar ×2. Scree. I looked up. Another ink spirit gull. But this one was twice the size of any before. Its wingspan blotted out the sky as it swept over the bow. I spread out the fish. It was fiercer, greedier than its kin. I'd barely finished laying the bait when it dove head first. The hook shot out, dead on target. It shrieked and beat its wings furiously, its strength shocking. My feet slipped, and I crashed flat onto the deck. This beast is that strong. I gripped the rope for dear life and tied its end to the wheel. The boat wouldn't capsize. The rope was strong enough. Struggle all it wanted, it couldn't escape. The hook drained the life from its body, and in less than a minute it slammed onto the deck. Obtained: ink spirit gull meat ×10, ink spirit gull blood ×2, ink spirit gull feathers ×10. A rich inheritance. And the crate it dropped in death. Not wood, not bronze. Silver. I hugged it, unable to let go. Above bronze, there truly was a whole new world. Obtained: refrigerator blueprint ×1, electronic components ×5, alloy ×3, boat skill book ×1. The fridge blueprint was useless without electricity for now, but the electronic components and alloy were high-tier materials. The most practical was the skill book. Gale wind, plus 50% boat speed for 30 minutes, 1 day cooldown. I learned it without hesitation. As I bent to throw the blood, a wooden crate bumped squarely into the hull, delivering itself right to me. Obtained: instant noodles ×2, rope ×1. How long had it been? 3 crates already? Something was off. I opened the channel. Have you guys noticed? There are way more crates today. Yesterday I got 3 all day. Today I got 2 in a few minutes. More crates, sure, but they're all wood, rope, and stone, not a single bottle of water. Sure enough, it wasn't luck. The crate spawn rate had gone up. Was the system worried we couldn't upgrade? Didn't matter. The rules were always changing. Only those who read them first got to feast on the dividends. More crates didn't mean everyone could grab them. Others didn't have never miss. I'd figured out the trick. The higher a crate's tier, the faster it drifted and the harder it bobbed. Ordinary people simply couldn't hook them. The higher you climbed, the clearer this became. Opportunity is open to all, but only a few can seize it. While processing fish, I hooked crates and sold goods. Today's crates were mostly upgrade materials. Food was scarce, so my fish sold even better. Grilled fish sold. Obtained wood ×5. Smoked fish sold. Obtained rope ×3. Finally, 30 wood, 30 rope, complete. I tapped upgrade. Golden lights surged, forcing my eyes shut. When I opened them, my broken boat had transformed. The 4-meter dinghy became a 15-meter long, 3-meter wide ship, with a wooden cabin added at the stern, a wheelhouse. The helm now moved inside. I ducked into the cabin, 3 meters long, 2 wide, big enough for a bed. No more sleeping out in the open on the deck. Su Ning's boat level 2. Durability, 500 speed, 10 knots. Buildable, crafting table, storage box, mast. Skill, gale wind. Upgrade requires wood 100, rope 80, metal sheets 60. Double the speed, 5 times the durability, plus 3 new buildable facilities. The most crucial one, the crafting table. Crafting table wood 5, metal sheet 5, the core for making tools and facilities. With it, I could desalinate seawater. And fresh water was the hardest currency on this sea. I had 3 wood and 4 metal sheets, just short. Metal sheets were expensive and scarce on the trade channel, but I wasn't worried. First, I scanned the sea. Just as I was about to list the ink spirit gull meat, my hand froze. Ink spirit gull meat fine, firm, delicious flesh. Every 5 portions eaten grant 1 point of base attribute. Meat that raised your stats. I nearly sold it off cheap as ordinary goods. On this sea, the deadliest mistakes often came not from the enemy, but from what you overlooked yourself. I quickly put all 10 portions on the fire. This kind of thing went into my stomach only. While the meat roasted, another wooden crate drifted in. 1 hook, dead on. Obtained. Wood times 2, metal sheet times 1. Complete. I tapped build and placed the crafting table in the wheelhouse. Beside the helm, an operating station materialized out of thin air, laid out with a few tools. I opened it. The list held basics: bed, table, chair, cup, and so on. Anything more complex required blueprints. Detected 2 crafting blueprints in player's possession. Learn them? Learn. The desalinator and refrigerator blueprints vanished, and 2 new options appeared in the craftable list. The meat was done. Only salt for flavor, but it filled the belly and raised stats. Each portion was large, though. I could only eat 2 or 3 in a meal. I'd hold off on the fridge. No electricity meant it was just a decoration. First, I built a storage box, at least to slow the food from spoiling. Then I picked up the 2 portions of ink spirit gull blood. This time I checked the info first. Ink spirit gull blood fine. Extremely foul-smelling, fatally alluring to sea fish. Drinkable, but very likely to cause diarrhea, vomiting, and fever. Use with caution. I threw down the first handful. Within a few breaths, the surface boiled like water at a rolling simmer. I cast a hook, hit, dragged up 1 fish after another. The fine quality blood lured fish longer, and 18 soon piled on the deck. A shame, no crate dropped. Striking while the iron was hot, I threw down the second handful. Cast the hook, the feel told me I'd hit. But as I reeled in, an unimaginable force came from the other end, yanking me flat onto the deck. Before I could get up, a second surge dragged me sliding across the boards. Bang! My head slammed into the wooden wall of the wheelhouse. I saw stars. I didn't let go. This hook claw was my only tool for survival. I could never lose it. But the fish was too strong. Any longer, and either I'd lose my grip or the rope would snap. I gritted my teeth, scrambled up, tied the rope end fast to the wheel, then opened the trade channel, and used 1 bottle of mineral water to buy 2 wood and 1 metal sheet. Normally, I'd never spend so lavishly. Fresh water was the hardest of hard currencies. But right now, my life was worth more than water. At the crafting table, I chose spear. Spear common. A simple weapon, don't expect much from it. A 2-meter spear in hand, and my confidence surged. I charged to the boat's edge with the spear. A fish nearly a meter long was clamped by the hook, thrashing wildly, its blood staining the sea red. Stab. I deliberately didn't stab too deep, and I couldn't hold on. Pull out, stab again. 1 thrust, then another. Its struggles weakened, breathing out more than in. With the last thrust, I drove through its body with all my strength, and hauling and dragging, flipped it onto the deck. Blood and seawater splashed across my face. I didn't wipe it, didn't fume, just slumped there, gasping for breath, watching its twitches grow smaller until they stopped altogether. Obtained, sword spirit fish, meat times 20. Beside the fish carcass, a bronze crate. Obtained, iced cola 500 milliliters times 3, electronic components times 3, planting box times 1. No blueprint, but 3 bottles of iced cola were enough to light up my eyes. I picked up a bottle. The surface was still beaded with cold, the chills seeping into my palm, as if the surrounding heat had retreated half a step. I licked my lips, tempted to twist it open, but in the end, I held back. In this world of scorching sun and burning sea, 1 bottle of iced cola was harder currency than fresh water. Drinking it just like that would be foolish. When I have a fridge, I'll drink it every day. I typed in the channel. I have 3 bottles of iced cola. Interested parties, DM me. Posting a fixed price would be a waste. I couldn't gauge it right. And if I couldn't, I'd let everyone gauge it for me. An auction. My inbox instantly hit 99 plus. Cola. And iced. Let me have one sip and I'll die happy. Handsome. I'm the influencer Lou Tion. Give me a bottle and I'll add you as a friend. Why does he get cola when I don't even have water? Did he pay to win? Boss. Gift me one bottle and I'll be your minion. Watching the DMs flood in, I slowly smiled. From a rusty hook claw to 3 bottles of cola that could sway people's hearts. On this sea, what was valuable was never the thing itself, but how badly others needed it. And I was only just learning how to play this game. The iced cola blew up, just as I'd expected. I deleted the insincere freeloaders and kept only the ones offering real value. 10 units of wood for 1 bottle. 5 metal sheets plus 3 glass. Give it to me. 20 wood. I can add more if it's not enough. I've got an iron pot blueprint. I'll trade for 1. Cabbage seeds. Want to trade? Offers range from 5 wood to 20, wildly different. The same item, in different eyes, could vary fourfold. Price was never set by the item, but by human desire. What truly moved me were the blueprints and seeds. First, I contacted the one with the iron pot blueprint. Iron pot blueprint. Metal sheet times 3 makes an iron pot for cooking. Such a great blueprint. How can you bear to trade it? Just opened it. Meant to keep it. But I used to drink a bottle of cola every day before I got transported. I just can't hold out. Such a bad craving. Fine deal. 1 bottle of cola for 1 blueprint. The guy even left a good review. So refreshing. Thanks. Then I negotiated with the cabbage seed one. He had 5 portions, but would only offer 2. Too few. At least 4. 4 is too many. Do you know how sought after cola is right now? My DMs are blowing up. Seeds are good stuff, but that's for later. In the mid to late game, once seeds are everywhere, they'll be worthless. Plenty of people hoard for the future, but the market only rewards the one who reads the present. A long silence. Then he gritted his teeth. 3 portions. No more. Deal. Cabbage seeds common. Plant in soil to grow cabbage. Growth cycle 10 days. Mature in 10 days. This game world really didn't play by real-world rules. The last bottle of cola. I'd meant to trade for basic materials. After all, with no fridge and the heat this bad, once the ice melted, its value would be cut in half. I had to move it fast. Just then, a DM stopped my breath. I have a superior quality item. 2 bottles of cola plus 10 wood. Wishful retractable rope. Superior specially made rope for hook claws only. Length changes at will, up to 200 meters, never breaks. Extends and retracts freely, never breaks. To anyone else, it was just a rope. But to me, I had never miss. And that talent had a hard limit. The system-issued rope was only 5 meters. Beyond 5 meters, no matter how godlike the talent, it couldn't reach. I'd verified this countless times. But with this rope, I could hook anything dozens, even hundreds of meters away. Crates, sea fish, seabirds, all mine for the taking. What looked like a useless trinket to others might be a divine artifact in your fate. The only difference was whether you held the key to make it shine. This rope, I had to have. But if I wanted it, I couldn't show it. I'll take the rope, but it's too expensive. Lower it. No way, superior quality. There aren't many in the whole world. That much was true. I'd hauled up so many crates, even opened silver ones, and I'd never seen a superior quality item. But your thing is a dud. The vast majority can't even hook within 5 meters. No matter how long the rope, can they throw straight. Longer means more chances, more throws. Not many more, and reeling in takes time too. In that time, just steer the boat and catch up. The farther the distance, the more pitiful the hit rate. You know that yourself. He fell silent. I knew I had him. 1 bottle of cola. Too little. Really not. Cola's rare, and iced cola is one of a kind. I just traded 2 bottles for 2 blueprints. Is your rope worth more than a blueprint? Add a little more, superior quality for 1 bottle. I'm losing out. I'll add 2 ropes. 4. 3. That's final. Refuse, and I'll turn to someone else. My DMs are already overflowing. Deal. You made a killing. You didn't lose either. The moment the rope was in my hands, I couldn't suppress the wild joy on my face. Detected higher quality hook claw rope. Replace? Replace. The iron hook was still the same rusty hook, but the rope was transformed. Warm to the touch, no slipping, no chafing, more than 10 times better than the old rope. I looked at the old rope I'd swapped out. The fibers in the middle were nearly all severed, only a few thin strands barely holding it together. That big fish had utterly ruined it. Good thing I'd changed ropes in time. Fate never announces danger. It only rewards the one who happens to be ready. Hook claw superior, rope retracts, up to 200 meters, never breaks. As it happened, a crate drifted in 30 meters out. Let's test you out. I spun the iron hook twice and hurled it. The rope extended from 5 meters onward, the hook never dropping. Because of the distance, it veered 4 or 5 meters off. For anyone else, this throw would come back empty. But I had never miss. The iron hook suddenly changed course midair, shot straight at the crate, and snapped shut on it with a clack. I reeled in, the 200-meter rope shrinking back to 5, pulled it close, hauled it aboard. Obtained, wood times 2, rope times 1, glass times 1. 5 meters to 200. I'd mapped out the boundaries of this rope. I turned to look at the sword spirit fish meat. That was the one I'd risked my life for, cracked my head open, nearly snapped my rope to haul aboard. Sword spirit fish meat common, bony and sour, poor texture, usable only as bait. Only common quality. Such a big fish, such enormous strength, and it was only fit to be bait. The most troublesome thing in the sea wasn't necessarily the most valuable. The fiercest opponent was sometimes just a paper tiger. At least it dropped a bronze crate. A common fish dropping a bronze crate, not a bad deal. I saved the pile of fish meat as bait. No birds in the sky, so I went to other tasks. Time to plant cabbage. I'd already opened a planting box and black soil from the crates. Planting box common. A planting vessel for the sea, fine-tunes temperature and humidity. Fertile black soil fine. Accelerates plant growth, quite precious. The wooden box was 2 meters long, 1 wide, half a meter deep, with gaps at the bottom for air. I spread 1 portion of black soil across the bottom, just enough. I sowed 1 portion of cabbage seeds, also just enough. The system had it all calculated. I stored away the remaining 2 portions of seeds. After that, I grilled fish while watching the sea, listing my catch on the trade channel. Grilled fish wasn't in demand anymore, only the occasional sale, but these good days wouldn't last much longer. There were more and more crates. Everyone would eventually reach level 2, build a crafting table, make a fishing rod. No blueprint needed. Nothing in this world can be monopolized for long. Whatever you can do, others will eventually do too. Once there were more anglers, fish would flood the market and mine would collapse. So sell while I could, even at low prices. Every bit earned was a bit earned. Night fell. I sat cross-legged in the wheelhouse, gnawing on fine-quality ink spirit gull meat, watching the human drama in the channel. The channel at night was 10 times livelier than by day. No one could see the sea in the dark, so no one hauled crates. Everyone crowded in to chat. In a world without a shred of entertainment, talking through a screen became the only pastime. I hauled in 3 crates today, hee. 3 and you're showing off? I got 5. Why do I miss every single time? You suck. Practice more. My hook claw fell into the sea on day 1. Rough luck. 2 seconds of silence for you. There's no shortage of idiots anywhere. Did you lose your exam admission ticket during the college entrance exams too? How do you know? Do you know me? Only 1 day of newbie protection left. I've got a feeling, the moment it ends, everyone whose boat isn't upgraded is going to die. Is it that serious? It's just a game. Still calling it a game at this point. No wonder you'll be called. Madman Alliance is recruiting. How many people in your alliance? Just me, for now. Let me show you something good. Desert Eagle image. Holy crap, a gun. Envy plus 10,086. Messages scrolled by fast. Only 2 days. 2 days ago, they were talking about houses, cars, stocks. 2 days later, they were all talking about crates, supplies, staying alive. How fast this creature called human forgets the old world. It's frightening. Quite a few revelations leaked through the channel too. Some people had extraordinary luck, opening up goods that made others green with envy. I wasn't surprised. With billions of people thrown in here, I was hardly the only lucky one. I didn't compare myself to others. I only wanted to survive, and survive as long as possible. Some had already started organizing alliances. Banding together for warmth was the best survival choice for most people. With no survival pressure of my own, I had little interest, but for those who had nothing, an alliance might be their only lifeline. By the 5th piece of ink spirit gull meat, I was full. Obtained 1 strength. Strength again. Perfect. For me right now, strength was the most precious. I had a 200-meter rope, but with my feeble strength, even 30 meters was a strain to throw. No matter how good the weapon, it had to match the hand that wielded it. My superior hook claw couldn't perform even a tenth of its potential right now. Only when my strength was enough. Within a 200-meter radius, no crate, sea fish, or seabird could escape me. Just imagining it sent my blood surging. Taking stock of my holdings: 18 wood, 11 rope, 12 glass, 2 metal sheets, 24 portions of fish, 6 plastic, 5 potatoes, 7 stone, 2 white sugar, 10 feathers, 8 electronic components, 3 alloy, 2 instant noodles, 1 spear, plus 3 learned blueprints in a box of growing cabbage. The desalinator needed 20 plastic, 10 glass, 10 metal sheets. Glass was complete, but plastic and metal sheets were far short. Tomorrow was the last day of the newbie period. What would happen after it ended, I didn't know. My boat was upgraded, my stats had risen, yet facing the unknown, I still felt uneasy. A smooth start only guarantees you go fast. It doesn't guarantee you go far. Since I was here, I'd make my peace with it. I couldn't change fate, so I'd adapt to it. Lying on the wheelhouse floor, I gazed up at the planks, still with the surreal sense of being worlds away. Right now the channel was full of, I miss home, I want to go back. I sighed, forced my mind clear, and slept. When I woke the next day, the sun was already high. I gnawed down 2 small buns, downed a bottle of water, and climbed onto the deck. A crate. In the distance, a wooden crate drifted on the waves. One moment later, and it would have floated away. I steered over. 1 hook, a clean hit. Obtained. Plastic ×2, wood ×2. Wooden crates were the most common. Getting anything at all was fine. I wasn't picky. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Bird cries from above. I looked up. Today's arrival wasn't an ink spirit gull, but another kind, and not just one. A whole flock, 6 or 7 of them. I grinned instantly. The crafting table could make fishing rods. Once there were more anglers, my fish wouldn't sell. But bird meat wouldn't have that problem. Seabirds were too hard to hunt. Bows needed blueprints, and standing on a rocking boat to shoot high-flying birds. Who had that accuracy? Even the fellow with the gun. If he got lucky and hit one, the falling bird wouldn't necessarily land on his boat, and once it dropped into the sea, it was hard to retrieve. So the market for seabird meat wouldn't collapse for a long, long time. I fixed my gaze on the flock and looked closely. Moonglow swallow seabird common. Feeds on fish, lives in flocks. Its feathers reflect a cold, silvery white light under the moon, making them a rare crafting material. Round-bodied, gray-brown on the head and back, snow-white on the belly and wings. Far prettier than the ink spirit gull. They only circled 100 meters up, refusing to come down. If they wouldn't come down, I'd go up, grab the rope, swing the hook, aim high, and hurl it. The dream was grand. The iron hook flew only 20 or 30 meters before losing momentum and dropping straight into the sea. My face flushed. I'd overestimated myself again. Only 9 points of strength. Throwing skyward was already hard, and 20 or 30 meters was a superhuman effort. 100 meters up, don't even dream of it for now. I don't believe you won't come down. If going on the offensive didn't work, then I'd wait for the birds to come to me. I spread sword spirit fish meat across the deck. The heat had already turned these fish somewhat rotten, sharp with stench. Rotten meat, sure enough, held little appeal for the moonglow swallows. After half an hour of waiting, they still wouldn't descend, but they didn't leave either, circling above the boat the whole time. As long as they didn't leave, there was hope. In that half hour, I hooked another wooden crate. 2 units of wood, 1 portion of compressed biscuits. Bored, I opened the channel. Finally upgraded. I'm still 2 units of wood short. Have you guys realized? The crafting table can make fishing rods. Check the trade channel. Metal sheet prices are skyrocketing. I've got 30 years of fishing experience, top-tier skills. Arg, why can't I make a fishing rod? Everyone's topics revolved entirely around upgrades and fishing. My eyes lit up. Right, I could fish too. I wasn't short on fish meat, but I was short on live fish. Only live, leaping fish could lure the seabirds down. Into the cabin. 1 unit of wood plus 1 rope, and a fishing rod took shape. Fishing rod common. A thick pole with ordinary line. Want to catch big fish? Be prepared to lose it first. Even the system said so. Fine for small fish, but hook a big one, and it'd break or snap the line. Before I was transported here, I was half an angler. Never sea fished, but not a stranger to it. I hooked on a piece of sword spirit fish and cast into the sea. Strangely, while rotten meat had lost its appeal to the seabirds, its pull on the sea fish hadn't faded a bit. Before long, the tip of the rod dipped, fish on. Ice thorn puffer common. Prefers rotten matter. Lives in flocks. Hook 1. Congratulations, you'll catch a whole school. A whole school? I immediately stopped the boat. The black fog was only 5 knots. My boat was 10, so lingering a while longer wouldn't let it catch up. Danger crept slowly from behind. But the opportunity before me was fleeting. A smart man knows which end to watch. Rotten meat with rot-loving fish. No wonder they bit so fast. I flung the still-living ice thorn puffers onto the deck, letting them flop. Cast, hit again, another one. In 10 minutes, 8 ice thorn puffers were flopping wildly on the deck, making quite a commotion. The high-flying moonglow swallows finally changed formation. All of them dove down at once. Here they come. The hook claw was already at hand. When they'd swooped to about 10 meters up, I hurled it hard. Several birds scattered to dodge, but some still insisted on lunging at the ice thorn puffers. Birds die for food. An irresistible temptation is often the beginning of death. Thwip. The iron hook clamped precisely onto one. It shrieked and thrashed, wings beating almost into afterimages, yet it couldn't break free. I hauled it down. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 2 birds snatched 2 fish amid the chaos and flew off. With only 1 hook claw, I had no time for a second throw. Nothing to be done. Bang. Axe up, bird dead. Obtained. Moonglow swallow meat times 6. Moonglow swallow feathers times 3. No blood. Seabird blood was a fish-luring treasure, a pity. Moonglow swallow feathers fine, a superior crafting material. A common seabird, yet it dropped fine-quality feathers. These feathers were no ordinary thing. I looked up. The remaining birds hadn't left, still circling. Even the 2 that had eaten fish hadn't gone. 1 fish wouldn't fill them up. I smiled. It was just like a gambling den. The house didn't fear you winning, it feared you not playing. As long as you stayed at the table, sooner or later you'd cough it all back up with interest. As long as they didn't leave, they were all souls doomed to fall beneath my axe. Another crate drifted in from afar, bronze. This was the first time I'd hauled a bronze crate from the sea. The earlier bronze and silver crates had all dropped from killing creatures. Obtained. Metal sheet times 3, bearing times 1. That's it. No blueprint. At least metal sheets were exactly what I urgently needed. I kept fishing, kept flinging fish onto the deck. In 5 minutes, 2 fish hit the boards, and the moonglow swallows couldn't resist diving again. Another one hooked and killed. Nothing I hooked had ever slipped free. This, perhaps, was the hidden power of never miss. An hour later, all 7 moonglow swallows lay dead beneath my axe. 42 portions of meat, 21 feathers. 17 ice thorn puffers remained. No more fish bit in these waters. I'd fished an entire school of ice thorn puffers to extinction. I set the boat moving again while processing the bird meat. I tried a bite, much like the ink spirit gull. No seasoning, nothing to write home about. But for now, being full was enough. Eating well was something to think about only after you'd secured your survival. My boat finally hit level 2. You're only level 2? I've already built my crafting table. Those who've already upgraded, give your extra materials to those who haven't. We're all blue star people. Why should I give you the crates I worked so hard to haul? Am I your father? Still pulling moral blackmail after being transported to another world. Get lost. Wild Sky Alliance recruiting requires level 2 boat. Join to share resources. The channel was as lively as ever. More and more people were reaching level 2, building crafting tables. With more fishing rods, the fish catch flooded the trade market, and my fish gradually stopped selling. At least the bird meat was still holding up. Just as I was watching, the rod tip suddenly plunged. Fish on. I lifted the rod, and an immense force surged up through it, bending the straight pole into a full moon in an instant. My feet staggered, nearly toppling. A big fish. But there wasn't a trace of joy on my face. Sure enough, the next moment, the immense force vanished, and the rod sprang straight. I pulled it from the water. Barely more than half the line remained, the hook gone. Line snapped. I gave a bitter smile. I'd foreseen this scene. I just hadn't expected it to come so soon. The big fish in the sea had boundless strength. An ordinary rod and line, hooking a big fish, would break or snap. There was no hauling it up at all. This was also why the market had fish for sale, yet they never truly flooded it. With no hook or line, fishing was out. I set the rod aside and looked around for crates. I couldn't fish. There were no birds in the sky, and for now this was the only thing left to do. Soon, a crate came bobbing in. Just as I stood up, another drifted in from the other side. When it rains, it pours, two at once. I laughed. First time encountering this. Would I miss one? Not a chance. My rope was long enough. No need to wait for them to draw close. Obtained. Rope times 3, stone times 2. Obtained. Plastic times 2, wood times 2. Both wooden crates, basic materials. I was used to it. Until the sun sank in the west. I hooked several more crates, all wooden, no more bronze. And no more seabirds appeared. Luckily, those 7 moonglow swallows this morning had already paid off. Darkness fell, visibility worsened, and hauling crates became nearly impossible. I sat by the fire roasting meat, watching the channel. I'm just 2 ropes short of upgrading. He'll give me some. 3 ropes once I've upgraded. Begging for some food. I've barely eaten in 3 days. There's food on the trade channel, can't you buy it? Wood and rope have to be saved for upgrading. So you want a freebie? I'll pay back later. Later? Who knows how long they'll live? Where does later come from? Anyone got fresh water? I'm dying of thirst. I'm the big star Luhua. Give me some food, and I'll give you 200,000 when I get back. Look, there's an idiot here, still thinking about going back at a time like this. On this sea, past identities were worthless. Titles, wealth, fame, all sank to the bottom of the ocean. The only thing that could save you was what you'd hauled up yourself. I took stock. I'd hauled 10 crates today, every one landed, yet only 1 bottle of mineral water opened up. In this heat, 1 bottle a day was nowhere near enough. Water was hard currency. Of this, I grew more and more certain. Desalinator materials, 12 glass, 8 metal sheets, 12 plastic. Glass complete, metal sheets 2 short, plastic 8 short. There was hope. Relying on my own hauling alone would take a day or 2, longer with bad luck. Buying was fastest. The newbie period was nearly over, and wood, rope, and metal sheets kept climbing. Plastic, on the contrary, had dropped. No one needed it right now. Everyone was hoarding what they'd need tomorrow, but few could make it through tonight. Foresight is valuable, but it can't save the one who's dying right now. I listed the mineral water on the trade channel. 1 bottle for 10 metal sheets or 10 plastic. Afraid I'd priced it too high with no takers, I test listed 2 bottles. Gone in seconds. Both buyers paid in plastic. 20 units of plastic piled on the deck. I stared blankly. I'd hauled painstakingly for 3 days and hadn't gotten this much plastic. Fresh water really was the hardest of the hard. Plastic complete, metal sheets still too short. Getting 10 metal sheets for 1 bottle was no longer possible. I lowered the price. 1 bottle for 8 metal sheets, metal only. 10 minutes listed with no sale, but someone met me. I only have 5 metal sheets. Can I trade them for a bottle of water? Please, I haven't drunk water in 3 days. I'm dying of thirst. Less than expected. But with metal sheet prices sky high across the market, I was still too short. I couldn't stay deadlocked. Sure. And with that, all the desalinated materials were complete. I rushed to the crafting table, selected the Seawater desalinator. It actually required time. Luckily, just 10 minutes. Making spears and rods was instant, but blueprint items had to wait. While waiting, I browsed the market and did dig up a few good items. Cooking seasoning, an air conditioner blueprint, fertilizer. Seasoning was good and all, but filling the belly came first. Eating well came later. The AC blueprint was even more useless. No electricity, so building it would just take up space. Fertilizer, most people couldn't use, but I could. I was among the very few who could grow plants at sea. 5 portions of fertilizer for 1 unit of wood, cheap. Without hesitation, I swept up 20 portions for 4 units of wood. What was junk in others' eyes became treasure in the right hands. The secret of the market was simply delivering things to whoever needed them most. Then I contacted the one selling the AC blueprint. He asked for 50 wood or 50 rope. Lower it. It's not high. This is a blueprint. Even the priciest blueprint depends on what it is. No one urgently needs AC. Right now, everyone struggles just to eat their fill. Who'd trade 50 units for an AC they can only look at? Can looking fill your stomach? The other side fell silent for a long while. Then how much are you offering? I had him. Opening with a sky-high price isn't about actually selling at that price. It's about leaving room to haggle down. At the bargaining table, the one who loses their cool first always pays more. And I was never in a rush. The Seawater desalinator was nearly done. Once it was out, the thirst to cross this whole sea would become my endless supply of leverage. Ding! Seawater desalinator, crafting complete. I lifted my eyes to the endless salty sea beneath my feet and slowly smiled. From this day on, whatever others begged for and couldn't get, I could have as much of as I wanted. One 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. I named my price. Too little, add a bit more. It's plenty. At sea, fresh water is always hard currency. Right now, one bottle trades for 10 units of wood or rope, and it'll only get more expensive. The other side's tone softened, clearly tempted, just not at their target price. After a round of tug-of-war, we finally closed. One bottle of water plus 3 wood and 2 rope for his AC blueprint. Icing on the cake, items like this weren't worth spending big on. If he'd clung stubbornly, I'd have walked away. In negotiation, the one who can hold out the longest wins. Blueprint in hand, I learned it at once. The crafting table now held 4 blueprints. And just then, the Seawater Desalinator was finished. This thing was precious. I carried it into the wheelhouse. Tomorrow the newbie period would end, and who knew what I'd encounter. If it got smashed, the loss would be enormous. Seawater Desalinator common. Desalinates seawater to drinkable quality. Currently converts 800 milliliters of seawater into 500 milliliters of drinking water per hour. 500 milliliters an hour. That was 24 bottles of water conjured out of nothing each day. The word currently was intriguing. It meant it could be upgraded. Only, the system said not a word, so for now I couldn't find the way. I filled one container with seawater and set another to catch the fresh water, about 20 L capacity, enough to last a long while once full. Simple to look at, convenient to use. The sky grew dark. I spent 3 units of wood making a single bed. The crafting table could only make single beds. Better ones required blueprints. With the bed set down, the wheelhouse got even more cramped. But tonight at least I could sleep a bit more comfortably. Tomorrow the newbie period ends. I lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. The channel was especially lively, everyone guessing at tomorrow's dangers. The unknown stirs fear best of all. I didn't dwell on it. In these 3 days I'd never slacked. I'd done all I could. If even so I couldn't escape disaster, then I'd accept my fate. When my eyes opened again, day had broken. I gnawed down the last piece of fine-quality ink spirit gull meat, drank some water, and gained a point of constitution, not strength, a pity. But what got added wasn't up to me. I walked onto the deck and drew a deep breath. The system's voice sounded in the mind of every player across the entire ocean at once. Congratulations on safely surviving the newbie period. Don't celebrate too soon. The voyage ahead is full of danger. From this moment, the black fog accelerates to 10 knots. Any who are engulfed die instantly. From this moment, boats are no longer protected. They can be destroyed, they can capsize, players likewise, and may suffer attacks of any kind. Horrors dwell in the deep, especially active at night, but may also appear by day. The World Channel is now open. Newly added, sailing log, sea merchants, pirates, random islands. The game officially begins. We hope you play happily. That supposedly emotionless mechanical voice, in its final sentence, carried a trace of gloating. The newbie period was over. Whether or not it was my imagination, the sea seemed no longer calm, the swells rising and falling a good deal more than before. I tallied up this update. First, boats and people were no longer protected. Outside forces could destroy boats, wound people, kill people. Humanity had never truly conquered the ocean, and this sea was 100 times more perilous than reality. I glanced at the spear and iron axe at my feet, and my heart eased slightly. I wasn't entirely defenseless. Second, the horrors of the deep. The system had mentioned them again and again, no ordinary matter. Third, the World Channel unlocked, 1 message per day. Both channels were flooding wildly. What exactly is this horror the system mentioned? You'll find out come nightfall. Help, the black fog's about to catch me. My boat isn't upgraded yet. Where are the merchants? I want to buy everything. Is there a reward for killing pirates? Ran into pirates? I advise you to run fast. They're professionals. I have a spear. Uffed. The regional channel's top right corner read 100,000. The World Channel read 765, 678, 4532. Our region had 100,000 players. Globally, over 7 billion. I closed the channels and opened the newly added sailing log. New calendar 1.1 Sea of Serenity, 20 to 31 degrees Celsius, clear wind, force 1 to 2 events. None. Refreshing. Merchants, pirates, islands. More channels for gathering supplies, but also more variables in survival. I wasn't worried about the black fog. A level 2 boat at 10 knots exactly matched its speed, and I had gale wind besides. I'd upgraded back when it was still at 5 knots, and by now I'd left it far behind. Tally complete, yet a trace of urgency weighed on my heart. The talent gave me an edge, but an edge couldn't guarantee my life. One step ahead didn't mean a lifetime ahead. The moment I slackened would be the moment I got caught. A crate drifted in on the sea. The waves were larger now, the crate bobbing more violently. Hooking difficulty sharply increased. A disaster for others, no effect on me. Snap. One hook, dead on, reel it in. This time, after the crate was pulled alongside, it appeared on the deck by itself, likely because the boat kept getting taller with each upgrade, so the system spared players the trouble of bending down to grab it. Obtained. Wood ×1, stone ×1, spicy strips ×2. I didn't care for spicy strips, so I casually listed them on the trade channel. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted another crate. Delighted, I grabbed the hook and threw again. Snap. But just as I was reeling in the crate, a huge shadow dove down from high above, lunging straight at me. A seabird, so fast that by the time I reacted, it was already right in front of me. The huge shadow instantly engulfed me. I turned my head, coming face to face with two dagger-like talons that seemed capable of tearing anything apart. My heart lurched violently. With no time to think, I rolled on the spot, barely dodging. At the same moment, the rope kept retracting, reeling the crate onto the boat. The seabird's strike missed, and it swiftly pulled up to circle. How is this bird so huge? Wings spread, it's got to be 3 meters. I was gripped by lingering fear. Had I been half a beat slower, seized by those talons and carried into the sky, away from the boat, there'd have been nothing but death. The moment the newbie period ended, these creatures had turned visibly more vicious and bold enough to attack people. I sped up, reeling in, got the crate aboard, and with no time to open it, rushed into the wheelhouse to tie the hook claw rope into the wheel. I circled past the bed and crafting table to confirm it was secure, then took the hook and headed out. Thank goodness the rope was long enough. Anyone else could never have managed this step. Come on, come down. I stared at the sky, my eyes burning. Without never miss, I wouldn't dare set my sights on it. But I had it. What was death in others' eyes was, for me, a fortune delivered to my door. It circled a few times, then dove again. This time, I truly tasted what pressure meant. The huge shadow bearing down, my heartbeat suddenly racing wild. I didn't dodge. To be perfectly safe, I waited until it had swooped to 20 meters up, then abruptly hurled the hook. At the same time, its information flashed before my eyes. Sea tiger, hawk, seabird, fine. Like tiger and hawk both, its talons rend all things, extremely aggressive, often attacks boats unprovoked, one of the seabirds most hated by seafarers. Fine quality. No wonder it was so huge, so fierce. And fine quality seabirds almost always dropped crates. My heart heated. The iron hook flew out, and the sea tiger hawk had long since seen it. Unflustered, it didn't dodge until the hook was upon it, then twisted aside. It had been attacked by humans too many times, dodging easily each time, and had long ceased taking them seriously. But this time, it grew careless. The iron hook grazed past, then abruptly curved, going and returning. Yet it had already turned all its attention back on me, utterly unaware. Even more absurd, the redirected iron hook was still accelerating. Thwip! The hook drove deep in from behind. The sea tiger hawk gave a mournful cry and beat its wings to flee. Retract! I dashed back into the wheelhouse. The retractable rope reeled in automatically. No matter that its strength could seize a grown adult, it couldn't resist the rope's contraction and could only watch helplessly as it was dragged toward the deck. Scree! That mournful cry carried despair. Its struggles grew fiercer, and the deck actually rocked along with them. My heart jolted. This was a 15-meter level 2 boat. One thrash from it could shake the hull. How immense must its strength be? Had it still been that little dinghy from the start, it would have long since been flipped over. I secretly rejoiced that I'd upgraded. Otherwise, right now I'd face a choice of two. Let it go and lose my hook claw, or don't let go and capsize. Now, I didn't face that dilemma. Whip! The instant it landed on the deck, my axe had already come down, striking its skull dead center. Killed on the spot. Obtained. Sea tiger hawk meat ×50, sea tiger hawk blood ×3, sea tiger hawk talons ×8. Beside the corpse, a crate dropped. Silver. Jackpot. Obtained. generator blueprint times 1, electronic components times 3, alloy times 2, deep sea coins times 50, bedsheet set times 1. A generator blueprint. My eyes lit up. I had blueprints for both fridge and AC, but for them to come alive, one prerequisite: electricity. Now, electricity had hope. Generator blueprint requires 50 metal sheets, 10 electronic components, 10 alloy, 10 plastic, 1 bearing. Quite a lot of materials, yet I'd already gathered most. I had the bearing, some electronic components and alloy, and plastic and metal sheets could be opened from crates or bought from the market. The generator was within reach. With it, this boat's survivability and comfort would both be utterly transformed. A silver crate never disappoints. But what are these deep sea coins? I picked one up, about the size of a 1 yuan coin, deep sea blue all over, like frozen ocean. Deep sea coin. The ocean's only circulating currency, usable to buy from merchants and for player-to-player trades. Official currency. The mystery was solved. What to pay merchants with? The answer was right here. With these, future trades wouldn't need to be barter. I carried the bed sheet set into the cabin. Only, it was made for a large bed and didn't quite fit my single bed, and there was no quilt, so I couldn't fully use it for now. Right, there was still one wooden crate unopened. Obtained. Wood times 2, rope times 1, plastic times 1, deep sea coins times 2. The wooden crate had opened up deep sea coins too. It seemed they'd soon begin circulating among players. Now to look at the Sea Tiger Hawk's legacy. Sea Tiger Hawk meat fine, flesh of superb quality. Every 10 portions eaten grant 1 random base attribute point. Meat that raised stats again. 50 portions, exactly 5 points. On this sea, strengthening myself was as vital as upgrading the boat. I'd started off worse than others. I could only make it up bit by bit through later effort. Sea Tiger Hawk blood fine can be used for potion making. Potion making? I paused. I'd assumed it was like ordinary seabird blood, good only for luring fish. Unexpectedly, it had another use. Though I had no recipes, stockpiling materials was never wrong. With no container for the blood, I used the crafting table to make 3 glass cups. 1 unit of glass yielded exactly 3 250 milliliters cups, holding these 3 portions of blood. Sea Tiger Hawk talons fine, unusually sharp, can be used to craft weapons or upgrade them. All 3 parts of the legacy, fine quality, each remarkable. 1 Sea Tiger Hawk, 1 silver crate, a haul richer than any before. While searching for crates, I scrolled through the channel. The flood tide of spam had ebbed, the messages a bit cleaner now. Let me tell you guys a secret. Killing sea fish has a chance to drop crates. Really, I just reeled one in, killed it, and it dropped a wooden crate. Anyone been into the water? I have. It's no different from Blue Star's seabed, but that was during the protection period. I didn't dare today. Have you guys noticed? In our region, people have already started dying. The black fog hasn't caught up to level 1 boats yet. So how did those people die? Who knows? It's all a scam. No one actually dies. You've all been fooled. It's day 4 already. How are there still idiots? The secret of killing fish dropping crates had already spread. I'd anticipated it. The crafting table could make fishing rods. Everyone could fish. This couldn't be kept under wraps forever. I looked at the pile of legacy the Sea Tiger Hawk had left on the deck, then touched the deep sea coins in my hand. The rules had changed again. The dangers multiplied again. But the cards in my hand were growing thicker, one by one. This sea never pitted the weak. It reserved its opportunities only for those who, even with a huge shadow bearing down, still gripped the hook claw in their hands. And I had been gripping it for 4 full days. Someone had died. My gaze moved to the top right corner of the regional channel. 100,000 had become 99987. 13 dead. The black fog hadn't caught up to level 1 boats yet. So how had they died? I was seized by confusion, but also alertness. In this sea, perhaps some inconspicuous thing was enough to take your life. At noon, after hooking another crate, I began roasting lunch, Sea Tiger Hawk meat. Past the protection period, the boat could burn, so I stacked a few stones as a stove, laid wood on top, and roasted, keeping the fire from directly licking the deck. The meat soon sizzled, glistening with tempting oil, a wisp of its aroma stealing into my nose. Smells good. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, my face full of bliss. This wasn't my first time roasting meat, but it was the most fragrant. Ink Spirit Gull meat was unremarkable, Yet this sea tiger hawk meat carried a rich aroma all its own. Finally roasted, I couldn't wait to taste it. Splash. A burst of spray. I turned my head and instantly froze. A 5-meter octopus-like giant rose from the sea, two tentacles bracing against the boat's rail for leverage as it leapt lightly into the boat. 5 meters from me, our eyes meeting. Its body wasn't flesh and blood, but a semi-transparent gel-like substance, water ripples flowing across its surface, as if congealed from seawater. Through its body, I could clearly see the organs within. 8 long tentacles stood straight up on the deck, their tips sharp as blades, driven deep into the planks, faint blue light flowing between the scales. Shadow flow octopus, immature, beast superior, a powerful deep-sea beast. Each year it lives, it grows another tentacle, and blades and swords can scarcely harm it. A mature body's tentacles can reach 100 meters. You should count yourself lucky to have met only a juvenile. Otherwise, you'd already be a corpse. Superior grade. The first superior grade creature I'd encountered. Was this the horror of the deep the system spoke of? Before the thought settled, it abruptly flung out a tentacle, fast as lightning. Before I could react, the tentacle was before my eyes. Thwip! What it pierced was the roasted meat in my hand, not me. The tentacle retracted, snatching the meat away. I snapped awake as if from a dream, cold sweat instantly soaking my forehead. Had it wanted me just then? And this was only a juvenile. I didn't even dare imagine what the mature body looked like. It sent the meat into its transparent mouth, and I watched as the piece was digested inside its body, strange and eerie. Finished eating, it looked at me again. My nerves snapped taut. I grabbed a piece of sea tiger hawk meat and threw it over. Swish. A tentacle stabbed, and the meat went into its mouth. Another escape. But I only had 50 pieces of meat. I couldn't fill it up, and then I'd be in danger. What's more, who could guarantee that as I fed it, it wouldn't suddenly turn on me? I couldn't sit and wait for death. I glanced at the hook claw and iron axe at my feet. To guard against accidents like the sea tiger hawk, I'd already tied the hook claw rope into the wheel. This advanced preparation now saved me. I bent down and picked up a piece of meat, and as I threw it, I grabbed the hook claw and hurled the iron hook. Its attention was indeed on the meat. The instant it stabbed the meat, the iron hook arrived, precisely hooking its body. A blue liquid surged from the hook wound. The beast's blood was actually deep blue. My other hand had already snatched up the iron axe. Wah! Hooked, it actually let out a wail like an infant's cry. At the same time, a tentacle whipped over. I was prepared and rolled on the spot. But it had more than one tentacle. A sharp pain shot through my shin as another tentacle's tip grazed past, leaving a long gash, blood gushing. Hiss! Cold sweat poured out. Bang! Its tentacle stabbed into the deck, the tip driven deep in. A perfect chance. Ignoring my leg wound, I raised the axe and struck hard. Bang! The fine-quality iron axe came down with full force and actually cut clean through that scaled tentacle, its momentum undiminished, gouging a deep pit into the deck. Wah! It cried again, and the remaining tentacles all lunged at once. Retract. I released the retractable rope, and it whipped back at high speed. Utterly unprepared, it was yanked flying. Bang! It slammed heavily into the wheelhouse wall, as if pulled by a magnet, pinned fast against the wooden wall. The retractable rope never broke. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. I let out a breath and rose. The moment I took a step, the wound on my leg screamed with pain. Good thing it wasn't a direct hit, or it'd be worse. Its body was 5 meters long. As long as I stayed beyond 5 meters, it couldn't reach me. But I'd still underestimated it. Its body was pinned, but its tentacles were free. It couldn't reach me, but it could reach the wheelhouse. And that was built of wood, not sturdy at all. 8 blade-like tentacles stabbed wildly, wood chips flying, and in an instant the wheelhouse was riddled with holes. I was horrified. The Seawater Desalinator was still inside. So were my supplies. Worse still, once the wheel was destroyed, it would regain its freedom, and I'd become meat on the chopping block. I snatched up the spear and rushed over. Though the spear was only common quality, less lethal than the iron axe, right now the longer the weapon, the better. Before I could close in, 2 tentacles whipped over. This beast had intelligence, destroying the cabin while not forgetting me. I dodged urgently, but its tentacles were too nimble. One strike missed, then curved back from behind. Whip! One grazed past, and another drove straight into my body. Searing pain swept through me. I could barely hold the spear. But reason roared, lose your weapon, and you die. The more it hurt, the more I couldn't let go. All or nothing. I clenched my teeth and, dragging my grievous wounds forward, charged into the spear's attack range, aimed at its semi-transparent head, and stabbed with all my might. Its body was pinned to the wall, and though it saw the spear coming, it couldn't dodge. Thwip! The spear easily pierced its skull. That jelly-like head had no scales for protection, so even a common quality spear ran clean through. It fell into a final frenzy, 6 tentacles lashing wildly. I dodged the stabs, but was left covered in welts and bruises. In under 30 seconds, it went utterly still. The shadow flow octopus was dead. The tentacle lodged in my body vanished along with it. Thump! I slumped onto the deck, gasping, filled with the relief of a narrow escape. Obtained. Shadow flow octopus meat times 80. Shadow flow octopus tentacles times 8. Shadow flow octopus blood times 5. Beside the corpse, a glittering golden crate. A gold crate. Above wood, bronze, and silver, there was gold. This was my first time seeing it. But I didn't rush to open it. First, I opened the trade channel. I needed medicine. Right now, I was a wretched sight. A bleeding hole in my shoulder, gashes on my shin, belly, and arms, plus a body full of bruises from the lashing. I'd only wanted to eat lunch, and it had come to this. Medicine was terribly scarce on the trade channel. I searched the whole board and found only 3 items. Yulin Fun capsules common, reduces fever, slow-acting, ineffective above 38.5 degrees Celsius. Look capsules common, anti-inflammatory, slow-acting, ineffective once abscessed. Sea blue gauze common, for bandaging and stopping bleeding. Of the 3, the gauze and anti-inflammatory could serve as emergency aid. The price was steep, 1 roll of gauze for 3 500 milliliters bottles of water. The situation was critical, no time to haggle. I drew 1,500 milliliters of fresh water from the desalinator and closed the deal outright. I had no container. How the other party collected it was their problem. I bandaged the hole in my shoulder. Luckily, it was on the front, not the back, so I could just barely wrap it alone. The bleeding slowed, but wouldn't stop. Don't expect common gauze to staunch blood instantly. The whole board had only that 1 roll, now bought up. My other wounds could only be stared at helplessly. I looked at the gold crate. Heavens, give me some useful medicine. Solemnly and anxiously, I threw it open. Obtained. Cola blueprint times 1. Yinshan white medicine blueprint times 1. Electronic components times 5. Alloy times 5. Wood times 10. Seafood feast times 1. Deep sea coins times 200. 2 blueprints at once. And one of them, Yinshan white medicine. Yinshan white medicine blueprint. Makes a medicine that stops bleeding, kills germs, and forms scabs, rapidly healing external wounds. Requires 3 herbs, 1 fine-grade creature blood, 100 milliliters fresh water. Exactly what I needed most right now. Blood, I had 3 portions of fine-quality sea tiger hawk blood. Water, I had plenty of, I was only short on herbs. I searched the whole trade channel, and actually found some. Just 1 seller, 5 portions of herbs, listed at 30 wood. Medicine was scarce, but herbs weren't a finished product. Without a recipe, they weren't even worth wood. And in the whole marketplace, I might be the only one with a recipe. I demanded to push the price down. He was silent a moment, then actually gave in first. Fine. Go ahead and confirm the trade. A heads up, my water has no container. Get a vessel ready first. You don't have bottles? The other party was puzzled. I have a seawater desalinator. A seawater desalinator. Even through the screen, I could imagine his shock. It was only day 4, and how many people couldn't even scrape together their daily water, while I could produce it endlessly? Boss, add me as a friend. I'll contact you first whenever I've got good stuff. He wasn't stupid. He could see that with a desalinator, I'd develop a step ahead of others. Sure. Zhao Bing. My first friend in this world. Here, everyone went by their real name. 500 milliliters of fresh water for 5 portions of herbs. I was very satisfied with the price. With fresh water in hand, my purchasing power doubled. On this sea, whoever controlled water controlled others' desires. The materials were complete. I learned the blueprint and hit craft, like the desalinator, a 10-minute wait. 10 minutes, I wouldn't die. The wounds hurt, but weren't fatal yet. While waiting for the medicine, I examined the Shadow Flow Octopus's legacy. Shadow Flow Octopus meat superior, mediocre texture, yet holds immense energy. Every 5 portions eaten grant 1 random base attribute point. Meat that raised stats again. This kind of thing was hard to buy even with money. Whoever got it ate it themselves first, unless driven to a dead end. 80 portions. A full 16 attribute points. My heart leapt with wild joy. On this sea, strengthening myself was as vital as upgrading the boat. Shadow Flow Octopus Blood Superior. Extremely high potion-making value. Immensely attractive to fish. Drinkable, but be prepared for diarrhea. Shadow Flow Octopus Tentacles Fine. Edible, richly nutritious. The blood could make potions. Using it to lure fish would be too extravagant. Just as I was thinking this, the Yunshan White Medicine was done. Yunshan White Medicine Fine. Stops bleeding, kills germs, forms scabs. Works well on external wounds. I couldn't wait to smear it on my shin wound. A wave of coolness. The bleeding stopped instantly. The pain sharply eased. I applied it to every wound, not sparing even the hole in my shoulder. 1 tube, used up exactly. 1 tube was good for about 10 uses. A pity, the quantity was too small. I couldn't even keep a spare. Only 2 portions of herbs remained, not enough to make another tube. With no spare medicine, from now on I could only be extremely careful. I made a storage box, 99 slots, up to 99 of the same item stacked. Once I collected all the supplies off the floor, the deck and wheelhouse were instantly spacious. Back on deck, I casually hooked a passing wooden crate and roasted meat again. There shouldn't be another one, right? The boat had never stopped, so it had long left those waters. It should be fine. That Shadow Flow Octopus was probably one of the deep-sea horrors the system spoke of. In a sea this vast, capable of holding 7 billion people, the seabed surely held more than just its kind. I finally understood the reason for the casualties too. Deep-sea horrors appeared by day as well. The system had warned as much, but I hadn't taken it seriously, and I'd run into one this fast. Daytime was never absolutely safe. More terrifying still, this was only a juvenile. If it were a mature body, a single 100-meter tentacle would be enough to flip my boat like a scrap of paper. A surge of urgency rose in my heart. Though I'd amassed plenty of resources, my power to protect myself was pitifully weak. Had it not been for Nevermiss paired with the retractable rope, I'd have died beneath those 8 tentacles long ago. I reviewed the battle in my mind. I lacked a ranged weapon. The Shadow Flow Octopus's attack range was 5 meters. My spear was only 2. To wound it, I first had to endure its attack. But with a ranged weapon, everything would be different. I wouldn't have to trade flesh and blood for the distance of that one spear thrust. The meat's aroma rose again. I took a bite, looked at the deck that had once surged with blue blood, and slowly clenched my fist. This battle I'd won, but won far too wretchedly. This sea taught me its harshest lesson. Surviving never equaled winning. The true strong were those who ensured that next time, they wouldn't even have to be wounded. And my next step was already crystal clear. Ranged. Weapon. The crafting table could only make basic weapons like spears and stone axes. Longbows and crossbows needed blueprints first. I had none. I could only rely on opening crates or browsing the market. Once the sea tiger hawk meat was roasted and I'd confirmed no beasts were around, I finally ate. Originally 50 portions would grant 5 attribute points, but with a few pieces snatched by the Shadow Flow Octopus, it wasn't enough. Luckily, its meat made up the difference. The afternoon was calm, not even a seabird about. Dinner was roasted meat again. Many people hadn't touched meat since being transported, yet I was nearly sick of it. Eating it every meal, unable to skip it. No food, no attribute growth. My foundation was thin to begin with, and if I didn't keep supplementing, I'd only fall further behind. By the campfire, I gnawed meat while watching the channel. A kind soul, give me 2 ropes please. I'm still a level 1 boat. The black fog's caught up. Save me. Help, my boat isn't upgraded either. That kid was probably swallowed by the black fog. By my count, after tonight, there won't be a single level 1 boat left at sea. Our region's lost over 500 already, all level 1 boats. Not necessarily. Some ran into deep-sea horrors. Deep-sea horrors? Don't they only come out at night? Says who? I ran into one in broad daylight. A giant turtle, shell hard as anything, climbed onto the boat and nearly crushed it flat. I stabbed it with my spear, it clammed up in its shell, and it took me over 2 hours to shove it back into the sea. You didn't kill it? Kill it. I'd thank the heavens for not being killed by it. One jet of water blasted me flying 3 meters, nearly into the sea. Lucky it was only common quality. If it had been fine grade, I'd have been done for today. Sounds like deep-sea horrors are nothing much, then. Don't get careless. The system warned us again and again. Could it be trivial? I just got lucky. Those who got unlucky don't even have the right to speak anymore. Common quality. I stared at the screen. So not everyone ran into superior grade once. Most people encountered only common beasts. That made sense. Everyone's power was this weak, and if the system threw only superior grade at them, that would cut off any path to survival. Only an unlucky wretch like me would run into superior grade, and I could survive because I had a cheat. Others didn't. But even common quality was a cataclysm for players as they were now. Those 500-plus casualties were mostly its doing. It was getting late. I put out the fire and returned to the wheelhouse. The cabin walls were riddled with holes from the shadow flow octopus, drafty everywhere. Luckily, the door was still intact, giving me a sliver of comfort. Lying on the hard plank bed, I couldn't sleep. And I was surely not the only one awake right now. The first night after the newbie period, the system's warning weighed on everyone's heart. The sea wind poured in through the holes, amplified many times over, howling. Outside, the cabin was pitch black, oppressive enough to suffocate. I opened the channel again. It was already in chaos. Help! There's a squid on my boat. 7 or 8 meters long. That's nothing. I've got a crab over a meter tall dismantling my wheelhouse with its claws. Mine's a giant lobster. Sea beasts of terrifying size were boarding boat after boat. The only good news, nearly all were common quality, fine ones rare, and superior grade. Not a single one so far. A tiny few lucky ones had silent boats. My boat had been very quiet. Except for the sea wind, nothing. Could it be that I'm one of the lucky ones too? Oh no. My eyes snapped open. Morning light spilled through the cracks in the wall, warm. I'd actually fallen asleep. Last night, I'd waited resolutely for a beast to come, and as I waited, my eyelids gave out, and I drifted off. Fortunately, no deep-sea horror boarded last night, or I'd already be a corpse. 2 portions of roasted meat and half a bottle of water settled breakfast. On deck, I confirmed there were no crates, then opened the channel. Top right corner, 97879. Day 2, over 2,000 casualties. Last night's deep-sea horrors had reaped far too many. Survived another day, wonderful. That beast last night. I swear I saw the Reaper waving at me. Anyone got medicine? I've been bleeding this whole time. Where are these deep-sea horrors? Bragging. I waited all night and got nothing. Right, 7 or 8 meter squids, meter-tall crabs. Why not say fish can fly? To the one above, I actually met a flying fish last night. This is getting more absurd by the second. You just haven't run into one. You're only lucky. It's a matter of time. When it comes, I hope you can still be this calm. Buying blueprints, beautiful prices. 4 Seas League recruiting, interested parties DM. Some treated deep-sea horrors as a scare tactic. But I'd seen one with my own eyes and nearly died beneath its tentacles. Others met common quality. I got either superior or fine. Bitter fate? I gave a wry smile. Still, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. Without that shadow flow octopus, I wouldn't have gotten 2 blueprints and a pile of materials. Right, there was also the cola blueprint. Cola, in popularity, rivaled medicine, especially iced. Cola crafting station makes the universal beverage cola, quenches thirst, and replenishes sugar. Requires 1 white sugar, 250 milliliters fresh water, 1 plastic. The cost really was high. Fresh water was hard currency. White sugar was scarce. I'd only saved up 2 portions so far. I learned the blueprint first, without rushing to make any. Then, on to the real business, collecting metal sheets. Generator blueprint. Requires 50 metal sheets, 10 electronic components, 10 alloy, 10 plastic, 1 bearing. I'd had my eye on the generator for a while, and now everything was ready except the metal sheets. The Desalinator had been running the whole time, having produced 16,500 milliliters, 3,000 used up, 13,500 remaining. Enough to buy quite a lot. I posted an ad, fresh water for metal sheets, 500 milliliters for 8 metal sheets, limited quantity, first come first served. I listed 10 portions of fresh water. At first no one cared, until someone noticed something off. That Su Ning listed fresh water, not mineral water. Is there a difference? Mineral water opens from crates. Fresh water can't be opened. He has the ability to make water. Holy crap, a big shot. He sold iced cola before too. What's this guy's deal? How does he have so much good stuff? Cut the chatter, slow hands miss out. Mineral water came from crates, fresh water from making it. Selling fresh water was equivalent to declaring to everyone, I no longer had to rely on crates for water. In this step, I led the entire sea. My name was etched in many people's minds. For me, a seller, that was a good thing. In under 3 minutes, the 10 portions of fresh water sold out, 5,000 milliliters, exchanged for 80 portions of metal sheets. The generator's materials were complete. Prices were extremely unstable. Metal sheets had been dearly expensive the past couple of days. Everyone scrambling to build crafting tables. Now that the tables were built, the price kept dropping. But its uses were broad, so no matter how low, it couldn't drop too far. 500 milliliters for 8 metal sheets. I was very satisfied. I also noticed some people were already trading in deep sea coins on the market. Barter was too inconvenient, and many things couldn't be priced. Deep sea coins taking over was an inevitable trend. I hit craft on the generator. Wait time, half an hour. I couldn't just wait idle. After hooking a crate, I kept listing. 500 milliliters fresh water left right arrow, 8 metal sheets, times 5. 500 milliliters fresh water left right arrow 10, wood times 6. 500 milliliters fresh water left right arrow 10, rope times 6. Together with the earlier 5,000. In a short span, I'd listed a full 13,500 milliliters of fresh water, equivalent to 27 bottles of mineral water. In these times, very few people had such savings. Su Ning's selling water again. Another 8,000 plus milliliters. Just how much does he have? He must have a Seawater desalinator, otherwise it's impossible. Boss, lower it a bit. You're still haggling? That side's almost sold out. I didn't fear others' envy. In this boundless sea, no one in sight. Even if someone hated me to the bone, they couldn't find me. Distance was the best moat. My goal was only one, to upgrade my boat. In under 10 minutes, everything sold. Gazing at the deck full of materials, I pressed upgrade. Golden light enveloped the whole boat. As the light dispersed, the boat was utterly transformed. 40 meters long, 6 wide, 5 deep, more than doubled in size. The wheelhouse moved to the second floor, and below it appeared a 6-meter wooden cabin, connected by an external staircase. A square opening opened in the center of the deck, a slanted ladder leading down to a storage hold of a dozen-odd square meters. Su Ning's boat, renameable, level 3 durability 2000/2000 speed 20 knots. Facilities, crafting table, storage box. Buildable, mast, kitchen, bathroom. Skill, gale wind, plus 50% speed for 30 minutes, 1 day cooldown. Upgrade requires wood times 500, rope times 300, metal sheet times 200, stone times 100, plastic times 80. Durability greatly increased, speed doubled. I ducked into the new wooden cabin, empty, with 2 square windows for light. The captain's quarters. Before, cramped in the wheelhouse with bed, crafting table, and desalinator all piled together, I could barely turn around. Now it was far more spacious. The holes in the wheelhouse were all repaired, good as new. I also noticed the level 3 boat's timber was clearly better, with a heavier, more solid texture. This was probably the reason for the huge durability boost. Last, I looked at the storage hold. The entrance was on the deck, with a cover plate. Shut it, and it was indistinguishable from the deck. At night, I can hide here, guard against sneak attacks. I was confident against common beasts. What I feared was being ambushed in my sleep. With this hold, the initiative was in my grasp. Whether or not to kill a deep-sea horror was my call. I moved the storage box in. Just then, the generator was also done. For its placement, I likewise chose the storage hold. Generator, gasoline powered by gasoline, small, light, low noise. With it, you can power the boat's electrical appliances. It needed gasoline. I had none. I opened the trade channel, and there actually was some. 1 unit of gasoline for 1 unit of wood, 20 units in total for sale, very cheap. Except for me, no one right now had any use for it. So naturally it sold dirt cheap. A pity the upgrade had drained my wood and fresh water clean, so I had no money to buy it. No rush, it wasn't going anywhere. With the generator placed, I returned to the deck to hook crates. At noon I ate 10 portions of roasted meat and gained a point. This time, agility. A bit faster, and I'd face beasts with a bit less wretchedness. Waiting for crates was mind-numbingly boring. No more fishing rod. After the line snapped last time I'd stopped fishing, and many in the channel were complaining. Too many big fish in the sea. They easily snapped even common quality lines, and handmade rods could only catch small fish, which were hard to hook besides. By nightfall, I took stock of the day. 12 crates. All wooden. I was quite speechless. Total gain: 12 wood, 7 rope, 5 metal, for stone, for plastic, 2 glass, 2 steamed buns, 2 mineral water, 1 gasoline, 1 white sugar. Things like electronic components and alloy only came from bronze crates and above, and still depended on probability. Blueprints were rarer still. I added the gasoline to the generator. This world didn't need engine oil, just gasoline. I didn't turn it on. The boat had no appliances yet, so running it would be a waste. Refrigerator blueprint requires 30 metal sheets, 20 plastic, 10 electronic components, 3 alloy. The materials were still quite short. The AC wasn't urgent, but the fridge was my top priority right now. I could only keep waiting. On deck, I used 3 metal sheets to make an iron pot. I'd had the blueprint for a while, always too lazy to make it. Eating roasted meat every day, I had no use for it. But these past days I was truly sick of it, and I had a seafood feast on hand that would spoil if kept any longer. I set the pot on the fire, added water, poured in the seafood: shrimp, crab, abalone, oysters, over a dozen kinds, a full pot. No seasoning, but the freshness was genuinely fresh. After days of gnawing roasted meat and bread, a sudden pot of seafood in the belly, that satisfaction. Delicious. This is what living means. Since being transported, I'd never felt so satisfied. I suddenly understood. What carries a person through desperate straits is sheer willpower, but what makes a person feel that living is worthwhile is often a hot, steaming meal like this. Once I'm well off, I've got to get some seasoning. Before, I only sought to fill my belly. Having tasted freshness, my palate grew fussy. When conditions allow, one ought to be a little good to oneself. Just wait. Once I have a fridge, I'll make big money. Fresh water could earn money, but compared to ice water, it fell far short. At midday, the sea was scorching, and near sunset it was still 27 or 28 degrees, feeling hotter. At such a time, who could resist a bottle of ice water? My 3 bottles of iced cola were proof enough. With a fridge, I could make ice water myself. No worry about people not scrambling for it. Dreaming ahead, I returned to the rest cabin and moved the bed in 2. I'd wait here first. If no deep-sea horror came, I'd spend the night in the storage hold. As usual, I open the channel. It's dark again. Don't know if a horror will come tonight. There definitely will. I don't dare sleep, anyway. Where are these deep-sea horrors? It's a lie. To the one above, may you happily receive a fine-quality deep-sea horror tonight. Bring it on. What do I have to fear? The vast majority had already witnessed deep-sea horrors last night. Only a tiny few spared. Tonight, everyone was on edge over the coming attack. So was I? Last night, I'd luckily been fine. But that superior-grade shadow flow octopus in the daytime made me understand better than anyone. Deep-sea horrors were truly horrifying. May I not run into one tonight. And if I do, may it be only common quality. Prayer seemed useless. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets falling on the deck, accompanied by footsteps, was especially clear in the dead silence of deep night. It had come. I felt my way to the door and pulled it open a crack. A figure was slowly walking toward me. By the faint light, its head lolled crookedly, its eyes vacant, a thread of drool hanging from the corner of its mouth all the way down to the deck. It was soaked through, each step leaving a puddle. Drowned one fine. One who fell into the sea and drowned during a voyage, dying with eyes unclosed, harboring endless resentment. They attack any living person they can see, for no reason but envy. Fine quality again. Where had all the common grade ones gone? Why did they all avoid me? But complaining was useless. It closed in step by step, not fast, but relentless. Bang, bang, bang. It pounded on the door. I'd shut it a step ahead. No one answered. The pounding grew more urgent, the whole door trembling, as if it would collapse the next second. Its strength was abnormally great, pounding harder and harder. If the door broke, repairing it was minor. Being trapped and sealed in the cabin was the real disaster. I couldn't sit and wait. I abruptly pulled the door open. It was just about to bring down a fist, hit empty, and staggered. Seizing the chance, I chopped my axe at its head. Oh! It wailed, and actually reached up to grip the axe blade, forcibly pulling the axe out. I was horrified, wrenching the axe back with all my strength, then swinging a horizontal chop. It grabbed the axe. Its strength was absurdly great. Before I could react, its other fist slammed into my belly, blasting me flying. Cough, cough. I slumped on the ground, coughing violently, suspecting all my organs had shifted position. Oh, it staggered toward me again. I snatched up the spear and viciously ran it through its chest. The spear tip burst out the other side. But this fatal blow was, to it, like scratching an itch through a boot. It kept slowly advancing, as if it weren't the one pierced. Chopping the head didn't work. Piercing the chest didn't work. How on earth did you kill this thing? Aghast, I let go and retreated, and my hand touched the hook claw I'd prepared in advance. My heart instantly settled. To others, the hook claw was just a tool for hooking crates. To me, paired with never miss, it was the sharpest weapon. It was very close to me, and moving very slowly. I grabbed the hook claw and hurled it. The iron hook steadily buried itself in its body, and it didn't even react to dodge. I rolled on the spot, flipped past its side, grabbed the iron axe off the ground on the way, and ran straight out of the cabin. The rope extended the whole way, and it noticed nothing. I rushed into the storage hold and took cover. Retract. Before the word left my mouth, the rope reeled back at high speed. Dragged by the contracting force, the drowned one flew helplessly toward the storage hold. Bang! It was jammed fast in the entrance, unable to get in or out. A perfect chance. My eyes lit up. I hefted the axe and brought it down on it. It let out a shrill wail, stuck in the opening, unable to move. The drowned one still broke free. My strength was, after all, a bit weak. I couldn't hold it. But before it broke free, I'd already chopped it into a bloody mess and severed one of its legs. Wounds like that would have left a living person gravely injured on the ground long ago. But it was dead, with no sense of pain. Severed leg or split belly, it felt nothing at all. It still wanted to kill me. I retreated to the rest cabin, grabbed the spear, and returned to the deck. The cabin was too narrow, no room to maneuver. After several exchanges, I'd figured it out. Hard to kill and painless were its strengths, slow and dull were its weaknesses. Kited were it to death. It staggered at me, down to one leg, slower by more than a notch. I sneered, thrusting the spear out a step ahead, straight for its head. For most creatures, the head was the fatal point. Its reaction was too slow. The spear tip ran clean through, bursting out of its skull. Oh, it screamed, hands clawing wildly in the air, wanting to attack me and to break free. But in life it had been just an ordinary person. How could its arms reach 2 meters? The spear was 2 meters long. It couldn't reach me. Seizing the moment, I pushed the spear forward, pinning its head fast on the spear, and hefted the iron axe. Horizontal chop. Fully absorbed and struggling, it didn't notice the axe coming. The fine-quality axe blade, sharp and unobstructed, took its head off in one stroke. The head rolled a few turns across the deck, still moaning something, and soon went still. The headless body, propped up by the spear, stood upright and unfalling, yet devoid of all life. Obtained, water spirit pearl. The corpse vanished, leaving behind in its place a bronze treasure crate. Phew! I dropped the axe and spear and plopped down, gasping, sucking in air. Finally killed it. This thing wasn't fast, but was truly troublesome. Had I not had a full complement of weapons, tonight it might have been me who fell. Why was it that others met common quality, while I got either fine or superior? My heart was heavy, but the moment I saw the drop, most of the heaviness lifted. Water spirit pearl treasure find. The pearl's bearer can breathe underwater like a fish. A short description, but a stunning effect. People couldn't last long in the sea only because they couldn't breathe. With this, I could dwell underwater for extended periods, provided I wasn't spotted by sea fish and deep-sea horrors. Good stuff. I opened the bronze crate. Obtained, wood ×3, electronic components ×2, alloy ×1, telescope ×1, boxed meal ×2. Wood, components, alloy, boxed meals needed no close look. What I was curious about was the telescope. Telescope nautical tool find. Observe distant places. Anticipate the enemy first. I raised it for a look. The lens was pitch black, so I set it down. The sea was wide open. Whoever saw farther first held the initiative. This thing would come in handy sooner or later. From what I gathered from others, deep-sea horrors either don't come or come only once. Tonight, there wouldn't be a second one. I returned to the cabin and dropped straight into sleep. And at this moment, Many people were still locked in struggle with deep-sea horrors or waiting on edge. Only a tiny few like me, who had already finished things off, could close their eyes in peace. When my eyes opened again, it was already morning. After the drowned one, sure enough, there was no second one. Once the top right corner had dropped by over 1,000 more. Heavens, it's finally light. Haha, I slaughtered one last night, dropped a bronze crate. Envy. I couldn't even kill mine, barely managed to drive it into the sea, thanking heaven just to keep my life. Where's the guy who said yesterday there were no deep-sea horrors? Why's he gone quiet? Could it be he's dead? I gnawed down 2 steamed buns, drank half a bottle of water, and went on deck for some air. How is it even hotter than yesterday? Sailing log new calendar 1.3 C of serenity temperature 25 to 36 degrees Celsius clear wind force 2 to 3. For several days running, the temperature had climbed steadily. The sea was already stuffy and hot, and now it was even harder to bear. Flipping back a page, the events column read, "In the dead of night, you encountered a drowned one of the pitiful souls who died in the ocean, their resentment unresolved. They attack all living people, for no reason but envy. With courage and wit, you slew it." As I was reading, a crate drifted in. I closed the log and grabbed the hook claw. Obtained. Wood times 2, stone times 1, cooling mat times 1. I had a cooling mat now. No more sleeping on the hard plank bed. Life seemed to be getting a little better, bit by bit. With the cooling mat laid out, I took the telescope back to the deck. The fine-quality telescope saw farther and clearer. I didn't find a crate, but it let me spot a island. I froze, then hurried to adjust the focus. Ahead and to the left, without a doubt, an island. I immediately turned the wheel and steered toward it. I wasn't the first to discover an island. Someone had landed on one the very day the newbie period ended. Small in area, limited in resources, only scattered trees and wild fruit. But every island was different. Mine, I'd only know once I got close. A level 3 boat at 20 knots reached the island's outskirts in about 10 odd minutes. A forest. My face lit up with joy. With trees came wood, the lifeblood of upgrading the boat. In the telescope, there were also several coconut trees hung heavy with fruit. I didn't dare get too close. The level 3 boat was too big, and I feared running aground. I stopped the boat and swam toward the shore. I could swim to begin with, and with the water spirit pearl, I took to water like a fish. I didn't go empty-handed. Iron axe for chopping wood, hook claw for self-defense, storage box for holding goods. I stowed the axe and hook in the box and carried the box ashore. To be cautious, I set the box down, took out the hook claw and iron axe, tied the rope end at my waist, and with a hook in one hand and axe in the other, slowly advanced. I reached the forest's edge safely, without incident. Leaf tree common. A common island tree, no special use. After confirming again that there was no danger around, I gripped the axe with both hands and chopped hard at the leaf tree. The fine-quality blade cut a deep gash with each stroke, and 6 strokes felled one tree. Obtained. Wood times 3. 6 strokes a tree, 3 portions of wood, far faster than hooking crates. I chopped down one after another. Rustle, rustle. I stopped at once. A dozen odd meters away, a wild rabbit was staring at me. My eyes lit up, and the hook claw flew from my hand. The rabbit startled and bolted. For anyone else, given this complex terrain, it would surely have slipped away. But it happened to run into me, the me who never missed. Whip. The iron hook hooked it precisely, and the rabbit toppled with a cry. Retract. The rope snapped back, and before it could react, it had fallen into my hands. Axe up, axe down. Obtained. Wild rabbit, meat times 5. That's it. No crate. Stingy. I muttered, and continued chopping. Still, the rabbit reminded me, there was living prey on the island. Small ones gave meat, big ones gave death. I chopped while keeping wary watch all around. Fortunately, aside from adding 3 more wild rabbits to my axe's tally, there was nothing amiss. Just as I was about to chop again, I glimpsed something in the tree before me. A bird's nest, a dozen odd meters off the ground. I set down the axe, swung the hook claw, and precisely hooked the trunk above. Retract. This time, the rope didn't reel toward me, but toward the iron hook, and the next second, my feet left the ground and I soared into the air. The wishful retractable rope's brilliance lay in the word wishful. Reel toward my hand, or reel toward the iron hook, entirely as I willed it. The seller probably hadn't figured this out, or he'd never have parted with it. I grabbed the trunk, stepped onto a branch, swung the hook again, reeled again, and so on, quickly climbing up beside the nest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A chick in the nest tilted its head up and cried wildly at me. I was a little disappointed. I'd hoped for some bird eggs, but it was only a chick, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. But when I saw its information clearly, Bannertail pheasant seabird superior, a rare deep-sea bird, adults reaching 2 meters, with sharp beak and talons, one of the sea's fierce raptors. This chick has just hatched. If raised with care, it may become your pet. Superior quality? A pet. My eyes went wide. This unremarkable, even somewhat ugly little thing was actually superior grade and could be raised as a pet. What was there to hesitate about? I took the whole nest, slid down the trunk, and without a care for chopping wood, swam back to the boat, settling the nest into the rest cabin. From now on, I'll call you Little Banner. I rubbed the down on the top of its head. Surviving at sea was both perilous and stifling. With it as company, I finally had something to look forward to. Once Little Banner was settled, I returned to the island. I checked every tree and found no second nest, so I gave up. In over an hour, I'd chopped down everything except the coconut trees, for a total of 210 portions of wood. Chopping trees was hard labor. I chopped a while and rested a while. My strength and constitution were still a bit lacking. When I got back, I'd have to eat more stat-boosting meat. Rested enough, I looked at the 8 coconut trees, each about 20 meters tall, each hung with over 20 coconuts. Your turn again. I climbed up the way I had for the nest, 1 axe stroke per coconut, chopping them all down. 8 trees, 180 in all, quite a haul. These coconut trees, can they be chopped into wood too? Better to act than to wonder. I swung the axe. Obtained, wood times 5. It really works. And more at that. Delighted, I didn't even pause to rest, felling all 7 coconut trees, adding another 40 portions of wood. With the wood stowed, I continued exploring the island. I'd only covered a small corner. Elsewhere there were no tall trees, only grass and shrubs. Soon, another discovery. Red source fruit, wild fruit common. An island wild fruit, edible, full of juice, and can also be brewed into wine. Bright red all over, the size of a small tomato. I plucked one to taste, juicy and delicious. This cluster had over 50. I took them all, then found a few more clusters ahead, not leaving a single one. Having roamed most of the island, I came to the reef shore on the other side, and to my delight, discovered a patch of seafood. Crabs. I'd only been taking a casual look, and actually struck gold. Crabs, shrimp, sea fish, plus oysters, mussels, abalone. Rich in variety, staggering in quantity. The tide had gone out. These were all washed in by the waves and stranded among the reefs. Before being transported, I'd never gone beachcombing, but I'd watched videos of it, so I wasn't unfamiliar with this scene. Once I'd cleaned them up, it was another seafood feast, a full twice as much as last time. This island really is a treasure trove. If only I could settle here. But it was only a passing thought. I couldn't stay long. The black fog was always chasing behind. My boat was fast, so pausing occasionally along the way was fine. But the moment I grew greedy for this island, it'd be courting death. Having explored the whole island, I carried the box back to the boat. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Chopping trees, exploring, gathering seafood, all took time. Luckily, the level 3 boat was fast enough that even losing most of a day, I needn't fear the black fog catching up. I used 2 portions of wood to make a lounge chair, lay down comfortably, and took stock of the day. Wild rabbit times 4. Wood times 250. Superior grade seabird times 1. Coconut times 180. Red source fruit times 235. Various seafood, enough for 2 seafood feasts. A full harvest. Next time I run into an island, I definitely won't miss it. Right, Little Banner. I returned to the cabin, held it in my palm, and brought it out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hungry. I tapped its little head and broke off half a red source fruit to offer it. It bowed its head and pecked, swallowing in 2 or 3 bites, then grabbed for the other half. Slow down, no one's fighting you for it. 3 fruits in a row, and it was finally full, nestling into my palm to sleep. I put it back in the nest. A superior grade pet naturally had to be raised with care. Back on the deck, another crate drifted in on the sea, a bronze treasure crate, which I hadn't hauled from the sea in a long while. Obtained. Raging Wave Crossbow Blueprint, plastic times 1, seasoning times 1. 3 items, small in quantity, but not low in value. and there was actually a blueprint among them. Bronze crates had a low chance of dropping blueprints. This was an unexpected delight. Better still, it was exactly the ranged weapon I most lacked right now. Raging Wave Crossbow Blueprint requires 1 wood, 1 rope, 1 metal sheet. The materials were neither many nor rare. I learned it at once and made one. Raging Wave Crossbow Weapon Common. Effective range 10 meters, sharply reduced power beyond range for self-defense. Common quality, no surprise. But where are the bolts? Without bolts, what's the use of this thing? I was thoroughly speechless. I thought I finally had a sense of security in hand, only for it to be empty joy. The trade market. After the newbie period, the market had gained a search function. One search, and there really was a crossbow bolt blueprint. Only, this seller hadn't listed a price, writing DM. Just as I was about to send a message, I glimpsed the other party's name and froze. Yin Feifei. Before being transported, I was just an ordinary corporate drudge, and my supervisor was named Yin Feifei. Same name. Was it the same person? After the transportation, everyone was randomly assigned. Even couples who shared a bed might not end up in the same place. But one thing was certain. Right now, this whole region was Chinese people. Same region, same nationality, no foreigners. Development varied in speed. The fast ones had high-speed boats and would sooner or later leave their regional peers behind. Later, the regions would probably be reshuffled. This was just my guess. Casting aside stray thoughts, I contacted this Yin Feifei. Whether or not she was my old supervisor, I was buying this blueprint. Hello, how are you selling the crossbow bolt blueprint? The other party didn't quote a price, instead asking, are you Suning? Yes. Everyone in the channel showed their real names, so there was no fooling anyone. Before the transportation at Lian Company? Lian. That was exactly the company where I used to work. Add to that this name. I was already 80 or 90% sure. She was my old supervisor. Is it you, Manager Yin? I'm Yin Feifei. There are no managers here. Her tone paused slightly, but she didn't deny it. That's right. It was her, my former supervisor. Before the transportation, the company, supervisors, ranks, all had become illusions. What remained was only the endless sea, the boat beneath my feet, and the killing intent lurking in the dark. I never expected you'd be in this region too. I was actually a bit excited. Not that I had any particular notions. It was just that in this strange, perilous world, running into an acquaintance could ease a good deal of the pent-up gloom in my heart. Yeah, I saw you selling water before and thought it was just a coincidence of names, didn't dare assume. Her voice rose a little too. You reaching out first is what made me have to ask. Before the transportation, she came from a privileged background, a department manager at a young age, tall and striking besides, the goddess in many hearts. I was just an ordinary employee, my only intersection with her being work. People of two different worlds. But now, that chasm was gone. How do you plan to sell the bolts? Happy as I was, I hadn't forgotten the real business. In this world, surviving always came first. Barter, she said, recovering the shrewdness of a career woman. Since you're buying the bolt blueprint, you must have a crossbow? I want one. And later, when you make bolts, sell me some too. I understood. Her not pricing, it was precisely to trade for a crossbow. Women were at a disadvantage in strength, and a crossbow didn't demand strength or skill, making it the best self-defense weapon for women. Sure, I barely hesitated. A crossbow for a blueprint. I came out ahead. Any blueprint was worth a fair amount. I made a crossbow, and the deal closed. Obtained. Crossbow bolt blueprint. I learned the blueprint and made bolts. 1 portion of wood plus 3 of metal yielded 10 crossbow bolts. I made 10 first. How are you selling the bolts? She quickly asked. 5 bolts for 2 portions of metal. You sure? That's practically cost price, isn't it? She'd clearly seen the blueprint. Consider it thanks for selling me the blueprint. I didn't deny it. I wasn't a saint, but there was no need to squeeze this little bit of money out of an acquaintance. Then thanks. Let's add each other and stay in touch. Sure. I gave all 10 bolts to her, got 4 portions of metal sheets, and made another 10 as backup. Looking at the 3 characters, Yin Feifei, in my friend's list, I felt momentarily dazed. My colleagues and I used to gossip about her behind her back, but back then she was unreachable, and I knew it well. Now the gap was gone, my strength even above hers. Maybe. What am I thinking? Single too long and getting worked up? I shook my head. This was survival at sea. It wasn't yet time to think of such things. Night fell. The channel as noisy as ever. The topics inescapably too: deep sea horrors and alliances. Wild Sky Alliance recruiting, interested parties DM. Don't go. Once you're in, you have to hand over 5 portions of wood and rope every day. Alliance leader Zhao Tian is a swindler. What's wrong with charging a fee? I have to grow strong first before I can secure benefits for members. You lackey. Quite a few alliances had already sprung up in our region. The biggest benefit of joining was resource complementarity. Blueprints were scarce and expensive on the market, but within an alliance, those with crossbows and those with bolts hit it off instantly. But right now the alliances were a mixed bag, some to serve the many, some only to exploit others. I'd meant to join one, but now my interest had cooled. My supplies were self-sufficient, my survival secure. Why should I be beholden to others? While feeding Little Banner, the moment the little thing saw Sea Tiger Hawk meat, it bounced around wildly, shrieking nonstop. I tore off a small piece and handed it over. It swallowed in one gulp, eyes still fixed intently on the meat. You're picky, aren't you? I fed it with a smile. Those few pieces of meat wouldn't get me to a 5th attribute point anyway, so feeding it was more worthwhile. If anyone else had seen this scene, they'd probably be mad with envy. So many people still worried over 3 meals a day, while I fed stat-boosting treasures to a pet. After 4 pieces in a row, it settled down, returning to the nest to lie down and sleep. But I didn't dare sleep. No deep-sea horror had come yet. Before long, there was a sound on the deck. Through the crack in the door, a pufferfish-like creature was walking upright toward the entrance, thrusting out a balloon-like belly, 2 50-centimeter stubby legs beneath it, and it even had arms. Only the ends of its limbs weren't hands and feet, but webbing. Meteor puffer beast fine, venomous within. A small bite is instantly fatal. Want to eat its meat? Prepare your own coffin first. Fine quality again. Everyone else met common ones. I got either superior or fine, and couldn't run into a single common one. Was I being targeted? If there were a complaint channel, I'd definitely file a complaint against this game. It swayed side to side as it closed in, and its round belly suddenly split open, a water jet blasting out. Bang! The wooden door shook violently, not as if hit by water, but as if struck by a cannon shell, as though it would shatter the next second. This door wouldn't hold up under many of those. While it was charging up, I abruptly pulled the door open and raised the Raging Wave crossbow I'd prepared in advance. The bolt split the air. It was 5 meters from the door, within range. The bolt arrived, piercing its body. What flowed from the wound wasn't blood, but water. Was its body all water? Then came an even eerier scene. It pulled in its legs, retracted into its round belly, its belly hitting the ground, and shot toward me like a rubber ball. Bang! I, having just reached the door, took it head-on, the immense force blasting me back into the cabin, leaving me battered and seeing stars. Before I could rise, it shot at me like a cannonball again. On pure instinct, I scrambled and rolled, barely dodging. While it turned around, I reloaded and fired another bolt. Another gush of water, no other effect. The crossbow was labor-saving and easy to use, but its flaw was fatal, slow to reload, one shot at a time. I could only load a bolt in the gaps between its attacks. It seemed to feel no pain, shooting at me again. This time I was half a beat slow, hit dead on, slammed into the wall, every bone feeling like it had come apart. It still wouldn't let me go. Enduring the searing pain, I scrambled up and sidestepped the instant it launched. I couldn't keep dodging. I rushed for the hook claw. That was my greatest trump card. Just as I grabbed the hook claw, an immense force struck from behind, and I hit the wall, my nose in searing pain, blood pouring. It was it. I flipped over to see it already charged and ready, and immediately flung the hook claw, hurried by the searing pain. This throw was absurdly off. But I wasn't flustered. I had never missed. The iron hook self-corrected in midair, lunging straight for the meteor puffer. At that very moment, it also shot forward. Retract. The retractable rope suddenly contracted, and the meteor puffer, which had closed to within half a meter of me, was violently dragged backward, slamming hard into the wheel. I'd tied the rope into the wheel at nightfall, but hearing that loud crash, my heart sank. Don't let it wreck the wheel. Next time I definitely couldn't tie it to the wheel again. Hooked, it still bounced frantically, but each time it only shot 5 meters before being dragged back. Water kept seeping from the hook wound. The harder it struggled, the faster the water flowed, like a faucet opened on its belly. Its round body visibly deflated, like a balloon with the air let out. I crawled up, retreated to 6 or 7 meters away, and raised the crossbow to aim. Come on, aren't you great at bouncing? Come again. The bolt hit again, adding another faucet. It became my living target. I even deliberately backed up a few meters, practicing my marksmanship, until all 10 bolts were spent. It had deflated more than halfway, its stubby legs re-emerging, unable to bounce anymore, listless and dying. I took up the spear and cautiously closed in. Its feet twitched, but in the end it couldn't launch. I thrust the spear out. Thwip, like stabbing a water ball, no resistance at all, and when I pulled the spear out, seawater gushed madly from the hole. The deflated thing utterly ran out of air, the water flow gradually reducing to drips. Just as I hesitated whether to finish it off, it vanished, leaving only a few pieces of meat, 2 handfuls of blood, and a bronze treasure crate. Obtained, meteor puffer meat times 5, meteor puffer blood times 2. Finally dead. I threw the spear and slumped down. During the fight, I'd had no attention to spare for pain. Now that the dust had settled, the pain surged in like a mountain avalanche. I wiped at my nose. My hand came away covered in blood. I lay there a long while, and only when some strength returned did I pick up the spoils. Meteor puffer meat fine, delicious flesh, especially good eaten raw, but contains deadly toxin. Before enjoying, please prepare to die. Poisonous meat? My face filled with disdain. I'd taken this beating, only to get in exchange something that would send me to heaven if I ate it. Meteor puffer blood fine, contains deadly toxin, can be refined into poison, sealing the throat on contact with blood. Please use with caution. The blood was poisonous, no surprise. But it was useful, refining potions, making hidden weapons. The phrase sealing the throat on contact with blood was no joke. Stowing the blood, I opened the bronze crate. Obtained, alloy times 3, electronic components times 2, hot pot base times 1, lamp times 1, deep sea coins times 10. No blueprint, a slight disappointment. Whether a bronze crate dropped a blueprint was all luck, this time was average. But the fridge materials were nearly gathered. Refrigerator blueprint requires 30 metal sheets, 20 plastic, 10 electronic components, 3 alloy. The hardest to get electronic components and alloy I now had complete. I only lacked metal sheets and plastic. I glanced at my stockpiled fresh water and immediately posted listings. 500 milliliters fresh water left right arrow, 8 metal sheets times 4. 500 milliliters fresh water left right arrow, 10 plastic times 2. In under a minute, all sold out. Fresh water was still hard currency. With metal sheets and plastic complete, I immediately made the fridge. The materials vanished, a half-hour wait. I scrolled the channel while waiting. The messages were almost all centered on deep-sea horrors. By now everyone had met one, mostly common quality, but the vast majority had only spears and stone axes casually made at the crafting table and struggled even against common horrors. So 2 things skyrocketed in price: weapons and medicine. Only good weapons could kill horrors. Kill them, and you got drops and treasure crates. Merely driving them into the sea got you nothing. As for medicine, needless to say, just look at my battered body to know. Fighting horrors inevitably meant injury, and grave wounds without medicine, at best worsened, at worst cost your life. Half an hour later, the fridge was done. Refrigerator appliance common. Preserves food, prevents spoilage. I placed it in the rest cabin. Inside it was divided into fresh keeping and freezer sections, not much different from the ones of old. With it, the generator could finally do work. I went to the storage hold, powered it on, and connected the electricity. The generator was officially running. I stuffed all the meat into the freezer. Though it lost some flavor, it kept longer. After the generator started, a countdown popped up on top: 48 hours. This should be how long 1 unit of gasoline could last powering only the fridge. Neither long nor short. I haggled with the seller again and bought 20 units of gasoline for 15 portions of wood, so I needn't worry about running out of power in the short term. Then, using 3 portions of white sugar, 750 milliliters of fresh water, and 3 portions of plastic, I made 3 bottles of cola. White sugar was down to just this much, so I could only make 3. The pleasant surprise was that the finished product wasn't 250 milliliters, but 500 milliliters. I didn't drink it, nor list it directly, but chilled it. Only after chilling and then selling could I squeeze out its greatest value. My 3 bottles of iced cola were proof enough. Done with the busy work, I could finally sleep. Before sleeping, I glanced at the friends list. Both avatars were lit. Zhao Bing and Yin Feifei were both still alive. When my eyes opened again, it was morning. Sailing log new calendar 1.4 C of serenity temperature 26 to 37 degrees Celsius clear wind force 2 to 3. Higher again. Before I even went out, the stuffy heat rushed at me. The temperature on this sea grew hotter by the day. On deck, even the sea wind carried heat. And this was only morning. What about noon? I even thought that standing on the deck baking under the noon sun, a person could get heat stroke. After breakfast, I hooked up the day's first crate, wooden again. Obtained, wood times 1, rope times 2, sun umbrella times 1. A sun umbrella. With it, I needn't bake in the sun anymore, nor hide in the cabin and miss the crates drifting by. I set up the umbrella on the deck and brought little Banner over to feed it. You're growing pretty fast. In just one day, it had doubled in size, much of the down on its wings shed. In my old world, this would have been impossible, but here, everything seemed to make sense. Bigger in size, its appetite had grown too. 8 pieces of roasted meat before it stopped, then it nestled at my side and slept. You shouldn't be a bird. You should be a pig. Eat your fill and sleep, sleep your fill and eat. As I carried it back to the nest, I glimpsed the planting box in the corner. The cabbage was ripe. Cabbage vegetable fine, richly nutritious. Vegetables are precious at sea. Remember to eat plenty. Common seeds, yet they grew fine quality? It was the doing of that portion of fertile black soil, lifting the cabbage from common to fine. A pity I only had one portion of black soil. Yesterday on the island, I'd actually forgotten to bring back some soil. Ordinary soil could grow vegetables too. Having some was better than none. Now the island was far behind. I could only wait for the next one. And besides, I had only one planting box. Per the description, cabbage should take 10 days to grow, and today was only day 6. The planting box and black soil had greatly shortened the cycle. I pulled out 10 heads, each 20 pounds, 200 pounds in all. Vegetables were indispensable at sea. Go long without greens, and scurvy and gout would come knocking. This wasn't a game. We were truly, genuinely living at sea. With cabbage, I can make cabbage braised with meat. If anyone else heard this, they'd probably go mad with envy. So many people still struggling on the subsistence line, while I ate meat to the point of being sick of it. I replanted a portion of cabbage seeds, then opened the fridge. The cola was chilled through, and one touch sent a coolness shooting from my palm through my whole body. I really want to drink it. I licked my lips, but held back all the same. In any survival, the early accumulation mattered most. Right now was precisely the time for me to widen my lead. It wasn't yet my place to enjoy. I closed the fridge and posted in the channel, listing 3 bottles of iced cola, blueprints only, no crafting table, don't bother. It's Su Ning again. Where does he get iced cola? Does he have a fridge? Who can use appliances right now? I'm still lighting candles at night. I don't even have candles. 1 bottle of cola for 1 blueprint? Profiteer. Wishful thinking. Selling fresh water, selling cola, had long made me famous in this region. As of this moment, in the whole sea, I was the only one who'd ever sold iced cola. DMs came flooding in like a tide. Even though I'd said no blueprints, don't bother. I deleted those begging, envying, even asking to share a warm bed, and kept only those willing to trade blueprints. There were actually 4 people willing to trade blueprints for cola. I'd thought no one would make such a losing deal. A blueprint was usable forever. Cola was gone once drunk. Even I wouldn't do it. But in a short while, 4 trade requests arrived. Reading the contents, I understood. Streetlight blueprint, metal sheet times 1, wood times 4, electronic component times 1. Toilet paper blueprint, wood times 2. Fragrant wood bed blueprint, fine grade or above, wood times 10. Headlamp blueprint, plastic times 1, metal sheet times 1, electronic component times 1. Summed up in 2 words, deadweight. A streetlight? At night, apart from fighting deep-sea horrors for your life, you slept. What use was it? And it required a scarce electronic component besides. Toilet paper? People relieved themselves in the sea. Who cared about that when food and warmth weren't even secured? A fragrant wood bed? The crafting table could make a bed. It was just for sleeping. Why waste 10 portions of fine-grade wood? And fine-grade wood, no one had even seen yet. A headlamp? Going out at night to haul crates would make me drowsy by day and run into deep-sea horrors. Not worth it. But I didn't hesitate. Trade. Even deadweight blueprints. I didn't want to let any blueprint slip. Worst case, I'd put it in the crafting table and sleep on it. Besides, to me, they weren't necessarily truly dead weight. I had only 3 bottles of cola, so I hurried to the market to collect white sugar, found 5 portions, and took them all for 2 portions of wood. This price was a loss for others. Wood was the lifeblood of upgrading. White sugar was dispensable. But to me, white sugar had great use. I immediately made 5 bottles of cola and chilled them. 3 bottles of iced cola traded for toilet paper, streetlight, and headlamp. The fragrant wood bed had no cola to trade for, but I didn't want to let it go, so I contacted the seller. I'm reserving this bed. Wait 3 hours for me. You sold all 3 bottles. What makes you so sure there'll be iced cola in 3 hours? The other party grew suspicious. I have my own means. Just wait. That bed, let alone 3 hours, would go untouched for 3 days, which was exactly why I'd left it for last. All right. The other party readily agreed, then added, you have a fridge, right? And you'd need a generator too. A fridge without power is useless. I paused, then smiled. Correct. You really have a fridge? This seller, named Wu Hao, was astonished. His earlier remark had just been a guess. I was certain there'd be iced cola in 3 hours, and if it were merely obtained from crates, I'd never be so confident. At this stage, so many people had food for one meal, but not the next. While I was using appliances, the generation gap was too large. We were transported at the same time. Why was I so far ahead? He couldn't figure it out. I didn't deny it, and there was no need to. Boss, please, let me cling to your thigh. I'm no boss, just a bit faster than you. A bit? This is 100 million bits. Wu Hao said, my food stores only last 2 days. If I get no haul, I might starve to death. This is what surviving means. Yours is a vacation. It's not that exaggerated. It's exactly that exaggerated. Boss, you don't understand us mortals' world. Some women, for a bite of food or a bottle of water, are willing to sell their bodies. Men don't even have that option, only to swallow their pride and beg others. And even that might not work. A few of my friends, only a week since being transported, have all lost 10-odd pounds, purely from hunger. His words refreshed my understanding. I'd always thought I was only a bit ahead of others. Turns out I was already leagues ahead. In the heat, I had ice water and fresh vegetables, and could lie idle 3 or 4 days without going hungry. While most people were genuinely, truly struggling to survive, one stroke of bad luck away from falling below the kill line. It was like we were people of 2 different worlds. You said selling bodies, but can't people not see each other? Video, of course. You can video call once you add each other as friends. You didn't know? There's that function. I paused, examining the chat window closely, and sure enough, there was a camera icon. Boss, you really are busy. I smiled without explaining. Ending the conversation, I casually flung the hook into the sea. Chatting hadn't kept me from watching the surface. Obtained. Wood times 2, rope times 1, stone times 1. Another wooden crate. I curled my lip and returned to the lounge chair. Under the sun umbrella, though the heat wave remained, it was far more comfortable. Su Ning, I've got a blueprint here. Do you want it? It was actually Yin Feifei reaching out first. I do. Don't you want to see what it is first? No need. As long as it's a blueprint, I'll take it. Better take a look, though. She sent one over. Beast Pin Blueprint. Can raise wild beasts. Requires fine grade or above, wood times 20. A beast pen. My eyes lit up. With it, I could raise beasts on the boat. No use for it now, but very likely useful later. Great, I'll take it. Do you want cola too? No. I need food. I won't hide it from you. I'm about to run out of provisions. She seemed a little embarrassed. Before the transportation, she was my unreachable supervisor. Now, so awkward before a former subordinate. That goddess proud in everyone's eyes, that career powerhouse, had fallen to such a state. My heart stirred with a sigh. Wu Hao's words weren't the slightest bit exaggerated after all. Sure, how much do you want? I don't know how much this blueprint is worth. You decide. I pondered briefly. 1 head of cabbage, about 20 pounds, 2 portions of roasted fish, 10 portions of wild rabbit meat, plus 30 wild fruits. That much. She was both surprised and delighted. Your blueprint is worth this price. The beast pin wasn't low in value. Being able to raise beasts meant one more food source, the same principle as growing cabbage. But right now, few people could afford to raise beasts. When you couldn't even feed yourself, where would you get spare food to feed it? For most, the beast pen was dead weight too. Not so for me. I wasn't short on food, and given a chance to raise beasts, I'd never miss it. Offering Yin Feifei this price was also partly out of old sentiment. Before the transportation, we'd had little intersection, but now, she was the person closest to me in this world. In the boundless sea, loneliness was like a virus, devouring the heart bit by bit. Having an acquaintance, even to chat a couple of lines occasionally, could offer some comfort. As long as it didn't harm me, I didn't mind lending her a hand. She was silent a moment before typing. Thank you. She wasn't stupid. She could naturally see my goodwill. The proud her of the past would never have accepted anyone's charity. But now, the harsh reality's difficulties left her no way to refuse, and she could only keep it in mind to repay later. Why thank me? I still have to thank you for giving me a blueprint. The deal closed. I got the blueprint. She got the food she most needed. To her, the beast pin was dead weight. When she could barely feed herself, where would she get spare food to feed a beast? A woman meeting a wild beast. Her first reaction was to flee, not to catch it. Better to trade it for food than to clutch it in hand. I learned the beast pen blueprint. Only, with no fine-grade wood for now, I couldn't build it. Once the cola was chilled through, I closed the deal with Wu Hao and got the fragrant wood bed. Boss, you could try selling iced mineral water, he suggested after the trade. Mineral water's better than cola. And though iced isn't worth as much as iced cola, this weather's getting hotter and hotter. Who can refuse a mouthful of ice water? My eyes lit up. Doable. I had a desalinator and wasn't short on fresh water. But cola was limited by white sugar, its output couldn't rise, and an empty fridge was a waste. Thanks for the suggestion. Without plastic bottles, it wouldn't work. The crafting table could make them. One portion of plastic yielded 3 500 milliliters bottles. I made 15, filled them with water, and chilled them. The remaining 4 bottles of cola I kept aside for now, blueprints only, and if I couldn't trade them, I'd wait. The fridge had plenty of space. Back on deck, I cooked myself a pot of sea tiger hawk meat braised with cabbage. The meat was superb to begin with, and after smoking it had a distinctive flavor, paired with cabbage and seasoning. Superb. Aside from that seafood feast, this was the most delicious meal since I'd been transported. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Banner had somehow crept to my feet. Little glutton, your nose is sharp. Don't worry, I won't forget you. I shared some meat and vegetables with it, and it ate them clean. Others could barely secure food and warmth, while I fed fine-grade meat and vegetables to a bird. I didn't care. Before I ran into other players, Little Banner was my only companion in this world. I rather wanted to see, already superior grade, what it could grow into eating fine-grade food. After the meal, I lay back in the chair, holding the telescope to survey all around, occasionally flipping through the channel. After chatting with Wu Hao, I only then realized with a start how impoverished my information was. The channel was mostly nonsense, but it also hid important news, like this one. Brothers, guess where I am? Where else? On your own boat. I'm on a boat, but not my own boat. I'm on a F******ing pirate ship. Holy crap, you got robbed. There really are pirates? What do they look like? Are they fierce? Are there many of them? Pirates? I raised an eyebrow slightly. After the newbie period, players could indeed run into pirates, like merchants, with no fixed abode, all down to luck. And now, someone had actually fallen prey. A photo appeared in the channel. Several bare-chested Western men lounged lazily on the deck drinking, and not far off, a black skull flag fluttered in the wind. The one who'd posted the photo was exactly the person who'd just said he was on a pirate ship. Damn, real pirates? Strange, why didn't they kill you? When I woke up in the morning, a boat pulled alongside. A gang of pirates forcibly boarded, cleaned out all my stuff, and abducted me onto the pirate ship. I'm guessing they were short on manual labor, which is why they didn't kill me. Otherwise, I'd be dead already. So we can't even sleep in peace anymore? Deep-sea horrors aren't over yet, and now pirates too. Can't they let people live? I grew wary. Pirates, like merchants, had no fixed abode, all down to luck, but judging by the pattern of the deep-sea horrors, most people would run into them sooner or later. The abducted player cried for help in the channel, but everyone was powerless to assist. Never mind not knowing where he was. Even if they did, who now could beat pirates? A pirate ship held more than one person, while a player was alone on a single boat, at a disadvantage in weapons, numbers, and physique. What's more, taking a step back, he'd already lost his boat. Even if rescued, he could only be a crewman, obeying the boat owner's orders. How was that any different from being on the pirate ship? Even worse, perhaps. On the pirate ship, in a crisis he could still fight to the death. On a player's boat, the owner held absolute authority, and crew couldn't resist. This world had no law. People unbound by law weren't necessarily kinder than pirates. Someone brought up the merchants, and quite a few people had actually encountered them. It seemed there was more than one merchant, too. The merchants have all sorts of blueprints, high-grade materials, special goods, and most importantly, they sell slaves. Slaves? Male or female? Both, and half-bloods too. The beauty on the ship I met was gorgeous, like a celestial fairy. Expensive. Drop the question mark. Extremely expensive. At least 1,000 deep sea coins each. The pretty ones, the ones with a skill, start at 5,000, and there are ones costing over 10,000. And supposedly in extreme cases, slaves will attack their masters, far more dangerous than player crew. Selling slaves? I was a bit surprised. Merchants were hard to meet. Selling good things I could understand, but even slaves. Perhaps the system feared we'd drift alone at sea, unable to bear the loneliness, and so left us this hope. At least, there was still a chance to buy a companion. I glanced at my deep sea coins, 262. I couldn't afford a slave, and the cheapest at 1,000 probably wouldn't be much use. Just as I was wondering when I might run into a merchant, through the telescope, another island. I abruptly stood up from the chair. An island was a supply warehouse, far faster than opening crates, and with plenty of good things. I immediately turned the wheel, and 20 minutes later reached the outskirts, stopped the boat, and swam over. This island was larger, its woods denser too. Jackpot. After a brief observation upon landing, I began chopping wood. Wood was the most conspicuous resource on this island. Obtained, wood times 4. For portions per tree, more than the last island. The trees were taller and thicker. A pity there were no coconut trees. No coconuts. Wood's fine too. I'm not picky. I chopped down tree after tree. Just as I was delighted, a muffled crack of branches and shrubs being snapped came through. I whipped my head around, pupils suddenly contracting. A black bear, 3 or 4 meters long. It was closing in on me, trees breaking and grass flattening in its wake. Black spirit bear, wild beast, fine. Carnivorous, massive in size, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Take one swipe from it, and you might end up in pieces here and there. I glanced at the spear on the ground. It probably couldn't pierce its hide. Fortunately, I still had the crossbow, hook claw, and iron axe. Cautious by nature, I brought all my weapons before landing. Roar. The black bear roared and lunged, the ground shaking. Massive as it wasn't clumsy, it was faster than me. Fleeing was a dead end. I raised the loaded Raging Wave crossbow, 1 bolt, a precise hit. But it was as if bitten by a mosquito, its steps not slowing. Alarmed, I flung the hook up a tree and swung up with the retractable rope. The black bear pursued to the base of the tree, its thick paw slapping the trunk again and again, the whole tree shaking violently. How was this blind bear so strong? I steadied myself, loaded again, fired again. The bolt lodged in its foreleg, still no wound. The phrase, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, I now understood it thoroughly. 9 bolts fired in a row, 9 bolts stuck in its body, looking just like barbs. Last one. I loaded the final bolt and aimed at its eye. That was its one unarmored weak point. Earlier it had kept lowering its head to slap the tree, and even when it looked up it swayed constantly. My marksmanship was mediocre and hard to land. This bolt, I aimed for a long while, releasing only when the moment was ripe. Whip. Hit. The bolt lodged right in its eye socket. Roar. This bolt utterly enraged it, and its tree slapping grew fiercer. Crack. The smile froze on my face, the sound of the trunk splitting. I hurriedly flung the hook claw and swung to the neighboring tree. Just as I steadied myself, the original tree crashed and broke into 2 halves. The lingering fear hadn't faded when the black bear pursued to the base of this tree and slapped fiercely. This tree wasn't much thicker. It breaking was only a matter of time. Staying was as good as waiting to die. I glanced at the distant boat, then at the bear beneath the tree, and an idea formed in my mind. I untied the rope at my waist, fastened it tightly to the trunk, grabbed the iron hook, and hurled it at the black bear below. Whip. Hook hit. I abruptly reeled in the rope while sliding rapidly down the trunk. The instant I landed, the black bear was violently hoisted into midair by the retractable rope's contraction. Haha, wait to die. I raised the spear and jabbed fiercely, but the spear tip couldn't pierce its hide. like stabbing stone. Crack. I looked up. The branch where the bear was hooked showed a crack, rapidly widening. Its strength was too much. I threw the spear and ran, dashing for the sea. The moment I entered the water, the branch, unable to bear the load, snapped. The black bear crashed to the ground, rolled, then climbed up and gave chase again. It quickly pursued to the shore. Thankfully, it feared water, only roaring wildly on the shore, no longer giving chase. I returned to the boat and faced the black bear across the sea, no more than 100 meters. I flipped it the middle finger, then picked up 5 pieces of meteor puffer meat and leapt into the sea again. I was going to kill my way back. The island's resources couldn't be given up, and moreover, my hook claw was still on it and had to be reclaimed. I dove underwater, using the water spirit pearl to skirt around the black bear, came ashore 100 meters away, and scattered the meteor puffer meat on the ground. This was my final killing move. I shouted at it, "Big dumb bear, I'm over here." Blood streaming from its eye socket. It recognized me and gave chase madly. I plunged headfirst into the sea. It ran to where I'd originally stood, roaring at the sea's surface, as if forcing me ashore for a one-on-one. I'd have to be an idiot to come ashore. Big dumb bear, bye-bye. I sank underwater. Losing its target, it gradually quieted. Then, it fixed its gaze on the meteor puffer meat on the shore. The black spirit bear couldn't live without meat. It picked up the pieces and swallowed without hesitation, chewed twice and gulped, and a look of contentment actually surfaced on its face. 1 piece, 2 pieces. The seawater was clear, and hidden underwater I could see plainly, but I was also anxious. Why no reaction yet? Wasn't the poison very strong? Could it be poison-resistant? This was my greatest reliance. If even meteor puffer meat couldn't poison it to death, reclaiming the hook claw would be as hard as ascending to heaven. It grabbed the 3rd piece and stuffed it into its mouth. The deliciousness made it forget the pain, forget me, only caring to enjoy. But just as it reached for the 4th piece, its body suddenly swayed, staggering side to side as if drunk. It's working. Quite human-like. It even pounded its head trying to sober up, but the toxin had already spread through its whole body. Splash. The massive body crashed thunderously into the shore, letting the waves wash over it, unable to rise again, leaving only muddled groans. I poked my head out. It still glared at me ferociously, but couldn't move. About to die, and still so fierce. I didn't dare approach, fearing it would counterattack before death, and only floated in the water from afar, until the system prompt sounded. Obtained. Black Spirit Bear Meat times 100, Black Spirit Bear Blood times 10, Black Spirit Bear Paw times 4, Black Spirit Bear Hide times 1. The Black Spirit Bear was dead. I swam toward the shore. The corpse had vanished, its legacy strewn across the ground, and beside it was another, a silver treasure crate. 100 portions of meat alone. A behemoth of 700 or 800 pounds. It made sense. Black Spirit Bear Meat fine, firm textured, needs long stewing. Every 10 portions eaten grants 1 point of base attribute. Stat boosting meat. The more the better. Now both Little Banner and I would eat it. Only the meat was tough, needing much stewing. Black Spirit Bear Blood fine, strongly fishy and full of bacteria. Don't drink it unless as a last resort. Drink it? I curled my lip in disdain. I wasn't short on water. I'd have to be out of my mind to drink it. But fine-grade blood could refine potions. My Yunshan white medicine needed fine-grade blood as a catalyst. Black Spirit Bear Paw Superior. Greatly nourishing. Each one eaten randomly grants 2 attribute points, restores all energy, and has wondrous healing effects. Eat at most 1 per day. Superior grade? My eyes went wide. A fine-grade black bear actually hid superior grade bear paws. 1 added 2 points, plus restored energy and healed wounds, far surpassing ordinary meat. 4 bear paws, each a full size larger than my palm. Black Spirit Bear Hide fine, soft and tough, excellent for making armor. Make armor? No use for now, keep it first. Fine-grade hide had to be a good thing. After a round of prayer, I opened the silver crate. Obtained. Backpack times 1, equipment upgrade blueprint times 1, electronic components times 8, alloy times 5, chip times 1, white sugar times 3, rope times 5. My eyes lit up. Backpack equipment fine, contains 100 cubic units of space. A good thing. Next time I landed, I'd just carry it on my back. No need to lug the storage box and clear out its interior space. Equipment upgrade blueprint fine, Can raise equipment quality, equipment only. Upgrade equipment. My eyes lit up. This was a treasure no weaker than a crafting blueprint. Only, with just this one, I could upgrade a single item. Iron axe, spear, crossbow, backpack. Which to choose? After a brief weighing, I decided, upgrade the Raging Wave crossbow. That fight with the black bear just now, recalling it still filled me with fear. Without the meteor puffer meat, I'd have had no way to deal with it. Spear and crossbow did too little damage. A stronger life-saving weapon was too important. Besides the island's beasts, every night I still faced deep-sea horrors. Holding a high-quality weapon put my heart at ease. As for the backpack, 100 cubic units was enough for now, and when full I could transfer things. The rest were mostly common items. Only the chip was my first time getting one, surely scarce, worth a fair amount. I gathered everything on the ground along with the 2 portions of meteor puffer meat into the backpack and put the black spirit bear blood into a glass cup before stowing it. Returning to where I'd encountered the black bear, I picked up the spear and iron axe, but didn't rush to chop wood. The black bear's appearance had left me shaken, and I dared not chop again before confirming safety. For crossbow bolts had been crushed. Only 6 were barely usable. I moved forward warily, looking around from time to time. Whimper, whimper, whimper. A few dozen meters off, a whimpering sound. My steps paused, and I followed the sound cautiously. It was actually 2 bear cubs, a dozen-odd centimeters long, born not long ago. Seeing me appear, they were neither afraid nor fierce, only tilting their heads up, gazing at me pitifully. Actually somewhat adorable. Black spirit bear, cub, wild beast fine, loves meat. If you wish to take them away, beware their parents. Parents. My heart tightened. Since there were cubs, the adult black bears must be a pair. I'd only killed one, and there was another nearby. I abruptly looked all around, no sign of it, and let out a breath. The other must have gone out to forage. Without killing it, I couldn't chop wood in peace. It had to be eliminated. I first thought of the meteor puffer meat, but only 2 portions were left, not necessarily enough to poison it to death. More troublesome, if it carried the poisoned meat back to feed the cubs, these 2 little ones would be done for. And these 2, I was determined to have. Can't use the meat, but I can use the blood. Meteor puffer blood's poison was no less than the meat's. The description read, sealing the throat on contact with blood. I returned to the boat. First used the crafting table to upgrade the Raging Wave crossbow to fine. The crossbow body was sturdier, the feel better, its power and range both increased. I made 10 new bolts, took 1 portion of meteor puffer blood, and only then returned to the island. By the bear den, that familiar black shadow was already there, the adult black spirit bear, lowering its head to feed, unaware of me. I softened my steps, crept to within 30 meters, took out the crossbow, dipped the bolt in blood, loaded, and aimed. Whoosh. The upgraded crossbow's power was greatly increased. 1 bolt sank precisely into its body. Roar. It threw back its head and roared, turned to lock onto me, and lunged madly. I knew 1 bolt wouldn't kill you. The second bolt was already out, hitting again. It paid no mind, treating it as a mere trifle. I turned and ran, dipping the 3rd bolt in blood as I ran. Before I'd even finished loading, a muffled thud came from behind. I looked back. The black bear, which just moments ago had been ferociously pursuing no more than 10 meters from me, had already collapsed. Sealing the throat on contact with blood, well-deserved reputation. It turned into a heap of legacy, and beside it another silver treasure crate. Obtained, black spirit bear meat times 100, black spirit bear blood times 4, black spirit bear paw times 4, black spirit bear hide times 1. Truly a married pair. Even their legacies are identical. I opened the silver crate. This time it was equipment upgrade blueprint times 1, alloy times 7, electronic components, and such. No backpack, but another upgrade blueprint. Not bad. I walked back to the bear den. The 2 cubs still gazed at me adorably, utterly unaware their parents had died at my hands. Come with me. I bent down and picked them up. The 2 little ones not only didn't resist, but nuzzled into my arms, affectionate like kittens. They trusted me. And what they trusted was precisely the pair of hands stained with their parents' blood. I fell silent for a moment, then took them back to the boat and settled them temporarily in the storage hold. Little Banner was in the rest cabin, and I feared these 2 carnivorous little ones might make a snack of it. Having settled the little ones, I returned to the island to continue patrolling. Perhaps precisely because this family of four was too strong, there were no other beasts on the island. Loves meat, yet no other prey. Could they have eaten them all? Regardless, having confirmed safety, I could finally gather resources with an easy mind. The first thing I went after was the trees. While patrolling the island, I discovered a patch of fine-grade wood right at the center of the woods. Fine-grade wood was even harder to encounter than fine-grade beasts. No one had ever sold it in the trade channel. And my fragrant wood bed and beast pen both needed it. I rolled up my sleeves and swung the axe wildly, becoming an emotionless lumberjack, trees the only thing in my eyes. The sun sank in the west, night fell. With an island this unsearched here, I definitely wasn't leaving tonight. The black fog behind me had long been left days' distance behind. Camping a night wouldn't let it catch up. Back on the boat, I roasted the last few portions of sea tiger hawk meat, ate a full 40 portions, and gained 4 attribute points, strength +2, spirit, and agility 1 each. Chirp, 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 little Banner cried anxiously beside me. Relax, there's plenty for you. I chopped up the meat, gave little Banner some, and fed the rest to the 2 cubs. The moment these 2 tasted meat, they rolled around in excitement, one tumbling this way and that. Not like a bear, more like a dog. Little Banner watched curiously from afar. Feeding done, each returned to its place. I went back to the cockpit, weighed things briefly, and used the second equipment upgrade blueprint on the Raging Wave crossbow as well. How important a ranged weapon was in combat, I'd already felt to the bone. Raging Wave crossbow weapon superior. Immense power, ultra-fast loading, can load 10 bolts at once, rapid fire or single shot, effective range 100 meters. This is a lethal killing implement. After upgrading, the crossbow body had gained a bolt magazine, the whole thing smooth and warm to the touch, the crossbow mechanism's metal glinting cold, faintly radiating a chill. I loaded 10 bolts, aimed at the rest cabin's wooden wall, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 bolts in a string, each sinking in half a shaft, 10 holes at once on the wall. It took me great effort to pull them out. It can rapid fire, and saves the loading time too. In combat, this is the key to survival. For the first time, I hoped the deep-sea horror would come soon. Soon, my wish was granted. A humanoid figure stood on the deck. Drowned one superior. In life a military general, met a storm on campaign, the whole ship buried at sea. Even dead, it hasn't lost its combat instinct. Extremely dangerous. This one was more perilous than the last. Clad in rusted armor, gripping a rusted sword, its face swollen and rotted, ghastly and terrifying. Superior grade again. I was too lazy to even complain, even taking it as routine. Perfect, I'll test my new weapon on you. The first bolt flew out, so fast it couldn't react, but it only hit the abdomen, not a fatal spot. Yet even through the armor, the bolt easily pierced the plate and entered the body. The drowned one opened its mouth, unable to make a sound. That bolt enraged it. Originally sluggish, it suddenly sprinted, dashing to the rest cabin door, and its long sword chopped down viciously. Crack! A large gash split open on the door, cool air pouring in, the cabin temperature dropping several degrees at once. My heart shook violently. After the meal I'd prepared for battle, my main force was the crossbow, no need for melee. So I chiseled a hole in the door, and hiding in the cabin I could shoot enemies on the deck. Those 2 bolts just now had been fired through the hole. But this door was actually split by a single sword strike from it. That rusted sword in its hand was no mere decoration. I pulled the trigger repeatedly, the second bolt again hitting its abdomen. Had it been the previous drowned one, 2 bolts would have been enough for grave injury. But this superior grade one's health bar was too thick. It acted as if nothing happened and kept chopping the door. Gritting my teeth, I fired the 3rd bolt. It actually dodged aside the instant the bolt left. Within 3 meters, a single bolt's distance, it could dodge. A superior grade drowned one is this strong. Crack. The door's gash widened, on the verge of collapse. I'd been careless. I'd thought this superior grade crossbow was enough, and hadn't smeared blood on the bolt tips. Meteor puffer blood was potent, but limited in quantity, and I'd wanted to conserve it. Fortunately, awakening to this now wasn't too late. I turned back to fetch the blood, smeared poison on all the bolts in the magazine along with the 6 remaining, and reloaded. It was still chopping the door, wood shavings flying. Had it not been a level 3 boat's door, it would long ago have failed to hold. Loading complete, the door crashed down. I raised my hand and fired. Clang. That streak of light was actually knocked flying by its sword. I was dumbstruck. Was this a reaction a human could have? But then, it was never human to begin with. No time to think more. I pulled the trigger repeatedly. I don't believe you can block them all. Bolts like a sudden rain. It swung its sword, actually weaving an impenetrable wall before its body, each bolt striking the wall and falling. It was unharmed and stepped closer bit by bit, killing intent in its withered eyes. I was greatly alarmed, but still had a trump card. I bent down and snatched up the hook claw at my feet. However good a crossbow, the sense of security it gave me couldn't match this. It wasn't just a tool for hauling crates, but my final trump card for every turnaround. I hurled the iron hook. It paid no heed, raising its sword to chop. But the iron hook seemed to have a mind of its own. Just as it was about to strike that wall, it abruptly turned, arced, curved around behind it, stabbing in, hooking on. It had no sense of pain, no wailing, and reached out to pull the hook. Retract. The immense contraction yanked violently. It staggered and fell, dragged, sliding toward me. I'd already raised the crossbow again. Let's see you dodge this time. Its attention was entirely on the hook. This bolt, it couldn't block again. Whip, piercing plate, and entering flesh. But it felt no pain. One bolt couldn't kill it, and it still frantically yanked at the hook. Good chance. Its attention was entirely on the hook, lying 2 meters away. At this distance, I could hit with my eyes closed. When the third bolt hit, it finally tore off the iron hook behind it, the first time a target had broken free of the hook claw. I was surprised, but didn't care. My goal was achieved. It swung its sword to cut the retractable rope. But that was superior quality, never breaking. How could it cut it? Several swings yielded nothing, and it took 2 more of my bolts instead. This hard to kill? The black bear went down in 2 bolts. More alarming, the magazine was empty. Though the superior grade crossbow loaded fast, it wasn't without time cost. And at just this moment, it threw down the hook, abandoned the rope, and turned to fix its gaze on me. My hair stood on end, and I backed away repeatedly. It suddenly accelerated and longed, so fast it gave me not the slightest room to load or retract the hook. Was I going to die right here? Despair welled up in my heart. Even more, unwillingness. Just then, the sprinting figure abruptly halted, like a speeding car braking to a stop in 1 second, the contrast startling. The poison, taking effect? It slowly toppled, crashing heavily onto the deck. Obtained, armor ×1, longsword ×1. It vanished, armor and longsword falling to the ground, and beside them, a gold treasure crate. Phew! I slumped to the ground, gasping in great breaths, heart still pounding wildly, my back long since soaked with cold sweat. So close. Just a little more, and I'd have died under its sword. This was the closest I'd come to death since being transported. But I'd survived. That was what mattered most. Meteor puffer blood is potent, but the stronger the opponent, the larger the dose needed, and the slower it takes effect. The black bear went down in 2 bolts, but this drowned one took 5 bolts and held out even longer. Once I'd rested until my heartbeat calmed, I walked toward where it had died. Armored defensive gear fine, worn in life by a military general of superb make, with respectable defense. A set of 3 pieces, the pierced holes already repaired by the system, all rust shed, gleaming like new. Sword, startled swan, weapon superior, the general's sword in life, of superb material, immensely lethal. Bathed in blood alongside its master for years, its blade carries an aura of blood-baleful energy. The faint-hearted are stricken with terror at the sight. Superior grade? No wonder. Just now when it split the level 3 wooden door and cut down the string of bolts, I'd known this sword was extraordinary. Now with the rust all gone, the blade was black as ink, restrained and steady, yet hiding killing intent. The hilt's patterns red startled on one face, swan on the other. I swung it lightly twice, and a low sword hum sounded, like a veteran general of the battlefield, longing to bloom in splendor once more. Holding it, I felt as if I could touch its craving for blood, for slaughter. Fine sword. I stowed it, and the armor in the backpack. Now I had 2 superior-grade weapons, 1 melee and 1 ranged, a perfect pairing. The gold treasure crate. This was the second one. The higher the crate grade, the more and better the contents. The truly good things never appeared in low-grade crates. After a round of prayer, I opened the crate. Obtained, radar blueprint, Facility Upgrade Blueprint, Electronic Components times 8, Alloy times 6, Chip times 1, Mineral Water times 5, Tofu Pudding times 3, Pancakes times 2, Deep Sea Coins times 250. Bountiful as ever. Though no double blueprints, it dropped a Facility Upgrade Blueprint, no less valuable than a crafting blueprint. I looked at the radar blueprint first. Radar Blueprint Rare. Can craft a radar to detect the surroundings. Requires electronic components times 20, alloy times 20, metal sheets times 10, chip times 2. Radar? A good thing. With it, I could anticipate the enemy and not fear ambush. Electronic components complete. Chips exactly 2, alloy 19, metal sheets 6. Metal sheets can be bought on the market anytime, but the alloy needs a bit more waiting. Not far off. I should be able to make it soon. Facility Upgrade Blueprint Superior. Can raise facility quality, facilities only. Just as I'd expected, same kind as the Equipment Upgrade Blueprint. One for facilities, one for equipment. But right now I only had the crafting table and storage box, neither at the point of absolutely needing an upgrade. Keep it. Of the rest in the gold crate. Only the chip was precious. The rare radar needed it, showing just how extraordinary it was. I walked over to the bolts that had been knocked flying, meaning to reclaim and reuse them, but found the shafts all broken, some without even a tip. A superior grade weapon really is different. I sighed and tossed them. Besides, the opponent wasn't some rookie with a good sword, but a general who retained fighting will and skill even in death. I forged 10 new ones, plus the 5 shot into its body, 15 in all, enough. Loaded and stood up. The rest cabin's door was thoroughly ruined. The crafting table could only make, not repair, and a level 3 door required fine-grade wood, which I didn't have for now, so I had to leave it empty. I went up on deck for some air, feeling a bit refreshed. The tide's out. A spring tide, no less. I hurried back to the cabin and moved the boat farther out, guarding against running aground. Tide's out, doesn't that mean I can go beachcombing? At the last island's reef area, I'd picked up quite a bit of seafood, still alive to this day, kept in a wooden bucket. The seafood of this world was extraordinarily tenacious. Now with the spring tide out, the stranded seafood would only be more. Better to act than to feel tempted. I first made a headlamp. For beachcombing at night, it was indispensable. I'd called it dead weight before, never thought I'd use it so soon. Then I made a large plastic bucket for the catch, strapped on the crossbow for self-defense, and only then swam back to the shore. Crabs, sea shrimp, conches. This much before I've even searched carefully. Tonight's going to be a big harvest. In reality, beachcombers were many. Getting a full haul in one go was nearly impossible. But this whole island had only me. All the stranded seafood was mine. In under an hour, the bucket was more than half full. I sent it back to the boat's wooden bucket and returned again. I stayed busy until the sky grew faintly bright, walking the entire island's coastline, before returning to the boat satisfied and collapsing into sleep. When I woke again, the sun was already high. I went up on deck for some air, and just then a crate drifted over, a bronze treasure crate. I'd gotten silver and gold crates dropped by killing beasts, but what I hauled directly from the sea's surface was, to this day, bronze at most. Hauling one at all was already fine. Obtained, stone times 2, plastic times 2, bird's eye chili times 1, teleport scroll times 1. Teleport scroll common. Can bind one friend and, with their consent, invite them to your boat, up to 2 hours each time. Use with caution. Can invite someone onto the boat? I raised an eyebrow. Great use, but just as the prompt said, it required extreme caution. This was a world without law. The evil in people's hearts was fully unleashed here. The strong could slaughter the weak at will, unafraid of sanction. The teleport scroll could invite someone onto the boat, but if the other party harbored ill intent, it was inviting a wolf into the house. By comparison, directly rescuing someone was more reliable. The rescued couldn't betray or harm the boat owner, but the teleport scroll had no such restriction. I stowed it, not using it for now. After breakfast, I took the backpack onto the island. The danger had been cleared yesterday. Today I'd just collect resources. The outer trees I chopped for half a day, getting 478 units of wood. Next, these fine-grade trees. Moonbird tree fine, rare, hard-textured, suitable for making furniture and weapons. Besides the moonbird tree, there were 2 other kinds of fine-grade trees, with similar descriptions. 1 axe stroke. This wood is hard, Ordinary trees fall in 4 or 5 strokes. This one takes 8. Obtained. Wood, fine, times 3. Only 3 units? Though not satisfied, thinking it was fine grade, I didn't complain. Eating stat-boosting meat for several days running, my strength had reached 11 points, slightly above ordinary people, and chopping trees came more readily too. I chopped for over an hour, getting 150 units of fine-grade wood in all, a good harvest. The backpack couldn't hold it, it counted by volume, so I had to lug over the storage box and put it all in. For lunch, I casually roasted some meat and fish, a delicacy in others' eyes, but I was long since sick of it. I'd meant to keep searching, but noon was truly too hot. Fearing heat stroke, I had to return to the boat. Highs of 40 degrees. No wonder. This weather was only fit for an air-conditioned room and cold drinks. I had the blueprint for AC, but hadn't built it. I had no cold drinks, but I had iced mineral water, roughly the same effect. This hot, iced water must have a market. I opened the trade channel. My DMs were already a pile, all asking whether there was iced cola for sale. I posted an ad. Now have 4 bottles of iced cola, 30 bottles of iced mineral water. Cola only traded for crafting blueprints. Mineral water for various supplies. Interested parties DM. I'd already gained some fame in this region, and the message was instantly bumped. Iced cola again. This Su Ning absolutely has a fridge. No kidding, and 30 bottles of iced mineral water too. He's already using electricity? I can't even scrape together 3 meals a day. Bro, give me a bottle, will you? If you've got a teleport scroll, I'll come collect it in person, 2 hours to do with as you please. Whoa, so that's the correct use of a teleport scroll. DMs instantly hit 99 plus. I posted another in the World channel too. 30 bottles of mineral water could be cleared in this region alone, but 4 bottles of cola, this region might not absorb. This world had over 7 billion people. What couldn't be sold in this region could still be sold to other regions. I thought the World channel was a vast sea of people, and an ad might not be seen by anyone. But I'd underestimated, in this scorching heat, people's craving for ice water. Baka, how does this Chinese have iced cola? Unfair. God. Cola. And iced. Before the transportation, I had 2 bottles a day. No one's allowed to fight me for it. Chinese. Hand over the fridge and generator, or I'll sail over and kill you. Take everything you have. Cola only for crafting blueprints? Who'd throw in a blueprint for 1 bottle of cola? Are they crazy? The World channel blew up too, beyond my expectations. DMs from all countries flooded in. I filtered out those trying to cozy up, those envious, those cursing, and kept only those genuinely wanting to trade. Chinese, I'll trade an entrenching shovel blueprint for 1 bottle. Just opened it. It's a bargain for you. Canvas blueprint for 2 bottles, plus 30 wood. Television blueprint for 3 bottles, plus 50 metal sheets. Quite a few willing to trade blueprints. The World channel chat showed nationality. European and American players were especially fanatical about cola, probably due to dietary habits. Cola had long been part of their lives. Now that I could produce it, iced no less, the temptation was too great. A pity, I only have 4 bottles. I first went to the trade channel to sweep up white sugar. 27 portions on the market, all traded for with wood and fresh water. White sugar had little value to others, but to me it was the key to making cola. Adding my 3 on hand, exactly 30 bottles. But when making them, I found only 8 units of plastic left, so I traded wood for more. Plastic was even cheaper than wood, and with plenty of wood from the island, it was perfect for sweeping up. Materials complete, I made 30 bottles of cola in one go and stuffed them all into the fridge. Only then did I return to the DMs, trading one by one. The entrenching shovel I took first, great use, and in a pinch it could serve as a weapon. Then I contacted the one selling the television. What use is a television in this world? Are there any programs? Buy it back as a decoration? And you want this much for it? My cola can at least quench thirst. What can your junk TV do? Since the system put it out, it must be useful. What use? I haven't learned the blueprint, so how would I know? And you still dare price it high? 1 bottle, take it or leave it. I only have 4 bottles, and there are plenty contacting me. Their blueprints are far more useful than your junk TV. Fine, 1 bottle. The other party was surprisingly agreeable. It was a gamble, betting the TV could still show programs in this world. Win the bet, and there'd be a pastime. Lose, and it was just 1 bottle of cola, an affordable loss. The 3rd bottle I traded for the canvas blueprint. The crafting table could inherently make canvas and hang sails, but what an extra blueprint produced was bound to be better. The other party wanted to add extras, but I refused. Cola was hugely popular, the initiative was in my hands, and naturally, I had the leverage to counter-haggle. For the last bottle, I chose the Iron Hook Crafting Blueprint. That's right, the hook head of the hook claw. Seeing it, my eyes lit up. To others this thing was dead weight. The system's rusty hook was enough for snagging crates. But for me it was different. My hook claw didn't just snag crates, it could snag anything. Anything that could improve it, I'd never let slip. Chinese, answer me quick. If you're not satisfied I can raise my offer. Please do trade with me. Where'd he go? He couldn't have sold out already. Just as I was secretly rejoicing over my discovery, the other party thought I disliked his blueprint and bombarded me with DMs. No wonder. This blueprint was basically useless. He'd contacted several buyers, and no one would offer even a single unit of wood. Seeing I was willing to trade iced cola for it, he was naturally tempted. The other blueprints he couldn't bear to part with, and this one was junk to keep anyway, so he'd use it to try his luck. I'd only said I'd trade for a blueprint, but never specified which. Seeing his DMs, I, who'd worried he might make an outrageous demand, was completely reassured. Last bottle. Quite a few people have DM'd me. Honestly, your blueprint isn't worth much. If you want to trade, you'll have to add something. With the system's translation, I could chat freely even in foreign tongues. God, you finally answered. How much to add? 3 units of alloy. Alloy? That's a good thing. 3 units already exceeds this blueprint of mine. He hesitated. Few used alloy now, but everyone knew it would have major uses in the mid to late game, and it only came out of bronze crates or higher. Alloy is a good thing, and my iced cola isn't bad either, I said with a smile. Think about it. In 40-degree weather, lying in the cabin, taking a sip of iced cola, refreshing enough to make your scalp tingle. Even the creator god couldn't get me to trade it away. Say no more, my mouth's watering already. Deal. Hurry and agree. I laughed. The last bottle, traded for the Iron Hook Blueprint plus 3 units of alloy. Perfect. Iron Hook Crafting Blueprint. Crafts the hook head of the hook claw. Requires alloy times 1, metal sheet times 1. Craft. Alloy hook fine. Replaces the hook claw's iron hook, sharper, with slight auto adjustment, improving hit rate. Fine grade. That guy read the description. I wonder if he'll regret it. The shape was more refined, the hook tip sharper, and it boosted hit rate. Useless to me. I had the never miss talent, but a divine tool to others. Players hauling crates relied on this. With the boat moving and currents flowing, crates rising and sinking, hit rates were always low, and the higher a crate's quality, the harder to hook. Boosting hit rate meant getting more resources. Was there anything more tempting? A pity you couldn't see the attributes before crafting, so that seller had missed a treasure. Higher quality metal hook detected. Replace? Quite smart. Saves trouble. Replace. The rusty hook transformed into the alloy hook. Hook claw superior. Snags floating crates on the sea's surface. The rope extends up to 200 meters and never breaks. The metal hook has increased damage, increased hit rate, and never wears out. The retractable rope's attributes were unchanged, but the metal hook gained 3. Increased damage, increased hit rate, never wears out. Hit rate was useless to me, but the other 2 were extremely important. The hook claw was my greatest trump card. Used as a weapon, the higher the damage the stronger, and never wearing out was key. Others only used it to snag crates, not fearing wear, but I often used it to fight strong enemies to the death, and wear was unavoidable. Now that it never wore out, I had no worries. The rope never breaks. The hook never wears out. These 4 bottles of cola were well traded. The alloy hook alone was worth more than the 4 bottles combined. Not to mention, I'd also gotten 3 blueprints. These blueprints were dead weight to others, but I'd take any of them. Cola's cost was low, a guaranteed profit. There were only 4 bottles of cola, but many wanted to trade, so I simply added them as friends first and would trade once the 30 bottles were done. A pity, those willing to trade blueprints for cola didn't reach 30 people. It was too extravagant, unless one was addicted or felt their blueprint had no value. By comparison, mineral water was more popular because it accepted all kinds of materials, a lower threshold. I picked and chose. All 30 bottles of mineral water went out, trading for alloy times 10, metal sheets times 50, plastic times 40, stone times 20, electronic components times 10, medicinal herbs times 5 portions, plus a bucket of 10 caddies of rapeseed oil. All things I needed. Ordinary mineral water couldn't fetch these, but iced water could. Before others had fridges, I monopolized this business. It was still scorching outside, so I simply stayed on the boat to work. I'd stockpiled quite a few blueprints not yet built. I looked at the air conditioner first. Air conditioner crafting blueprint requires electronic components times 10, alloy times 5, plastic times 10, chip times 1. It needs a chip too? I was startled. I had 2 chips, but the radar also needed 2. Radar or AC. I could only choose one. After a moment's thought, I decided the radar. Without AC, I'd just be a bit hot, and I had ice water. The radar concerned my life, letting me anticipate the enemy, greatly increasing safety. Materials ready, craft. But the wait was actually 2 hours. How about upgrading the crafting table? I still had a facility upgrade blueprint. After upgrading, it should shorten crafting time. Upgrade. Crafting table facility fine. After upgrading, crafting wait times are shortened, with a 5% chance to raise the grade of crafted items. A chance to raise the grade too. A pleasant surprise. A pity 5% was too low, but it was just a fine-grade crafting table. Upgrade it further later, and the rate should rise. The radar was indeed reduced from 2 hours to half an hour. Half an hour later, complete. Please select a placement location. I chose the cockpit, most fitting. An electronic panel floated up out of thin air beside the wheel, a roughly 20-inch screen in the center, the right side labeled. Green, island yellow, player boat red, pirate white, merchant. At this moment, there was only one green dot on the screen, right next to my boat, the very island beside me. Radar electronic instrument, equipment common, has early warning capability, can detect sea conditions within 10 nautical miles. Not bad, just a bit small in range. 10 nautical miles is too short on the vast sea. It should expand after upgrading. Though only common quality, I was already quite satisfied. I couldn't demand more. Back in the rest cabin, I chose to make toilet paper. I'd disdained it before as dead weight. On the sea it might not be a necessity. But as the boat upgraded, the gunnels grew ever higher, and now I couldn't even reach the sea's surface. Washing hands was extremely inconvenient, and I couldn't very well haul seawater every day. The importance of toilet paper thus became apparent. At the very least, I really couldn't stand wiping my behind with seawater. Investing 2 units of wood actually yielded 20 rolls, considerably more than expected. 20 rolls of toilet paper, more than one person could use. I kept just 1 roll and listed the rest on the trade platform. The price? 1 roll for 10 hemp ropes. I dared set this price because, after combing the whole market, no one but me sold toilet paper, a one-of-kind. Though not life-saving, with a monopoly in hand, the price naturally wouldn't be low. After listing 19 rolls, I went up on deck to check. The temperature had dropped some, so I went back to the island once more. While chopping wood, I'd noticed mushrooms and wood ear fungus in the woods, all foods that could enrich the table. Blue cloud mushroom food common, bland in flavor, no special effect. Chanan mushroom food fine, rare, delicious, best in soup, restores chi, blood, and vitality after eating. Fine-grade mushrooms. A pity the quantity was small and they didn't boost attributes, slightly disappointing. But being able to restore chi and blood was fine too. I picked them all. The wood ear I also collected, all common quality. Further on was a patch of wild fruit. Green source fruit food common, sweet, and juicy. The last island had red source fruit. This one has green source fruit. Little banner, and the bears could all eat it. After some picking, I got 487, even more than the red source fruit. 1 bite, juice running everywhere. The taste wasn't bad. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly paused. My gaze fell on a little sapling nearby. Green source fruit, tree common, a tree bearing green source fruit. Can be transplanted during the seedling stage. Best to dig it up together with its soil when transplanting. Can be transplanted, which meant it could be planted on the boat. If so, from now on I'd have an endless supply of fruit to eat. I looked again at those few grown fruit trees. None of their descriptions had the words, can be transplanted. Searching the whole woods, only 3 saplings were transplantable. I immediately returned to the boat, transferred the fruit, mushrooms, and wood ear into the storage box, made an entrenching shovel and several plastic buckets, and hurried back. Following the reminder, I dug them up along with the soil, and all 3 saplings went into the pack. I also tried digging up a grown one. It withered rapidly the moment it left the ground. Ones that don't say can be transplanted just can't be moved. The system doesn't allow loopholes. Someone had tried long ago, handcrafting a planting box. The wood snapped the moment it was made, no longer even ordinary wood. It was accepted. These things, only the system could make. What about the soil? My heart tightened. Planting fruit trees without soil wouldn't work, and I had only one portion of fertile black soil on the boat. Not enough. Anxiously, I dug some soil into a bucket. The next second, the soil turned to sand, then scattered on the wind. This, though I'd anticipated it, seeing it with my own eyes was still disappointing. Island soil couldn't be taken away, just like the reefs couldn't. Looks like I can only get soil by opening crates. But that depended on luck, and the market was out of the question. With over 7 billion people, it was impossible no one had opened soil. The only explanation was that those who had no intention of selling. Soil equals able to plant equals an endless supply of food, a principle everyone understood. Since soil couldn't be taken, I had to give up. There were other resources on the island. I couldn't idle. Next target, stone. While patrolling the island earlier, I'd seen it on the beach. Unlike the reefs that couldn't be moved, it was a solid basic material. Obtained, stone times 2. Mining stone required a stone pick, just as chopping would require an axe. Fortunately, the stone pick was a basic tool the crafting table could make. What followed was monotonous physical labor. I worked all the way until sunset, getting 196 units of stone in all. In the several days since being transported, opening crates had only netted me 18 units of stone. This one island yielded nearly 200. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it striking it rich. The richness of island resources once again firmed my resolve to land on every island I met. Of course, the richer the resources, the greater the danger. Without some strength, forget taking treasures, you might lose your life. The sky had grown late. I wasn't in a hurry to leave, prepared dinner, and planned to stay another night. The black fog was still far off, and last night's beachcombing harvest had me thinking. After the meal, I spent 3 units of fine-grade wood to remake the rest cabin's door. Without a door, I always felt uneasy. Once I've killed the deep-sea horror, I should think about upgrading the boat. Level 3 to Level 4 required 500 wood, 300 hemp rope, 200 metal sheets, 100 stone, 80 plastic. Wood and stone were already complete, and the rest I could just trade for with the hard currency of ice water. Just as I was thinking this, there was a sound outside. The deep-sea horror had come. Tonight, I was fully equipped. Hook claw at my waist, superior-grade raging wave crossbow in hand, iron axe, and startled swan sword in my pack. And I'd even put on yesterday's armor, full of confidence. Giant crab fine, mutated after devouring large numbers of its own kind, massive in size. Its shell hard and difficult for ordinary blades to pierce, its 2 pincers like giant blades, able to snip through anything. Fine grade, let's see whether my superior grade crossbow can pierce your shell. The nearly 2-meter-tall giant crab crawled toward the rest cabin, its claws scraping the deck with a thunderous clatter. Whoosh! A bolt like a meteor. It swung a pincer to block, half a beat too slow. The bolt had already pierced the shell and entered its body. Whip! It let out a muddled scream. I secretly let out a breath. Last night's fight with the drowned one had shaken my confidence in this crossbow. Now it seemed it could pierce a fine-grade crab shell. No longer holding back, I pulled the trigger repeatedly, all 10 bolts sinking in. It resisted at first, then couldn't even manage the motion of blocking, looking just like a hedgehog. Just as I was about to reload, it suddenly vanished, leaving several things in its place. Obtained, crab shell times 1, crab meat times 20, crab pincer times 2. Dead. This easy. I was stunned. Weren't the previous few battles all life hanging by a thread? This time 10 bolts, no melee. The crab hadn't even gotten close, and it was over. So smooth it left me dazed. Only after coming to my senses did I understand. It wasn't that the crossbow was weak. It was that last night's drowned one was too strong, fierce in itself, and equipped with a superior-grade sword and fine-grade armor. Now, superior-grade crossbow against fine-grade giant crab, I held every advantage. An instant kill made sense. Crab shell material fine, high defense, top material for making / upgrading armor. Crab meat food common, delicious, beloved by many sea creatures. Crab pincer material fine, sharp on the surface, top material for making/upgrading weapons. 2 fine, 1 common. Considering the giant crab was only fine grade, I was already quite satisfied. There was also a bronze treasure crate on the scene. Only bronze. I curled my lip. Having seen plenty of silver and gold, bronze no longer caught my eye. What I didn't know was that, to most players, bronze was already a rare high quality. They hadn't even seen silver. Obtained. Hemp rope times 10, plastic times 2, metal sheet times 2, braised pork rice bowl times 1. The only eye-catching thing was that braised pork rice bowl. I wasn't short on meat, but I was short on seasoning. I couldn't make braised pork and hadn't tasted it since being transported. Opening the lid, the aroma of meat wafted up, my gluttony stirring. I promptly ate it as a midnight snack. Delicious. Haven't had such authentic braised pork in ages. Far better than what I made myself. Standing at the deck's edge, gazing at the sea, tide's out. Later today, and not a spring tide either, the harvest was probably modest. But having decided to stay, I ought to go out for a round. Taking advantage of the low tide window, I opened the trade channel. A surprise. The 19 rolls of toilet paper I'd listed were all sold out, netting 190 hemp ropes back. Toilet paper, is this popular? I was quite surprised. Most of the buyers in my DMs were women, and some asked if I could supply long-term. Even Yin Feifei wrote, Suning, do you still have toilet paper? I missed out last time. Could you sell me a roll? The message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, I'd been eating and bonding with Little Banner and the bears. As expected, women care about these things more than men. This business was hugely profitable. 2 units of wood yielded 20 rolls. 1 roll traded for 10 hemp ropes, and hemp rope was nearly 1-to-1 with wood. 2 units of cost, exchanged back for 200 units of wood. I immediately made another batch and listed it. This time, besides hemp rope, I also accepted stone and metal sheets. To Yin Feifei's side, I generously gifted 10 rolls. To me, just 1 unit of wood. In her eyes, though, it was worth 100 hemp ropes. Thank you. I don't have that much hemp rope, so let me. Oh, you first. No need. These aren't worth anything. She just took it as me putting her at ease, and grew all the more grateful. Toilet paper was indeed a hot seller, snatched up roll after roll. On my end, I kept making and listing. In under half an hour, the materials for upgrading to level 4 were actually all gathered. Popular beyond imagination. I immediately upgraded. Golden light enveloped the boat. When it dispersed, the boat had taken on a whole new look. Level 3 was about 40 meters long, and after upgrading it was 80 long, 10 wide, 8 deep, a colossal thing. The structures went from 2 floors to 3. The top floor cockpit expanded to 20 square meters, the mid-floor rest cabin 50 square meters, and a newly added bottom floor wooden house adjacent to the deck, a full 100 square meters, standing empty. The storage hold also expanded to 30 square meters. Su Ning's boat, renameable, level 4. Durability, 5,000/5,000 speed, 30 knots. Facilities, crafting table, storage box. Buildable, mast, kitchen, bathroom. Skill, Gale, 50% speed boost within half an hour, 1-day cooldown. Upgrade requires fine wood times 1,000, hemp rope times 1,000, metal sheets times 2,000, stone times 300, plastic times 200, alloy times 100. Level 4 to level 5 is a hurdle. The surging material costs were secondary. The most crushing was fine wood times 1,000, metal sheets times 2,000. To this day, no one had opened fine-grade wood from a crate. That grade existed only on islands, and meeting an island depended on luck, landing depended on strength, and the island might not even have it. Struggling desperately, I'd only gotten 200-odd units, and the metal sheet requirement for level 5 surged. The wooden boat was probably going to transition toward a metal boat. In crates, wood and hemp rope were the most common, metal sheets and plastic scarcer, stone even scarcer. 2,000 metal sheets was by no means a small number. While everyone's still unaware of the weight of metal sheets, I need to stockpile more. Level 5 needed 2,000. Level 6 only more. From now on, metal sheets would be far more precious than wood. And right now, few could upgrade fastest, making this the perfect time to hoard. The same went for alloy. Both appliances and boats needed it. Its value only rising, never falling. I immediately changed all the trade conditions for toilet paper to metal sheets. 1 roll for 10 units. The upgrade consumed 500 wood, Combined with the earlier consumption for making the radar, I had only 220 units left on hand, all turned into toilet paper. Taking advantage of the crafting window, I brought a bucket and dove back to the island to beachcomb. Tonight wasn't a spring tide, so there was less seafood than yesterday, but still enough to pick up. Back on the boat, seafood into the bucket, toilet paper listed. Only after finishing did I sleep. Before sleeping, I restarted the boat's course. I'd been moored here 3 days. The island's resources were scoured clean. Time to go. When I woke again, the sky was bright. Getting some air to sober up and confirming there were no crates on the sea, I prepared breakfast. Little Banner and the 2 bears were at my feet. Little Banner was already nearly 30 centimeters, and the bears had grown a size bigger too, perhaps from the system's bonus, perhaps from being well fed on fine-grade meat. Both grew fast. Right, the beast pen. I'd long had the beast pen blueprint Yen Fei gave me, and now with fine-grade wood, I could build it. Beast pen facility fine. Rears wild beasts. The enclosure has defensive power. Beasts within have a chance to be tamed into pets, and their growth is slightly accelerated. Fine grade. I was delighted. The 5% chance had actually triggered. Good luck. A fine-grade beast pen could defend, tame, and accelerate growth with excellent attributes. The pen was a dozen-odd square meter space enclosed by wooden fencing, a door on one side. The interior perfectly ordinary, no mystery visible. But since the system said there was, I believed it. After the bears finished breakfast, I didn't send them back to the storage hold, but put them in the beast pen. Obedient as they were ultimately wild beasts, not pets. If they grew up just like this, they might well turn on me. With the beast pen, if not one day then 2, I'd tame them eventually. Little Banner went in as well. The difference was that, at some unknown point, Little Banner had already become my pet. Probably from the day I carried it back. It was my first pet. I let out a breath. I still had no bird cage, and if it hadn't taken to me, it might fly away once grown. Now that it was a pet, there was no such worry. Having settled the 3 little ones, a crate drifted over on the sea. I hooked it up, bronze quality, no high hopes. But it gave me a big surprise. A blueprint dropped. Obtained. Hemp rope ×2, mineral water ×1, steamed buns ×2, clothing crafting blueprint ×1. Clothing crafting blueprint. The rest didn't catch my eye. Clothing crafting blueprint, crafts clothing. Requires linen ×1, wood ×1, plastic ×1. Make clothes. I looked down at my own tattered outfit. When transported, everyone had only the one set of clothes on their back. Staying on the boat was fine, but I'd landed on islands repeatedly, and thorns and shrubs had shredded my clothes tattered, little better than a beggar's. Without a blueprint before I'd made do, but now that I had one, naturally, I wanted a change. 3 materials. Wood and plastic were easy, but I had no linen. I searched the trade channel and actually found 10 units, 1 unit for 2 hemp ropes. I spent 20 hemp ropes and swept them all up. Where'd you get this linen? Opened from a crate. No, gathered from an island. No wonder. Crate open stock wouldn't be this scarce on the market. Island gathered made sense. Those who met islands were few to begin with. Those who dared land fewer still, and even landing you might not encounter linen. I'd been to 2 islands and never seen it. The seller initially priced it high, but this thing had no use besides making clothes, and no one asked after it. And it seemed I was the only one who could open a clothing blueprint. Learn the blueprint, craft. But this blueprint was unusual. Before crafting, you had to design the style first, and once set, for 1 week, you could only make that one kind. There's even this restriction? I was speechless. It made me think. Clothing wasn't a necessity right now, but once everyone got a foothold in this world, pretty, fashionable clothes would sooner or later be in demand. But that was for later. For now, something that covered the body and was comfortable would do. I designed the simplest t-shirt. I was no professional designer, but a t-shirt was simple and familiar. In under 10 seconds, a plain t-shirt took shape. Seems a bit big. I put it on, and it actually conformed to my figure automatically. There's this function too, and it feels really good. I was quite satisfied, tossing the old clothes aside. Then I checked the toilet paper. Of the 2,200 rolls listed, over 1,500 had sold, netting over 15,000 metal sheets. Gazing at that 5-digit number, I felt a bit dazed. I'd never accumulated so much. But amid the joy, I found other people's toilet paper had cropped up on the market. The monopoly can't be kept. Others had had the blueprint all along. Just hadn't expected it to be this hot. Now seeing me sell well, they naturally followed suit. The price would drop from now on, but for the short term I could still do it. In my DMs, a player named Wu Kuei sent several messages in a row. Buddy, give me 100 rolls of toilet paper. Where'd you go? Playing blind. Hurry up, 100 rolls, and we're square. All of it worthless. I was about to block him, but the name felt familiar. Scrolling up. Wasn't this precisely one of the people who'd traded a toilet paper blueprint for my iced cola? Since it was an acquaintance, I replied. 100 rolls, 1,000 metal sheets. For an acquaintance's sake, I'll charge you 800. 800 metal sheets? Don't have any. Those 100 rolls, you give them to me for free. Give them to you free? I raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? 800 metal sheets. How could I give them away for free? We were strangers. On what grounds? On the grounds that that toilet paper blueprint was mine to begin with. Wrong. It was once yours, now it's mine. If I hadn't given it to you, could you have made this much off toilet paper? You should thank me. Did you forget? That blueprint wasn't a gift from you. I traded iced cola for it. One bottle of cola isn't worth this much. Worth it or not, the deal was long since done. No one forced you to trade the blueprint. I don't care. You have to give me 100 rolls. Dream on. Fine, you won't give them? I'll go to the discussion channel and expose you. Suit yourself. Wu Kuei, seeing his own toilet paper selling hot, felt sore and regretful. I could understand that. But the one who traded the blueprint for cola was himself. Now going back on it and wanting to take them for free. Laughable. He was indeed shameless enough. He turned right around and went to the discussion channel to expose me. Everyone beware of that Su Ning. He took one bottle of cola and swindled a toilet paper blueprint out of me. I won't hold it against him. I only asked him to give me 100 rolls, and he actually turned hostile and would only give 20% off. Shameless. No one trade with him from now on. 10 posts a day, and he filled the whole screen in one go. Combined with the fame I'd already gained selling cola, these words quickly stirred up waves. I said all along that Su Ning was no good person. One bottle of cola for one blueprint. Even a black-hearted capitalist isn't as black as him. Let's all boycott him. Watching these echoes, I was greatly speechless. There really were people who agreed. Fortunately, more people took my side. This is just resenting the rich. Wu Kuei, did anyone force you to trade? You were unwilling. Who could force you? When you were drinking the cola, why didn't you say this? Once the blueprint sold at Su Ning's and has nothing to do with you. If everyone were like you, who'd dare trade from now on? Never seen someone so shamelessly brazen. Poor Wu Kuei had used up his posting allowance and couldn't even retort, only able to take the scolding helplessly. My mood improved quite a bit. Right, those 3 green source fruit trees. Time to plant them. Green source fruit, though common, had good texture and lots of juice, a decent summer fruit. I only had one planting box on hand, still growing cabbage. Vegetables at sea were equally precious and couldn't stop. One box also couldn't fit 3 trees. I searched the market and found only 2 planting boxes and not a single portion of soil. Helpless, I posted an ad, buying planting boxes and soil, interested parties DM. The moment I, just recently the subject of gossip, showed up, I drew attention again. Those cursing, those boycotting, those watching the show. I deleted and blocked them all, keeping only those genuinely wanting to trade. Going through them, 2 people were willing to sell planting boxes. Of those selling soil, not a single one. Could I really have to stop growing cabbage? But 1 box isn't enough either. Cabbage seeds didn't spoil and could be planted anytime, but those 3 saplings would wither if not planted in time. Just as I was troubled, Yin Feifei sent a DM. You're buying soil? I happen to have 5 units here. You have soil. I was overjoyed. Got it from an island I ran into yesterday. There were beasts on it, and I didn't dare go deep. So besides these 5 units of soil, I didn't get anything else. It's useless sitting with me, so it's yours. She sent it over right away. Thank you. I was just short. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You've given me plenty of toilet paper. Just consider this soil a trade for toilet paper. Then I won't stand on ceremony. If there's ever anything you need help with, just say so. Soil common. Can grow all kinds of plants. No special effect. Though common, it was a treasure to me. I bought up those 2 planting boxes on the market, plus the 2 in the hands of the other 2 players, together with the ones I already had. 5 in all common quality. I took 3, filled them with soil, transplanted the 3 saplings into them. then took fresh water to irrigate them. If this scene were seen by others, they'd probably go frantic. How many people were still struggling on the subsistence line, barely getting by on fresh water and food, where cutting off supply for a single day meant a life-or-death crisis? And I was extravagant enough to water trees with fresh water. Those 4 planting boxes could be bought precisely because the sellers were unable to plant in the short term. Useless to keep, better to trade for resources. Having taken care of it, I lay back in the chair, watched the sea, scrolled the chat, leisurely as if I'd come on vacation rather than to survive. The one regret: alone, no one to keep me company. For lunch, I cooked a pot of seafood feast. Crate opened. It would spoil if not eaten soon. With seasoning, it was especially delicious. After the meal, I casually hooked up a crate that drifted over. Before I'd even opened it, out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed a black dot in the distance. How could there be a black dot on the sea? I abruptly looked up, raised the telescope for a close look. The sea was open and unobstructed, the view very far, but the distance was too great. I could only see a black dot, not make it out clearly. I took the telescope up to the cockpit. The radar was here. On the screen, a red dot. Its direction faced exactly toward that black dot. It's pirates. Raising the telescope again, a boat was sailing toward me. Its speed actually not much slower than mine. Worse, it was cutting in from the front right. Without changing course, we'd surely collide. Change course or not. While I hesitated, the pirate boat drew closer and closer. In the telescope, that skull flag fluttered in the wind. I didn't rush to change direction and observed first, because I had a trump card. The boat skill, Gale. I'd never used it since obtaining it. Not because I forgot, but because there was no need. My speed had long left the black fog behind. But the skill was still there. 50% speed boost for half an hour. That pirate boat's speed was comparable to mine, and once activated, I could shake it off. So I wasn't in a hurry. No wonder that player earlier got boarded before he could even see where the boat came from. This speed really is fast. My boat was already level 4, speed 30 knots, and that pirate boat could actually match it. A player with a level 2 or 3 boat, if they ran into it, couldn't shake it off at all. The boat drew near, its full appearance gradually clear, about 10 meters long, far smaller than my 80-meter behemoth. On the deck were 4 swarthy big men, rough-featured, laughing bloodthirstily, all staring at my boat. With the captain, at least 5 people. Weapons are blades and grappling hooks. They mean to board by grapple. Seeing they had only melee cold weapons, I was mostly reassured. This fight I could win. I'd fought deep-sea horrors, fought wild beasts, but never fought real people. Since the system had arranged pirates, I'd surely meet them often from now on. Probing this batch of opponents' metal was worth it. I went down to the deck, calmly loading bolts into the raging wave crossbow. Backpack on, spear, iron axe, and startled swan sword all present. Most importantly, the hook claw was among them, retrievable with a single thought. Loading complete, I then donned the fine-grade armor, fully armed. Come on, let me see what you're made of. Hey, boat up ahead, stop. Stop, or don't blame us for being rude. Shouts drifted on the wind. Stop, I sneered. Only a fool would stop. Before the words fell, the crossbow was raised. The 2 boats were no more than 100 meters apart. Whoosh! A bolt shot out. The 4 pirates were still brandishing their blades in a show of might, only reacting when the bolt drew near, but they didn't budge. The bolt grazed past 5 meters away. I was disappointed, but not surprised. The raging wave crossbow wasn't the hook claw. It didn't guarantee a never miss. 100-meter distance with sea wind too. Missing was common. Looks like I'll need to practice my marksmanship more from now on. Haha. Boy, surrender obediently and hand over your valuables, and Grandpa here will spare your life. Otherwise, once we board, you're dead for sure. That bolt not only didn't put them on guard, it made them more brazen. In their eyes, my counterattack was pitifully weak. The 2 boats drew near to 50 meters. I fired again, this time aiming longer, the 4 standing shoulder to shoulder, a big target, the bolt entering range. Clang. One pirate swung his blade and knocked it flying. I did underestimate them. At 50 meters, the bolt's speed had dropped, and with them long since on guard, knocking it flying wasn't strange, but not everyone could do it either. These few had some skill. Earlier was the appetizer. Now's the main course. I pulled the trigger repeatedly, the 8 bolts left in the magazine firing off like a string of pearls, each one a second apart. However skilled they were, with the distance between boats shrinking, they had little reaction time. Two took bolts, one right in the chest, done for. The other took a bolt in the arm. Boy, you're dead for sure. The three pirates glared ferociously. At this point 10 meters apart, I could clearly see the viciousness in their eyes. Calmly I reloaded. Bang! The two boats collided. My 80-meter behemoth didn't budge. The pirate boat shook violently. But those men, making their living at sea year-round, stood steady as nails. The three took out grappling hooks, swung them a few times, and flung them onto my deck. The metal hooks bit firmly into the gunwale, and they actually grabbed the ropes and leapt down, climbing up. I watched dumbfounded. Are pirates all this reckless? Actually, pirates' usual method was to force a player's boat to stop or match its speed, lower a hooked gangway, and board easily. But my boat was higher and faster. They couldn't match speed or force me to stop, and could only resort to brute force. Coming to my senses, I dashed to the deck's edge, aiming down from a commanding height. The pirates were forcibly climbing, with nowhere to dodge. Two bolts. One pirate took a bolt to the head, screamed, and fell into the sea. Just as I was about to fire the third bolt, out of the corner of my eye a black dot flew in. Before I could react, a bolt had struck my shoulder. Cold sweat instantly broke out. On the pirate boat opposite, there was actually an added archer holding a longbow. Good thing I wore armor. Fine-grade armor against an ordinary longbow. The arrow barely pierced the plate, doing me no harm at all. Had the two boats not been so close, it probably couldn't even have pierced the plate. But if he'd been a little more off, it wouldn't have hit my shoulder, but my neck. The consequences I didn't dare imagine. My neck had no armor to protect it. The battlefield changed in an instant. My heart still pounding with fear, my hands were no slower. Two more bolts, wounding a climbing pirate. But there was no chance for a third bolt. The archer opposite had already drawn his bow again, arrow aimed at my face. I had only one life. I couldn't afford to gamble. Without hesitation, I dropped flat. The gunwale's protective panel wasn't high, but enough to shield someone lying prone. Whoosh! The arrow flew over where I'd just stood. Rising, those two pirates had already climbed up, including the wounded one. One bolt, I shot the wounded one dead, leaving one on the deck, plus the archer opposite. Boy, you're dead for sure. The pirate who'd boarded licked his lips, his eyes like a beast locking onto prey. I said nothing, raised the crossbow and fired. Courting death. He dodged aside, still taking a bolt in the arm, but the intense pain drew out his bestial nature. Just as I was about to fire again, another arrow flew in from opposite, forcing me to abandon my shot and roll to dodge. Barely avoiding it, the wounded pirate had already swung his blade down. A fierce killing intent bore down. I had no time to load, could only barely dodge. The raging wave crossbow was struck to the deck. He'd taken a bolt, but didn't slow, blade following blade, and I dodged in disarray while he grew all the more excited. Just as he thought victory was in hand, I produced the startled swan sword from my backpack, spun, and thrust. He never expected that I, having lost my crossbow, could counterattack, and with a weapon appearing from thin air no less. Whip. He wore no armor. The superior grade startled swan sword sank easily into his abdomen. Giving him no time to react, I twisted the hilt and churned wildly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, toppled, dead. Whip. Another arrow struck my abdomen, again blocked by the armor. I rolled, snatched up the crossbow from the ground, and returned a bolt at the archer opposite. He was reaching for an arrow, unprepared. This bolt seemed divinely guided, striking him right in the shoulder, his longbow flying from his hands to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I seized the chance and fired in succession, two bolts hitting, one of them luckily piercing through his neck. Splash. He crashed backward onto the deck, no more movement. The battle was over. The pirate boat slowly came to a stop. I slumped to the ground, gasping in great breaths. The two corpses on the deck had vanished, leaving only two broadswords. Broadsword weapon common, crudely forged, commonly used by pirates, of little value. Just this. All that hard fighting, only two junk blades. Beneath my notice. Fortunately, there were also two bronze treasure crates. Once I'd rested enough, I returned to the cabin and brought the boat close, pulled up alongside the pirate boat, and leapt straight over. 5 pirates. 2 died on my boat. 1 fell into the sea, 2 died here. The corpses were all gone, leaving 1 bow, 1 blade, and 2 crates. One of them was a silver treasure crate. Not bad. With it, this fight hadn't been fought in vain. Bow weapon common. A traditional bow, range 50 meters, poorly maintained, average accuracy. Average accuracy. Yet that archer hit me repeatedly. Decent marksmanship, not weak. This silver crate was probably left by him. Bow, blade, and crate all went into the backpack. The weapons were ordinary, but selling them could fetch some resources. I didn't rush to leave and searched the boat inside and out. Since they're pirates, they must have robbed people, right? The boat shouldn't be empty. The boat's design was simple: a rudder at the stern, a rest cabin with a few beds. I searched every corner, found nothing. That's not right. Even if I were their first target, there should be food and fresh water, right? What did they eat and drink? Yet this cabin held nothing. There had to be another storage place on the boat. The storage hold. I suddenly remembered. My boat had a storage hold at level 3. Pirates lived by plunder. How could they not have one? Where else would they put stolen goods? I searched inch by inch. Finally, a plank on the deck was loose. A few pries opened it, revealing a staircase slanting downward. There it is. I went down the stairs, and the sight before me deepened my delight. A gutted wild beast, 30-odd vegetable plants, a bucket of water, a jar of rice, 2 large wooden crates. The pirates' whole stock was here. Red River boar wild beast common. An island wild boar, its hide rough and tough, covered in 10-centimeter barbs, its meat firm, average in taste. I reached out, and the boar's corpse dissolved into chunks and entered the pack. Obtained. Red River boar meat times 88. Fog vegetable fine. Rare, brightens the eyes and ears when eaten regularly, excellent taste. Fine grade. These pirates had an eye for goods, stockpiling so much fine-grade vegetable. Obtained. Fog vegetable times 38. Obtained. Fresh water times 200 L. Obtained. Rice times 500. I wasn't short on water, but fresh water was always hard currency. 200 liters traded for resources could fetch quite a bit. As for rice, that was a staple. I'd only ever opened one unit before, roughly a caddy, nowhere near enough. Now with 500 caddies in hand, I wouldn't want for a staple for a while. Better still, the water bucket and rice jar went into the pack too, 2 free containers. Finally, my gaze fell on the 2 wooden crates. They were wooden, but different from the wooden treasure crates I'd gotten. The pirates' own stash of spoils, probably? I opened the first, an eyeful of deep blue. Deep sea coins. A whole crate full. Obtained. Deep sea coins times 2768. Nearly 3,000. Struck it rich. My eyes gleamed gold. After saving for several days, I had only 500 odd. Most people had a few dozen in hand. Some only a few, and those over 100 were rare. 3,000 at once. If word got out, they'd probably go mad with envy. Coins in crate, into the backpack. The second one. Obtained. Iron axe times 2, stone axe times 3, metal sheets times 229, wood times 288, hemp rope times 176, corn seeds times 10, flashlight times 1, watch times 1. Numerous and miscellaneous. I picked up an iron axe. Iron axe tool, weapon common, originally belonged to a certain player. After the player encountered this band of pirates, the person was killed and the goods robbed. It became a spoil. So that's it. My expression sank. These things were all relics of players. Judging by the quantity, they'd robbed quite a few people. Encountering pirates, not everyone survived. Being able to labor on a pirate boat was already a stroke of luck. More people died directly at their hands. I'd just crossed blades with this band. If all other pirates had such skill, the vast majority of current players were no match. Boarding meant facing death or capture. That I could kill them back was only because I had enough trump cards. Otherwise, I too would become one legacy in this crate. Sympathy was one thing, collecting spoils another. I took it all into the backpack. A pity, so many things, and not a single crafting blueprint. But crafting blueprints were scarce to begin with, and if obtained, mostly used at once. Not having one was normal too. Back on the deck, I swept my gaze over the whole boat once more and was about to leave when a prompt sounded in my mind. Break down this pirate boat as a spoil. You may choose to break it down or sail it along with you. I could break it down. I was startled. Sailing it along wasn't realistic. I was alone. How could I pilot 2 boats? Besides, this boat was inferior to mine in every way. Breaking it down was the best choice. Break it down. Obtained. wood times 786, hemp rope times 421, plastic times 87, metal sheets times 43, stone times 21. All basic materials. A bit disappointing, but the boat's level wasn't high, so no high-grade materials was normal. Once the breakdown was done, I was sent back to my own boat, my backpack full to bursting. I made 2 storage boxes, 3 including the existing one, arranged them all in the storage hold, emptied the backpack, and kept only life-saving gear like the iron axe, hook claw, spear, and armor. A crate drifted over on the sea. I casually hooked it up, a wooden treasure crate, stone, metal sheets, mineral water. Having just reaped a big harvest on the pirate boat, I didn't pay much mind to this little bit. The sea held no more crates, no pirates, no islands, and I found myself idle. This was the normal state for most players. The daytime was utterly boring. Apart from occasionally hauling crates, one could only stare blankly, sleep, and chat. This world was starved of entertainment, and most were alone. I made some crossbow bolts, replenishing my stock to 50. I also made nails from metal sheets, nailed a unit of wood to the wooden house's outer wall, retreated 30 meters, and raised the crossbow. Whoosh! Missed the wood, but the bolt sank deep into the wall beside it. I shook my head. Still need practice. The pirate battle had been a reminder. I had a crossbow for ranged attacks, but my marksmanship was mediocre, hits weren't guaranteed, and its power was greatly discounted. This time it was only 5 pirates and 1 archer. If next time there were more, with more ranged fighters, wouldn't I be in danger? I had plenty of time, and idling was idling. Practice. Bolt after bolt, resting when tired, practicing again after resting enough, until nightfall. Time to cook. I went down to the empty 100-square-meter wooden house on the first floor and built a kitchen in the corner. Kitchen facility common. A place for cooking, no special effect. 2 firewood stoves appeared before me, much like those in my childhood rural home. The chimney directed out the side wall to avoid smoking the upper floors. I set up 2 iron woks, 1 pot cooking rice, 1 cooking vegetables. Tonight it was black spirit bear meat with cabbage, plus a pot of chana and mushroom soup. The aroma of meat soon wafted up. My cooking's not bad. Actually, my cooking couldn't be called good. It all relied on the ingredients. Bear meat and cabbage were both fine grade, and ordinary ingredients couldn't compare. 1 dish, 1 soup, 1 bowl of white rice. I sat at my self-made table, quite satisfied. I was adapting to this world more and more, and my standard of living rose along with my supplies. The one regret, still alone. It'd be great if I could run into a merchant. With over 3,000 deep-sea coins, I'd buy a slave one way or another, at least someone to talk to. After eating, I still had to wash dishes. At times like this, I longed even more for a companion, someone to share cooking and dishwashing. I fed little Banner and the 2 bears. Naturally, I couldn't feed them black spirit bear meat. Letting cubs eat their own parents' flesh gave even me the creeps, and besides, I had plenty of other meat. Scrolling the chat, I waited for tonight's deep-sea horror. 4 Seas Alliance recruiting. Threshold, level 3 boat, currently 18 members, experts welcome to join. Threshold that high? I'm still a good way from level 3. We all crossed over together. Why'd they upgrade so fast? Madman League recruiting, interested parties DM. Don't join the Madman League. They swindle resources. A rival smearing us. We treat every ally fairly. Fair indeed. Join, and they fairly take away everyone's resources. Get lost, exposed, and now flying into a rage from shame? Unexpectedly, most of the channel was discussing alliances. I read for a while and sorted out some sense of it. In this region alone, there were dozens of alliances, large and small, with varying thresholds, the big ones dozens of people, the small ones 2 or 3. Alliances sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, all thanks to teleport scrolls. Before, joining an alliance was only for trading needs, but the official trade channel had over 7 billion people. An alliance had just a few. If you wanted something, buying in the channel was more convenient. Who'd bother joining an alliance? But the teleport scroll changed everything. Now players' 2 biggest threats were deep-sea horrors and pirates. The black fog was no big deal, as long as your boat reached level 2 and you didn't linger. With a teleport scroll, you could summon reinforcements. Whether against deep-sea horrors or pirates, your odds greatly improved. If an alliance had an expert, its appeal was enormous. This also made alliances a mixed bag. There were those genuinely aiming to grow big and protect everyone, and those fishing in troubled waters, using the chance to swindle resources. The market was chaotic, but this had nothing to do with me. I could handle deep-sea horrors and pirates. Joining an alliance did me no good. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps. Here it comes. I picked up the loaded Raging Wave crossbow and came to the doorway. On the deck, a soaking wet humanoid figure, holding a long pole, was walking toward me. Another drowned one. Drowned one superior. In life, a fishing enthusiast, obsessed with sea fishing and pushing his limits. He finally went out to sea on a day of raging wind and rain, met disaster, and was buried at sea. Superior grade? I was so angry I wanted to spit blood. Last night, I just instantly killed a fine grade one, and today a superior grade came right away, blatant targeting, not wanting to give me any peace. Whoosh. Just as I was about to curse, it violently swung the long pole, a thin line shooting toward me, cold light glinting on the metal at the line's end. It was a fishing rod. I hurriedly dodged aside. Snap! The fish hook nailed into the wooden wall behind me, sinking deep. It reeled in, and the rod bent in a perfect arc. It didn't even break. The rod and line, both good things. My eyes lit up. Now everyone could fish, and quite a few sold fish on the market. But what they caught were all small fish. The crafting table's blueprintless fishing rod could only catch small fry. Anything a bit bigger either snapped the rod or cut the line. A good rod and good line were extremely rare. Kill it, and by the pattern, this rod and line would most likely drop. Then they'd be mine. Another pastime. I raised the crossbow and fired. Whip. Unarmored, it was easily pierced through by the bolt. Woo. It wailed muddily, gave a yank, and the fish hook pulled free of the wall and flew out. But that hook didn't fly toward it. It flew toward me. Focused on my attack, I hadn't noticed the sneak attack from behind. Whip. Whip. One sound was my bolt hitting it again. One was the fish hook hooking into me. The hook wasn't big, but it easily pierced the armor. Thankfully, I had the armor, or it would have embedded deep in flesh. Painful just to think about. It immediately reeled in the line, as if I were a fish that had taken the bait. This fisher looked frail but had astonishing strength, actually hoisting me up, both feet off the ground, all sense of security gone. Worse still, that fishing line seemed to come alive, wrapping me up loop by loop. Damn, the line's alive. I panicked. Originally, I could still break free of the hook. Now bound tight by the line, I couldn't move even if I got off the hook. While my arms could still move, I fired at it repeatedly. As long as I killed it, I'd be free. Whip. Another bolt hit it, wounding it badly. But when I pulled the trigger again, my body actually lifted into the air. It was swinging the rod, and I, bound by the line, was flung and swung about helplessly. The bolts I fired had no accuracy at all. Worse still, the line binding me kept contracting, and fine marks had already been cut into the armor's surface, gradually deepening and splitting open. Once the armor broke, the fishing line would cut straight into flesh. I certainly didn't think my body was harder than the armor. Crack. The sound of the armor splitting was like a thunderclap. Cold sweat covered my head. I couldn't drag this out any longer. With a single thought, I stowed the crossbow and took out the hook claw. At the critical moment, it was still the one. Gripping the rope, I hurled the alloy hook at the fisher below. I was still being flung about wildly. This throw had no accuracy to speak of, but I had a talent. Never miss. The alloy hook redirected itself in midair, diving straight at the fisher. It seemed to sense danger and violently swung the long rod, slamming me hard toward the deck. Bang! I crashed heavily to the ground, seeing stars, my whole body in agony. At the same time, the alloy hook had hooked right into it. Enduring the intense pain, I barked low, "Retract." In under a second, it was pulled uncontrollably toward me. The retractable rope's minimum was 5 meters, but under the momentum, it landed right beside me. Good chance. I rolled to close in, a cold gleaming iron axe already produced in my hand. Whip. Before it could react, the axe had chopped into its neck. Though my hands were bound, I could still exert force in a small range. Its defense was no different from an ordinary person's, and the fine-grade iron axe cut in easily. Blood gushed wildly. Unable to mind the rod, it clutched its neck with both hands, futilely trying to stop the bleeding. Blood surged through its fingers, staining its clothes and the deck red. It convulsed a few times, then went still. Dead. Obtained. Fishing rod, fishing line, ×1. The fishing line binding me suddenly loosened, and I was free. I struggled to my feet, aching all over, flung down from high up and slammed onto the deck. Thankfully, the height wasn't great, or my bones would have broken. After resting a while, I picked up its sole legacy. Fishing rod slash fishing line slash fish hook equipment, tool superior. A beloved item of a veteran fisher. After his drowning, it sank into the sea with him, soaking for 100 years without rotting but growing tougher, never breaking. Long accompanying fish, it is rich with the scent of sea fish, increasing its attraction to sea fish. Combined trait. Increases sea fish attraction and bite chance. Once hooked, escape is impossible. Can also be used as a weapon. The fishing line can extend from 5 to 100 meters, and upon striking a target, the hook automatically burrows Indiana. All three are superior grade. One legacy, split into 3 parts, each part superior. Combined, it even had a combined trait and could serve as a weapon. How fierce it was as a weapon, I just felt to the bone. With this rod, I'd never again worry about snapping rods, cut lines, or lost hooks. Once hooked, they absolutely couldn't get away, provided I had the strength to reel them in. All 3 pieces also increased sea fish attraction, making the catch rate extremely high. A good thing. I was reluctant to put it down. I wasn't a veteran angler, but with this, I had another way to obtain food and could also pass the time. In the hands of a true fisher, it would be no less than a divine tool. Stowing the fishing rod, I walked toward the treasure crate, a gold treasure crate. Only natural. This fisher was a superior grade deep-sea horror. Had I not had a backpack to swap weapons at any time, plus the never-miss talent, there'd have been no easy victory. In anyone else's place, they'd probably have died under his hook long ago. His strength was beyond doubt. Obtained. Huazi Blueprint ×1, Item Upgrade Blueprint ×1, Chip ×1, Electronic Components ×10, Alloy ×10, Glass ×10, Metal Sheets ×10, 8 Treasure Porridge ×2, Deep Sea Coins ×300. The gold crate dissolved into light, leaving spoils strewn across the ground. Huazi Blueprint. I snatched it up first thing, joy on my brow. Huazi equals cigarettes. It wasn't equipment, wasn't a weapon, yet it was in no way inferior to those. How many smokers were there in China? How many in the whole world? That was a staggering number. After the crossing, with supply cut off, smokers could only tough it out. Every day someone in the trade channel was buying, but the market was virtually barren. The occasional pack went for a sky-high price. Demand without supply. If I could make cigarettes, that market was hard to imagine. Only, making cigarettes required tobacco leaf. I had none on hand, and after a search of the market, no one sold it either. I'll have to put it away for now, I said regretfully. Item Upgrade Blueprint Fine. Can upgrade any item. A good thing. Earlier, I'd gotten a Facility Upgrade Blueprint and an Equipment Upgrade Blueprint, both limited to specific categories. This one had no restrictions at all. Any item could be upgraded. After a brief thought, I chose the Hook Claw. I wanted to see what lay beyond superior. To others, the Hook Claw was only for hauling crates. To me, it was my life-saving trump card. I'd escaped death by it many times. Confirm upgrading the Hook Claw? Confirm. The Hook Claw is currently superior. Upgrading to perfect requires, besides the upgrade blueprint, 30 units of fine material or 10 units of superior material. Materials too? I was startled. I thought one blueprint would suffice. Apparently not. I opened the storage box in the storage hold. Moonglow Swallow Feather ×21, Sea Tiger Hawk Talon ×8, Crab Shell ×1, Crab Pincer ×2, all fine-grade materials. I gathered 30 units. Upgrade successful. The blueprint and materials all vanished, but the Hook Claw's surface seemed unchanged. I checked. Hook Claw perfect. The rope can extend up to 500 meters, never breaks. The metal hook has both increased damage and increased hit rate. When nearing a target, the hook splits into 2, which can attack the same target or strike 2 different targets separately. The metal hook never wears out. The rope went from 200 meters to 500, but my strength was only that of an average adult male. However light the metal hook, I couldn't throw it 200 meters, let alone 500. This trait was of little use to me for now. The second trait, though, piqued my interest. I went up on deck and hurled the metal hook at the wood nailed to the wall. As the hook neared the wood, it suddenly split into 2, nailing in almost simultaneously. Interesting. I smiled. When retracted, the 2 hooks merged back into 1. The most important part of this change, the two hooks could strike two targets separately. I took two heads of cabbage, a meter apart, through the hook. As it neared the first, it split, one hook fixing this one, the other flying straight at that one, both hitting. I tested repeatedly, steadily widening the distance. No matter how far, the second hook could hit. Its tail also connected to the rope, also benefiting from the wishful retractable rope's length. In other words, as long as it didn't exceed 500 meters, the split hook would surely hit the second target. Good, really good. I was quite satisfied. From now on, if I ran into two beasts at once, I'd never be in disarray again. Even 1 against 2, I'd have the strength to fight. The rest of the things were nothing special. The most valuable were the chip and deep-sea coins. Especially the chip. I'd long wanted to make an air conditioner, but was stuck without a chip. Now I could finally get to it. I walked to the crafting table. Make the AC. Air conditioner blueprint. Needs electronic components times 10, alloy times 5, plastic times 10, chip times 1. Materials ready. I started crafting at once. A standing air conditioner took shape, and I placed it in the second floor room. Once the position was set, the system automatically connected the wiring, running straight to the generator. With the AC on, the room temperature slowly dropped. The generator's fuel consumption climbed accordingly, the duration of power generated per unit of gasoline shortening. The more appliances, the greater the load. Its power supply was by no means unlimited. When I have another upgrade blueprint, it'll be its turn, I muttered to myself. Upgrading the generator would raise its power and supply a notch. But that was for later. For now, with only the AC and fridge, common grade was enough to hold up. I lay in bed scrolling the trade channel. It had been scorching these days, and the nights were stuffy too. Now with the AC, comfort was maxed out. Tonight, I could get a good sleep. Before sleeping, some shopping first. Foremost was gasoline. With the AC added, fuel consumption surged, so I had to stock up more. Fortunately, no one but me could use gasoline right now. Though the market didn't have much, the price wasn't dear either. Always 1-to-1 for wood. I bought 85 units in one go. Then I checked my goods. Toilet paper was selling noticeably slower, but the market of over 7 billion was large enough that deals still went through now and then. I didn't pull it, didn't produce more, and would slowly sell it all off, still trading for metal sheets. Iced cola was even slower. Those willing to trade crafting blueprints for it were ultimately few, and I'd only traded for 3 so far. Bathroom, bed, floor, none crucial, but better than nothing. The rest I kept listed, still trading for crafting blueprints. If I traded for basic resources, they'd be swept up instantly, but I wasn't short on basic materials now. Done, and to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was the next morning. Comfortable. I stretched. This was the soundest sleep since crossing over. With AC, not a trace of stuffiness. In the kitchen, I fried myself a bowl of rice and made a soup, ate my fill, fed the 3 little ones, and only then went up on deck to look for crates. The 3 little ones had all filled out a size. The 2 bears grew extremely fast, twice as big as when I'd carried them back, round and chubby. Little Banner's wing flapping could already manage short-distance flight, and it seemed it'd take to the sky before long. Casually hooking up a crate, I leaned back into the deck chair. I'd just glanced at the navigation log. Today's high was 44 degrees Celsius and still climbing. At this temperature, players hiding in their cabins were flustered from the heat too. No wonder my iced mineral water was so popular. In the scorching heat, the temptation was too great, and it only traded for ordinary supplies. Something's up. Gulping iced cola, I saw another black dot appear in the distance. Recalling yesterday's pirates, I didn't dare be careless. So small, doesn't look like a pirate boat. I raised the telescope for a close look. It seemed to be a person, clutching a wooden bucket, drifting on the sea. A player. I gave a start and rushed into the cockpit to check the radar. Blank. The radar only detected boats and islands. A drifting person couldn't be detected. Normal. Back on deck with the telescope. The other party drifted with the waves, not approaching. As long as I didn't turn, we wouldn't meet. Go over or not? I hesitated, for only a second. Go. The other party was alone. Even if not a player, they could hardly threaten me. If a player, perhaps I'd gain a companion. I turned the bow and sailed over. The boat was very fast, and the person grew closer and closer, ever clearer in the lens. A woman. I was slightly surprised, but didn't change my mind. The woman had long since seen my big boat and waved excitedly. though even without waving, I'd already spotted her. When the boat drew near, I didn't rush to rescue her and asked first, "Are you a player or a pirate?" "I'm a player," Yao Yun Chinese. Her face was full of excitement. After a brief consideration, I decided to help. "I'll throw something, you catch it." Naturally, the metal hook. The only target I locked onto was the wooden bucket. If I set her as the target, the hook would hook into flesh, not fatal, but a serious wound. Confirming Yao Yun had a firm grip on the alloy hook, I immediately retracted the rope. She cried out and was pulled up onto the deck. Once she stood steady, she was still shaken, dazed in disbelief. She was up just like that? Obtained. One crew member. The moment the prompt sounded, I was completely reassured. By the system's rules, crew couldn't betray or harm the captain, on pain of annihilation. The Yao Yun of this moment posed no more threat to me. Not having seen a living person in days, I couldn't help my curiosity and sized her up. Around 20, her wet clothes clinging tight, outlining an exquisite figure, a short skirt below, revealing a pair of straight, slender legs. Her looks were even more outstanding, features delicate, complexion fair, without a flaw to be found. A girl like this must have been much sought after before the crossing, but in this world, she too could only struggle to survive. Perhaps my gaze was too scorching. She lowered her head, not daring to meet my eyes, her cheeks faintly red. Ahem. I coughed awkwardly. "So, how did you come to be drifting in the sea? Where's your boat?" "I ran into pirates yesterday. They boarded my boat. I couldn't beat them and was captured," she answered. "At night, while they were off guard, I jumped into the sea clutching a wooden bucket. Luckily I met you, or I'd have died at sea today." She didn't tell the whole of it. When captured, she'd assumed she'd be made to labor, that obeying would keep her alive, and hadn't meant to escape. In the vast sea, escaping was mostly a dead end too. But she happened to overhear that those pirates actually meant to defile her. She'd rather die than become a tool for their release. And so she'd jumped into the sea while they were drunk. She'd drifted a whole night, and in her despair had finally glimpsed my boat. "I see." I nodded. "So what do you plan to do from now on?" "I want to stay on the boat." She bit her lip, both hesitant and shy. She naturally knew the rules. The moment she grabbed the hook, the system had prompted. Boarding meant becoming my crew, obliged to obey, not to betray. She could have refused, but chose to accept. That meant she was henceforth my subordinate, unable to defy my orders. But compared to pirates, I, a fellow player, clearly put her more at ease. She knew all too well. In this world, a weak woman was easily eliminated, and finding a strong person to rely on was the best choice. And I, a fellow player, yet with such a big boat, my strength went without saying. "Fine." I agreed readily. One more person, one more companion, always better than being alone. As for whether she'd harm me, with the system's constraint in place, if she didn't want to die, she'd never make a move. "Thank you." Her voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible. "You drifted all night. Rest a while first," I said. "I've got t-shirts here, want to change?" I could only make t-shirts now. I couldn't make other clothes yet. "There are clothes?" "Wonderful." I went to the crafting table and made her a t-shirt. She took it, but seemed at a loss. "Change inside. I'll be out here." I helped her out of the awkwardness. She thanked me gratefully and went into the first-floor room with the clothes. I lay back in the chair and whistled. After so many days since crossing over, I'd finally met a player and gained a companion, worth being happy about. As for one more mouth to feed, with my current supplies, never mind one, I could support 10 more. Soon she came out, the wet clothes shed, changed into a dry t-shirt, her two lotus-white arms bared, glowing white. So this is what they call cool white skin online, I thought to myself. Barefaced, yet the whitest skin I'd ever seen, white to the point of glowing. "What is it? Is something wrong with the clothes?" Seeing me staring, she lowered her head to check. "The clothes fit well," I smiled. "It's just that you're so pale, glowing white." Hearing this, she was both shy and pleased. What girl doesn't love a compliment? Yao Yin sat down in the chair beside me. The blazing sun was overhead, but fortunately there was a parasol, so it wasn't too unbearable. "Here." I handed over a bottle of iced cola. "Cola? And iced?" She held the bottle, feeling the waves of coolness, her face full of shock. "Try it," I said with a smile. Iced cola was near impossible to get on the market, but to me it was just an ordinary drink. When supplies were tight, I couldn't bear to drink it myself, but now I could share it generously. The initial hardship I'd long since endured through. Besides, Yao Yun was no outsider. She was my most loyal subordinate. To my own people, I wasn't stingy. She unscrewed the cap and took a small sip, the coolness running straight to her belly, the surrounding heat seeming to retreat somewhat. Delicious, so delicious. She drank several gulps before stopping. Seeing me watching, she was a little embarrassed. I haven't had iced cola in ages. Understandable, I smiled. In 40-some degrees, a mouthful of iced cola. Nothing was more wonderful. By the way, are you the Su Ning who sells iced cola on the market? She suddenly recalled something. You know of that too? So it really is you. Delight showed on her face. You're the only one selling iced cola on the market. Hard not to know. Though few were willing to trade crafting blueprints for cola, it didn't stop me from being famous in this stretch of sea. That ever-listed stock was the best signboard. Didn't think I had that kind of fame, I said. You're a celebrity in this region, she chirped. Never thought I'd turn misfortune into fortune and latch onto a big shot like you. She glanced at the long hull. What level is this boat? 3 or 4? 4. 4, she exclaimed. I'm only 2. Even those upgrading to 3 are few now. And you're already 4. That's amazing. Being gazed at with such admiration by a great beauty, I have to say, felt quite gratifying. Tell me about your situation, I asked with a smile. How many were in that band of pirates yesterday? About 10, she recalled. Everyone had a longbow, and melee weapons too. Their boat was much faster than mine. I tried to hide, and was overtaken in an instant. They fired arrows from afar, giving me no chance to fight back at all. Even if I had, I was no match. They boarded, robbed all my supplies, and carried me off to the pirate boat. I jumped into the sea under cover of night while they were drinking. They probably didn't expect I'd dare jump, so they didn't tie me up, or I'd never have gotten away. 10. I frowned slightly. Not good news. 10, and each with a longbow. If I ran into them, I'd probably fare badly too. It seemed pirates varied in strength. Yesterday, I'd only met 5, with 1 longbow, which counted as lucky. There was more than one band of pirates on this sea, their strength entirely a matter of luck. I wasn't naive enough to think the one she'd met was the strongest. The current me was not absolutely safe. More importantly, she'd just escaped from that pirate boat, and I'd rescued her nearby. That boat couldn't be too far from me. With bad luck, I might well run into that band too. On that boat, besides you, were there any other players? There shouldn't have been, at least I didn't see any. Last night, drifting on the sea, did you encounter any deep-sea horrors? No. She shook her head. Everything was normal. Is that so? I stroked my chin. Is it that you don't encounter deep-sea horrors as long as you're on the sea's surface? Or that you don't encounter them once you've lost your boat? It should be the latter, she said. Someone in the discussion area tried it, stopped their boat late at night, and jumped into the sea themselves, and a deep-sea horror appeared right behind them, hunting them in the water. There's such a thing? I was surprised. She nodded. I read the discussion area little. She read it a lot, and knew more information than I did. So it seems, as long as there's still a boat, no matter where a person is, they can't escape the deep-sea horror. I'm used. I'd even considered camping on an island to avoid the calamity, but now it seemed neither the island nor the water was safe. I looked at her frail frame. Then how did you evade the attacks before? Kill them? No. She shook her head. Every night I hid in the rest cabin and braced the door with wood. When it couldn't ram through, it would give up. That works too. I was greatly surprised. Why wouldn't it? She said, puzzled. I couldn't beat them, so this way I kept my life. Lots of people do it. Not killing means you don't get the treasure crates and legacies, but as long as you're alive, that's enough. Talking with Yao Yun, I learned. Right now, the deep-sea horrors other players encountered were almost all common grade. That sort was weak. As long as you'd prepared early and focused on evading, most could pass the night safely. Every day, people still died. 1. Running into an extremely low probability fine grade 1. 2. Overestimating their ability to kill, only to be bitten to death by a common grade 1. I really am being targeted. The more I heard, the more certain I became. Ever since the deep-sea horrors started attacking, the lowest I'd encountered was fine grade, not a single common 1. I couldn't even complain. Good thing I had many trump cards, or I'd long since have become a ghost beneath their claws. Noon soon arrived. I took out ingredients. 1 unit of rice, 2 portions of seafood, one portion of bear meat with cabbage, one pot of chonin mushroom soup. This much seafood. Heavens, and there's stat-boosting beast meat too. These mushrooms are fine grade as well. Yao Yun's eyes went wide, her face full of disbelief. Where did you get so many good things? Saved up over time, I smiled. You're way too amazing. Her eyes brimmed with admiration. We all crossed over together. How are you this strong? I've been getting by on steamed buns, mineral water, and instant noodles every day. I've nearly forgotten what meat tastes like. As she spoke, she unconsciously swallowed, then came to her senses, her face flushing red. Have a good taste in a bit. Come, let's cook. With Yao Yun helping, cooking was much easier. The bigger surprise was, she could cook, her skill considerably better than mine. The one at the stove switched from me to her. 2 dishes and a soup were soon done. Paired with fragrant white rice, she swallowed countless times. Let's eat upstairs, there's AC there. Noon was the hottest. You'd sweat without moving, and eating would only be hotter. AC. Her voice went shrill. She'd lost count of how many times she'd been shocked today. Every single thing here seemed able to jolt her heart. Air conditioning was something countless players dreamed of in this scorching heat, and to this day no one had heard of anyone having it. Not even electricity. And I not only had electricity, I had AC. I led her up to the second-floor rest cabin, picked up the remote, and turned it on. In under a minute, the cabin dropped at least 10 degrees. The stuffy heat swept clean, cool from the inside out. Let's eat, I called to the dazed girl. All right. Only then did she come to. Before sitting, she couldn't help stealing a few more glances at the AC. In this scorching heat, this thing was practically a lifesaver. Soon, most of her attention was seized by the aroma of the food. So fragrant. The steamed seafood retained its natural flavor, fresh, sweet, and delicious. Paired with the sauce I'd mixed, it seemed not of this world. The bear meat was fatty without being greasy, lean without being tough, and simply cooked with cabbage. It was a superb flavor. The chonin mushroom soup was fresh enough to make your eyebrows fall off. One mouthful, and it felt like your whole being was elevated. Yao Yun forgot her ladle-like manners, holding her bowl and shoveling in rice, her mouth never stopping. I found it amusing to watch, and my own appetite opened wide, eating considerably more than usual. Fortunately, I'd prepared plenty of ingredients. Even with both of us eating freely, there was more than enough. So full. After 3 bowls in a row, she finally set down her bowl and chopsticks, unconsciously rubbing her round belly, her face full of contentment. This was absolutely the best, most satisfying meal she'd had since crossing over. Those before had been survival. Today's was true enjoyment. Coming to her senses, she hurriedly sat up straight and lowered her head in embarrassment. I couldn't help it. I ate a bit much. Her head nearly buried in her chest, not daring to look at me. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. How could I eat so much? Will he take me for a glutton? Will he think I'm a burden and drive me off? No. Having enjoyed the good life here, being made to leave would be worse than death. Heaven bless me. Don't drive me off. I'll do anything. Seeing her anxiety, I smiled. It's fine. However much you eat, I can support you. I'd said it offhandedly. But the speaker was careless, the listener attentive. He said he'll support me? Her anxiety instantly turned to a face full of shy delight. She'd clearly misread me, but wasn't the least annoyed. This world was already utterly different from the old days. There were no prestigious university graduates, no financial magnates, no illustrious family backgrounds. Those identities weren't worth a cent here. The old order was shattered, a new order taking shape, everything ruled by strength. The strong possessed all, the weak couldn't even keep their lives. And Su Ning was clearly among the strong. Admiring the strong was instinct, and Yao Yun was no exception. She knew all too well. Relying on herself alone, mere survival was hard, and it would only grow harder. To follow me, she was willing. Besides, she'd already boarded my boat and could only obey. She had no choice at all. What she was thankful for was that I was young, fairly handsome, and treated her well, neither bullying nor enslaving, which made my impression in her heart all the better. She'd been prepared for the worst before boarding. I paid no mind to her wandering thoughts. Having finished, I habitually rose to clear the bowls and chopsticks, used to being alone. This motion startled her awake. I'll do it. She snatched the bowls and chopsticks. You rest, I'll clean up. Her movements were deft, clearly not unfamiliar. I paused, then sat down with an easy conscience. This was the benefit of having crew. No need to do everything myself. If crew wanted to stay, they had to prove their worth. I wouldn't drive her off, but was happy to let her share the load. This spared me effort and set her heart at ease too. If I did everything, she'd lose her sense of purpose and instead brood all day. With this laborer, I was much more relaxed and returned to the deck to lie under the parasol. What drifted over on the sea was mostly wooden crates, occasionally bronze, but having some beat having none, I didn't want to miss a single one. By the way, from killing the pirates yesterday, 4 crates are still unopened. 1 silver, 3 bronze. Open the bronze first. Stone times 2, hemp rope times 2, plastic times 2, glass times 4. Wood times 3, glass times 3, bucket water times 20L. Sesame flatbread times 2, garlic sauce times 1, leogama times 1, hemp rope times 2, gasoline times 2. 3 mediocre crates. The only bright spot was that 20 liters of bucket water. A considerable income to others, but I wasn't short on water, so nothing to matter. Silver crate, give me a little surprise. I silently prayed and opened. Aquaculture base blueprint times 1, alloy times 5, electronic components times 3, planting box times 1. A blueprint dropped? I was delighted. Aquaculture base blueprint. Crafts a place to farm aquatic products. Needs water times 200L, stone times 20, soil times 50, sand times 50, water plants times 40. Quite a few materials, some of which I didn't have. Searching the trade channel. No one sold soil or water plants, and only 10 portions of sand were for sale. Far from enough. I'll have to put it away for now. It didn't affect its value. I had a fair bit of seafood still kept in wooden buckets, which was no long-term solution. With an aquaculture base, storing and rearing seafood would be far more convenient. The silver crate also yielded a planting box, bringing my total to 6. By the way, the cabbage should be harvested. Had I not seen the planting box, I'd nearly have forgotten I still had a batch growing. This cabbage was low maintenance. Water at once after planting and no further care was needed, so I hadn't paid it mind. In the corner, the cabbage had indeed grown. I harvested it all and buried the last of the seeds. Each cabbage was 20-odd caddies. I hadn't finished the 10 I'd harvested before, and now 10 more were added. Even with Yao Yun's extra mouth, we couldn't finish them. Cabbage kept too long would rot. The storage box could only slow it, not stop it. There was no cold storage or cellar here, and the fridge space was precious, to be reserved for more valuable meat and ice water. Can only list them on the trade channel. I put the remaining 9 up, 1 deep-sea coin each. Players held more and more deep-sea coins, and its presence on the trade channel grew ever more common. For now, barter still dominated, but it was only a matter of time before deep-sea coins replaced it. I too had begun deliberately hoarding coins. Listing done, I rose and hooked up a crate in the distance. Wood times 2, stone times 2. Wooden normal. Just as I was about to sit, another crate appeared in the distance. Surprised, I hauled it as usual. Glass times 1, boxed meal times 1, plastic times 2. Still a wooden crate. Confirming there were no more crates for now, I sat down, took out last night's fishing rod, and started fishing with a piece of crab meat as bait. The whole rod set was superior, each piece increasing sea fish attraction, and though the crab meat was only fine grade, it had one especially eye-catching trait. Beloved by marine creatures, on that alone, its fish luring wouldn't be bad. The bait had barely hit the water when, in under a minute, there was movement. I lifted the rod, the arc perfect, a bite. That trait of the whole fishing set. Once hooked, escape is impossible. The rod didn't break, the line didn't cut, the hook didn't slip. Before this fish had even left the water, it was already in my bag. Reeling in, a 6 or 7 catty sea fish was hoisted from the water. Unable to escape, however, it struggled. Strip fish, sea fish fine, common, highly aggressive, eats small fish, swims fast, delicious meat, nearly boneless. A pity, no stat boost. To me, food that could boost base attributes was the true good stuff. Now that I had a fish, I no longer used the crab meat and cut this fish into segments for bait. The freshly killed fish segments retained a trace of vitality, wriggling on the hook, luring sea fish even more. The new bait had barely gone in before another bite, another lift, another strip fish. I found a wooden bucket, filled it with seawater, and reared it inside. Just as I was about to cast again, another crate drifted over on the sea. Are the crates today a bit dense? Hauled it as usual, and it was bronze. Alloy times 5, wood times 2, hemp rope times 1, bookshelf times 1. 5 units of alloy, a modest surprise. The bookshelf, well, in this world it was practically just a decoration. I continued casting, one after another, the bucket gradually filling with catch. This superior fishing set was indeed extraordinary. If you wanted to eat fish, just cast a few times. As for what you caught, that was all up to luck. Yao Yun, having finished the pots and bowls, came over and sat beside me. Sue, big brother, you're this good at fishing too. She deliberated a while before settling on the address, gazing at the fish in the bucket full of admiration. It's not me who's good, it's this rod. The rod. She looked closely, then realized, a superior quality fishing rod. Before meeting me, the best she'd seen was fine grade, a superior quality item she'd never laid eyes on. Want to try? I. She was unsure. This was superior quality. If she broke or lost it, selling herself couldn't cover it. Just hold on tight. All right. She was actually itching to try. She'd never touched a superior quality item. I handed her the rod, but didn't walk away. This rod was also a weapon. I didn't want it actually lost. She cast clumsily. The bait had barely sunk when there was movement, startling her into hastily lifting the rod. But she underestimated the sea fish's force in the water, and the immense yank made her stagger, about to topple. But she kept my words in mind. Hold on tight, and wouldn't let go even if she fell. Careful. I'd been on guard, and in a single stride embraced her from behind, my hands over hers, lifting the rod with all my strength. An immense force traveled up the rod, and I was secretly alarmed. This fish's strength was greater than any I'd caught before. Back together. She nodded through gritted teeth. At this moment, she couldn't spare a thought for how suggestive our posture was. Her whole mind was on the fish. The two of us together finally overpowered the sea fish's momentum. The fish struggled a while, then gradually calmed. By rights, I should play the fish, exhausting its strength before landing it. But my rod didn't break, cut, or slip. No need to play it at all. Together, pull it up. Under my command, the two of us exerted force together and hoisted the fish straight out of the water. A big fish over a meter long. It thrashed wildly out of the water, but we were prepared, pulling it out and retreating, finally dragging it onto the deck. Huff, huff. Drained, Yao Yun sat on the ground, her chest heaving violently, gasping in great breaths. That fish just now had been no easy matter for her. I wasn't much more at ease either. Sea fish had far greater burst strength than freshwater fish, and this was a big one. Had I not been eating stat-boosting meat all this while, my strength grown considerably. Even the two of us together might not have hoisted it. Meat. I still need to eat more, I thought to myself. My base attributes were mediocre. Only the average of an adult male, far from enough. This world was full of danger everywhere. To protect myself, I had to keep growing stronger. Are you all right? Once I'd recovered, I looked down at her. I stood, she sat, and in a crewneck t-shirt. From my angle, quite a bit of scenery came into view, especially with her breath not yet settled, her chest heaving. I'm fine. Utterly unaware, she was still recovering. Good that you're fine. I turned my head and walked toward the fish. Spirit fish, sea fish fine, one of the fiercest fish in the sea, growing up to 20 meters as an adult, teeth sharp, able to bite through any creature in the sea. The meat is average, but every 5 units eaten grants 1 point of base attribute. Fine grade and stat boosting? My eyes lit up. 1 unit was about a caddy. This fish was 50-some caddies, so 50-some units. Eating it all would add 10 points of base attribute. Don't underestimate these 10 points. Players struggled to add even 1, let alone 10. It boosts stats. Her surprised, delighted voice came from behind. She'd read it too. Yeah. I turned back. You've got real luck, hooking such a fish on your very first cast. I fished half the day and never ran into one. Praised into some embarrassment, she said, thanks to your help. Otherwise, never mind the fish, I'd have been dragged into the sea. This was no exaggeration. A 50-caddy fish, its force bursting in an instant. How could a frail woman like her withstand it? Had I not been beside her to act in time, she really would have been yanked into the sea. Still fishing. No more. No more. She waved her hands repeatedly, still shaken. That moment just now had frightened her badly. I didn't press her. Sea fishing in this world really wasn't safe for those with little strength. Even I had to stay alert. I didn't rush to cast. First, I made a bigger wooden bucket and reared the spirit fish inside. It was only wounded at the mouth, unharmed elsewhere, and hadn't died on the spot, so it could be kept. The description said it could grow up to 20 meters. This one was only a meter odd, far from adult. Rear it first and eat it once it grew. Eating it now added only 10 points. Grown large, who's to say it wouldn't add 100? Thinking of this, I felt even more anticipation for the aquaculture base. With it, the spirit fish could be properly reared. The wooden bucket space was small, only seawater, no complete ecosystem. Kept too long, it would die. A pity the materials were far from enough. For now, I could only imagine. Having settled the spirit fish, I was about to cast when another crate drifted over on the sea. Amid my surprise, I hooked it up. Was your rate of encountering crates high before? I asked her. About the same as everyone else, a dozen or so a day, but I could only haul up 4 or 5. This was the norm for most players too. Encounter a dozen or so a day, actually haul up about half, the rest all drifting away. Once the boat leveled up, its speed higher, it could catch up to the drifting crates, so fewer would be missed. But this had nothing to do with me. I never missed and didn't care about such things. What I cared about was, why were the crates I encountered today noticeably far more than usual? Could it have something to do with Yaoyan? By evening, this suspicion grew stronger. This day, I'd hauled 21 treasure crates, nearly double the usual. I couldn't help guessing. Was it that with one more person on the boat, the treasure crates also doubled? Coincidence, or really because of Yao Yun? One more day of watching tomorrow would tell. Then, a thought surfaced. If more people meant double the treasure crates, then the deep-sea horrors, would they double too? The system would never let me take advantage for free. My heart tightened. Mind you, what I encountered every night was at least fine grade. If too fine grade, or even superior grade, came at once, I might not withstand it. Carrying this unease, I ate dinner with Yao Yun, my mind full of deep-sea horrors. Even the finest dishes were tasteless. Big brother Sue, what's wrong? Is what I made not to your taste? She saw my distraction and asked worriedly. Dinner was made by her, and this was her way of proving her worth. In this world, no one would support a useless person for free. She vied to cook, wash dishes, and scrub pots, precisely fearing she'd lose her reason to stay. No, I shook my head. I'm thinking about tonight. Tonight. She paused, her face faintly reddening. Does he mean sleeping? If he wants me to accompany him, should I agree? If I don't, will he be annoyed? If I do, will it make me seem too easy? I paid no mind to her deeply flushed face and went on to myself. The treasure crates doubled during the day. I'm worried the deep-sea horror tonight will double too. The deep-sea horror? Only then did she come to. I overthought it. He meant the monster, not sleeping. Why is my head full of these things? She berated herself inwardly. It could hardly be blamed on her. This was a lawless world of the strong preying on the weak, with the system's rules holding sway. If I really wanted to do something to her, she couldn't stop me at all. A girl, alone in a room with an unfamiliar man, freshly frightened on a pirate boat just yesterday. Her mind not wandering would be the strange thing. After the meal, you stay on the second floor, don't come out, I said. You're not coming with me? She asked. Before, her way of handling deep-sea horrors was to hide in the cabin and not come out. No, hiding won't work. It will, though. I always hid before, and I was always fine. My boat is different. The deep-sea horror that comes every night is at least fine grade, I said flatly. Fine grade? And at least? Her eyes went wide. Since deep-sea horrors began, she'd never encountered a single fine grade one. I nodded. The boat's level 4, but it's wood after all, and may not hold against anything above fine grade. If two really come and we both just hide, we'll surely die. How fierce fine grade and superior grade were, I knew deeply. If the two of us just hid and let it pound away, we'd become turtles in a jar. I'll help you, she said. She was afraid, but still worked up the courage. I smiled. No need. You hide well on the second floor, I can handle it. But, all right, be careful. She wanted to insist, but knew she had no combat power. Going would probably only hinder me, so she could only remind me repeatedly, secretly vowing to herself. She'd definitely train hard, grow stronger, and be able to help him in the future. After the meal, she cleaned up again, while I prepared for battle. Raging wave crossbow, hook claw, iron axe, spear, startled swan's sword, fishing rod, all into the pack. The backpack made retrieval extremely convenient. I also prepared the meteor puffer blood, the ultimate weapon for turning the tide at a critical moment. Finally, I donned the armor. Though cracked, its defense remained, better than wearing nothing. Everything in order, I felt somewhat at ease. One or two, whatever came, I'd done what I could. If even this wasn't enough, I had no other options. Yao Yun, having finished the pots and bowls, so as not to be a burden, immediately went up to the second floor and watched from the window. I stayed on the first floor. Crack, crack. A series of grating, scraping sounds. Yao Yun and I both went taut. Here it comes. By the faint moonlight, two uninvited guests had appeared on the deck. It really is two. My eyes narrowed. I'd guessed right. Primal shell turtle beast fine. A sea beast, massive in size. Its shell hard, difficult for ordinary blades to pierce. Fierce in temperament, brimming with ferocity. Thank goodness, only fine grade. I felt relieved. It really is fine grade. Yao Yun's shock carried worried. She'd been hoping tonight would be common grade, so that even if two came, I could evade if outmatched. Now her fantasy shattered. Fine grade. Two of them. It couldn't be worse. I stepped out and stood firm, watching the two turtles. Seeing living people, they raised their heads and each spat a jet of water. I'd been on guard, dodging the instant the jets appeared. The two jets slammed into the wooden door, heavy and dull. One strike missing, the two turtles grew irritable, wildly stamping the deck, dense as drum beats. Easy, don't wreck my deck, I complained while flinging out the hook claw. The alloy hook, glinting cold, flew toward one of them. The moment I saw them, I'd already settled on my tactics. This turtle seemed to have some cunning. Seeing the hook come, it actually turned to meet it with its hard shell. An ordinary alloy hook striking a turtle shell would surely be bounced away, but my hook had the never-miss blessing. It would never return empty. Just as it was about to strike the shell, the alloy hook suddenly changed direction, accelerated, and dove straight for its head. That turtle never expected the hook could turn. Whip! The hook sank deep into its skull. At the same time, the split-off second hook flew toward the other one, watching the show beside it. It least expected there was a share for itself, and its head was pierced through all the same. Woo! Two screams erupted almost simultaneously. The head was the only weak point on their entire bodies, usually guarded most closely, yet both were easily pierced through this moment. Blood ran down their skulls, dripping onto the deck. Carried on the sea wind, the reek of blood spread. Under the intense pain, the two turtles violently shook their heads to fling off the hooks. The hooks were embedded deep. How could they come off easily? Instead, I, gripping the rope, was flung into the air by these two immense forces. Ah! Yao Yun cried out from the second floor, her eyes full of worry. But with last night's lesson, I was startled yet unflustered. Retract. In midair, I barked low. The retractable ropes suddenly contracted, and the two turtles, originally on the deck, actually flew up. This scene stunned Yao Yun and panicked the two turtles too. Their massive bodies could have a day of being airborne. I'd been prepared. Seeing the turtle fly toward me, I grabbed hold of one, drew the loaded Raging Wave crossbow from the pack, pressed it against the turtle's head, and pulled the trigger hard. Whip! At close range, the black bolt pierced straight through the skull. This turtle's head already had a hook in it. Pierced again. On the spot, it could only exhale, not inhale. Bang! It crashed heavily onto the deck. Though I had the turtle's body as a cushion, I was jolted into seeing stars. The battle wasn't over. I couldn't relax. Enduring the intense pain, I rolled off the turtle's back and pounced at the other one. This one had fallen hard too. The hook in its head hurt so much it retracted its head into its shell, playing the shrinking turtle. Seeming to sense me approaching, it wildly spun in place, sending me flying with one blow. I ached all over. Fortunately, the rope's end was still in my hand. When flung away, I let the rope out, and after landing, I pulled it tight again. The spinning turtle was reluctantly dragged before me. Before it could react, I was at its head. Though its head was retracted into its shell, it was visible from outside. I smiled, raised the crossbow against the head within the shell, and pulled the trigger. Whip! This one's head was blasted apart by me too. Though the primal shell turtle's head was its only weak point, it too was covered in a layer of fine, dense scales, hard for ordinary blades and arrows to wound. But the Raging Wave crossbow was a superior quality weapon. Defense hard for ordinary blades to pierce was nothing before a superior grade weapon, and besides, I specifically targeted its head, not the shell. Woo! Both turtles were wailing. The first one's voice was weak, already near death. The latter one still had vitality, wailing shrilly, especially unnerving in the pitch-black night. I no longer attacked, only gripping the rope and dodging to one side. Each turtle had taken 2 blows to the head, and especially that piercing bolt was enough to be fatal. I needn't approach again, just wait for death. The more they struggled, the worse the wounds, the faster they'd die. But just as I waited quietly, the second one actually staggered toward the deck's edge. It was trying to flee. I was visibly startled. I'd never encountered this situation. The deep-sea horrors before had all fought me to the death. Where was there any talk of fleeing? Yet this one before me actually wanted to flee. Want to flee? No way. It had just crawled to the edge when I retracted the rope. The next second, it was yanked back. Barely steadied, it crawled toward the edge again. Still not giving up. I laughed. Flee? I'll let you take a couple of steps first. It crawled to the edge. I retracted the rope again, yanked it back again. After several rounds, it finally stopped crawling. Not because it had come to its senses, but because it had no strength left. After struggling a while more, it went completely still, left its legacy, and vanished from the deck. The other, having left its legacy long before, went a step ahead. Phew, finally over. I didn't rush to rise, sitting on the ground to recover. That jolt from before still ached even now. Big Brother Sue, are you all right? The moment the 2 turtles vanished, Yao Yun was the first to run over, crouching down worriedly. I'm fine. Big Brother Sue, you're amazing. You actually killed fine-grade beasts, 2 of them. Her eyes brimmed with admiration. In this moment, I loomed nearly omnipotent in her heart. Just 2 fine-grade beasts. I smiled. This wasn't humble bragging, but the truth. With so many trump cards, if I couldn't even kill these, I'd be too useless. 2 superior grade ones would be another matter. She still gazed at me with shining eyes. She'd watched the whole battle. Though wounded, I'd held the advantage throughout. The 2 turtles posing not a trace of fatal danger to me from start to finish. It was the hook claw in my hand that piqued her curiosity. She checked its attributes. It could freely extend. It was superior quality. Weren't hook claws all common grade, only good for hauling crates? Since when could they be used against deep-sea horrors? She was full of questions, but didn't ask more, only carefully helping me up. Next came the thing I, and every player, loved most, collecting the spoils. Obtained. Primal Shell Turtle Meat times 280, Primal Shell Turtle Shell times 10, Primal Shell Turtle Blood times 6. The 2 were so massive that 280 portions of meat wasn't excessive. Primal Shell Turtle Meat Food Fine. Top quality meat, richly nutritious, holds enormous appeal for seabirds. Non-stat boosting meat again. I frowned, but the latter half smoothed my brow. Enormous appeal for seabirds. Useless to others, but different for me. I had never miss, plus a freely extending hook claw. As long as a seabird dared come down, it couldn't escape. A pity there'd been no seabirds overhead these past days, or I'd long since have found a way to catch them. Primal Shell Turtle Shell Material Fine. Extremely hard. Excellent material for making and upgrading armor. Material again? Before, I might have disdained it as mediocre. Now I dared not. Without this stuff, equipment could upgrade to superior at most, with no way beyond. Right now, most people didn't even have a single fine-grade item, and had no awareness of the importance of such materials. I could hoard a batch cheaply on the market first, for personal use or resale, either worked. Primal Shell Turtle Blood Medicinal Material Fine. Can refine medicine, an excellent material. The only recipe I had was Yunshan white medicine, and its ingredients didn't include blood, so this blood was of no use for now. But a fine-grade medicine refining material would come in handy sooner or later. Having gathered the materials, I looked at the 2 crates on the ground, 1 bronze, 1 silver, both legacies of the Primal Shell Turtles. A fine-grade beast only drops bronze? Rotten luck, I sighed. Wow, a silver treasure crate. While I lamented on my end, Yao Yun on hers was full of amazement. She'd rarely even seen bronze before, and silver was a first. This silver crate, you open it. I smiled. I felt my luck was poor today, so I might as well let her open it. I don't dare. I'm afraid I won't get anything good. She waved her hands repeatedly. It's fine, give it a try. It was just a silver crate. I had them nearly every day now, and wouldn't be disappointed if it flopped. All right. Her curiosity got the better of her in the end. She prayed silently and opened the crate. A pile of things spilled out. To my surprise, though she opened it, I could see all the information. Obtained: washing machine blueprint, charcoal blueprint, alloy times 10, electronic components times 5, happy times 5. I nearly cursed. A single silver crate actually yielded 2 blueprints. I'd opened so many silver crates, gotten blueprints, but never 2 from one crate. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? I was full of envy. Then it occurred to me that she was my crew, and by the system's rules, everything a crew member had belonged to the captain. What she opened was naturally all mine. Envy turned to excitement. Big Brother Sue, I opened 2 blueprints. She too showed her delight. Having her open the crate, she'd been under pressure, fearing she'd flop and let me down. I saw, well done, I smiled, that I could see the crate's information was surely precisely because she was my crew. As captain, I had absolute control over my crew, and even what she obtained fell within it. Praised, she smiled all the more happily. Having gathered the things, the 2 of us went up to the 2nd floor. The deep-sea horror was dealt with. Tonight was safe, time to rest. But a problem arose. I had only 1 AC, 1 bed, and no bathroom yet. Before, alone, it didn't matter. Haul a bucket of seawater on deck for a shower. Relieve myself over the boat's edge. Most players may do this way. But now there was one more person on the boat, a girl no less. The bed was easy, makeable anytime with materials. No bathroom was inconvenient. And more importantly, with only 1 AC, sleeping in 2 rooms simply wouldn't do. I'll go sleep on the 1st floor. Her voice was thin as a mosquito's. There's no AC on the 1st floor, no bed. She hesitated. It wasn't fear, it was shyness. From the moment she boarded, she'd been mentally prepared. Even if it meant warming the bed, she likely wouldn't refuse. I'm not forcing you. If you insist on sleeping on the 1st floor, that's fine too. I'll make you a bed. It's just that there's only 1 AC, and the 1st floor doesn't have it. I'll sleep on the 2nd floor. After long hesitation, she made up her mind, not entirely out of craving comfort, but because she felt the decision had been made the moment she boarded. There was no need to be coy now, no escaping it. It was only a matter of time. I froze for a moment, then nodded. I had 2 bed blueprints, one for a sandalwood bed and one for an ordinary bed, and even the ordinary bed I could build was far better than the system's default single bed. Using the leftover quality-grade timber, I built a sandalwood bed, 2 meters by 1.8, complete with a mattress. Then, using regular wood, I built an ordinary bed. I'll sleep in this one. Yao Yun spotted the difference at a glance and immediately chose the ordinary bed. Fine. After a slight hesitation, I agreed. To my surprise, the 4-piece bedding set I'd obtained earlier fit the sandalwood bed perfectly. Lying down on it, my whole body felt lighter and most of my exhaustion melted away. But it wasn't time to sleep yet. Next, I built a bathroom. With Yao Yun aboard, I could no longer be as casual as before. The system's bathroom was just a plain squat toilet, nothing else, so I used up my bathroom construction blueprint. Unexpectedly, the toilet and the bathroom could be merged into one. This bathroom was divided into 3 sections. At the innermost was a glass shower stall, plus an oversized bathtub roomy enough for 2 people. In the middle sat a sleek smart toilet, and along the outer wall hung a 2-meter marble vanity, with a large mirror above it, hidden LED strips embedded beside and behind the glass, casting soft, even light that made the whole room bright and airy. Beneath the counter was a bathroom cabinet for storing toiletries. Everything about it was high-end, quietly radiating understated luxury. No wonder a single bathroom blueprint required stone, wood, glass, metal sheets, and even electronic components. It's this lavish. I marveled inwardly. With it, the entire rest cabin felt several grades more refined. Yao Yun gazed at the newly built bathroom, overjoyed. Before she met me, forget luxury like this. She hadn't even had the crudest of facilities. Bed, done. Bathroom, done. That settled our living arrangements. The only issue was that the cabin was open and empty, with no partition in the middle, and the 2 beds weren't far apart. You could say we were sharing a single room. She felt shy about it, but she also knew this was the best possible outcome. I treated her with plenty of care and respect, and her fondness for me only grew. Perhaps because she was too tired, or because it was her first time sleeping in the same room as a man, She fell fast asleep, her breathing steady and even. Listening to that faint sound of her breath, I smiled. She really trusts me. After all, I was a young man in my early 20s, full of vigor. It would be a lie to say I felt no temptation, but I had my limits. Though there were no laws in this world, I hadn't let myself run wild. Maybe one day this world would change me, but not now. Not yet. She slept, but I didn't rest. Building the bathroom and the sandalwood bed had cost a lot of materials, and I needed to restock. Ice-cold cola was still something countless people craved, but only a few were willing to trade a blueprint for a single bottle. Yet few didn't mean none. Using cola, I traded for 2 more blueprints, goggles and shoes. The shoe blueprint, like the clothing one, required setting a design first, unchangeable for 7 days. The goggle blueprint had no such restriction. Goggles were useless to most people, but not to me. I had a water-repelling pearl that let me breathe underwater like a fish. Paired with goggles, my underwater vision would be much clearer, a huge help for deep-sea diving. As for shoes, since crossing over, I'd owned only one pair, and after 2 island landings, walking all through the reef zones, they were badly worn. Now I could finally replace them. The rest of the cola I listed on the trading platform as usual. Besides cola, I was also selling 2 other things: toilet paper and ice-cold mineral water. The former had once been a huge hit, earning me tens of thousands of metal sheets. But now with so many people selling paper, it moved very slowly. Once it sold out, I'd stop producing it. Ice-cold mineral water, however, stayed red hot. In 40-degree heat, you'd be drenched in sweat just standing still. Hauling boxes under the blazing sun was even worse. At times like that, a bottle of ice water was like nectar from heaven. No one could resist the temptation. Ask for a blueprint in exchange, and people might hesitate. But I only asked for ordinary materials, so who could refuse? I was the only seller in the entire market. No competition at all. A monopoly. It sold out the instant it went up. Trade earnings could be stored or claimed immediately. I usually let them accumulate. Now it was time to collect. Obtained. Hemp rope times 800, plastic times 400, metal sheet times 500, stone times 400, glass times 300, alloy times 50, white sugar times 50. A flood of supplies poured into the storage box. To reach level 5, I only need quality timber and alloy. The alloy's not far off, but quality timber is hard to come by, I muttered. Getting 50 units of alloy was already excellent. That was a mid to high tier resource. Reaching level 5 required 100 alloy, and I already had 87. Just a few more boxes would do it. Quality timber, though, required 1,000, and I was still far short. No rushing it. Slow and steady. I checked the market and found there really were a lot of people selling materials. As expected, most players didn't know what the materials were for, so they were dumping them cheap. Since they were for sale, I didn't hold back. Using fresh water as currency, I bought them up in bulk. I'd stockpiled plenty of fresh water. Others weren't so lucky. In heat like this, demand for fresh water was soaring and its price climbing, so my reserves came in handy. When I woke again, it was the next morning. "Brother Sue, you're up?" "I made some porridge," Yao Yin said, walking over. She'd risen early, fetched rice from the storage hold, and cooked breakfast. I sat down at the table, took a bowl, and started eating. Having someone wait on me, it really was a nice feeling. "How'd you sleep last night?" I asked casually. "Great." She smiled. "It's the most peaceful night I've had since crossing over." It was the truth. Before she met me, she'd gone from one meal to the next, never knowing where the following would come from. That was the situation for most players, and sleeping soundly would have been a miracle. But once she came aboard, everything changed. Supplies were plentiful. I was strong. She no longer had to fear dying to the deep-sea horrors, and the room even had air conditioning, something she'd never even dared to dream of before. After breakfast, she cleaned up while I went up to the deck. Before long, a box drifted across the sea, and I grabbed my grappling hook to fish it in. Obtained. Glass times 2, pickled mustard times 2. A wooden crate, basic materials, no surprise. Confirming there were no more boxes for the moment, I went back to fishing. Yao Yun, having finished the dishes, came over too, sitting beside me to help bait the hook and remove the fish. She didn't dare do the actual fishing anymore. "Seems like it's getting hotter and hotter," she said, wiping her sweat. Even under the umbrella, we were both drenched. "I just checked. It's 48 degrees today. In this heat, I wouldn't be surprised if people died." Move around under a sun like that, and heat stroke was no surprise. And if heat stroke went untreated, death was common enough. I was just browsing the community forum. Some people really did die from the heat, she said, her voice low. Several players said friends on their lists had gone gray, and those people had all mentioned feeling unwell before they died. It must have been heat stroke. When a player died, their name went gray on friends' lists. I hadn't expected people to actually die from the heat, and more than one at that. The temperature climbs higher every day. No telling when it'll stop. I had ice water and air conditioning, so I wasn't worried, but others didn't have those luxuries. As the temperature kept rising, the death toll would only grow. She looked a little saddened and a little relieved. If she hadn't met me, she'd be facing the same plight. I'll go build a couple more refrigerators. I set down my rod. Building a fridge only required metal sheets, plastic, alloy, and electronic components. No chips, and I had all of it. Right now I only had one fridge, most of its space packed with meat, leaving little room for ice water. A couple more would let me chill more water, and though I wasn't giving it away, it'd help at least some people. The downside was that 2 more fridges meant more power consumption, and I only had about 80 units of gasoline left. I couldn't afford to be reckless. The fridges and air conditioning still had to sustain my own daily life. Once I'd built the 2 fridges, I packed them full of mineral water, using up quite a bit of plastic. The system had no loopholes. Once a bottle of mineral water was emptied, the bottle vanished automatically. Some people tried drinking half and refilling the bottle with fresh water, only for it all to leak out. The water wasn't stored, and it was simply wasted. To sell fresh water, you either had to produce your own bottled version or have the buyer bring their own container. Since I had to chill the ice water first, naturally, I could only use my own plastic bottles. Water loaded, I returned to the deck. Before I could even sit down, more boxes drifted in from the distance, 2 at once. I took them all. Looks like the treasure boxes really did double because there's another person aboard. Actually, seeing 2 monsters climb onto the ship last night, I'd already been 90% certain. Both the treasure box spawn rate and the number of deep-sea horrors increased with the number of people on the ship. More people, more boxes, more monsters. For me, that was a good thing. Boxes were resources, and though the monsters were more dangerous, killing them yielded richer rewards. Fortune favors the bold, but only if you have the strength to back it up. An hour or so later, I pulled out the ice water, listed it, and gave a shout in the community forum. Just put up a batch of ice-cold mineral water. Interested parties, come to the trade channel and grab it. Just as Yao Yun had said, I'd become somewhat famous in these waters. The moment the ad went up, it exploded. It's the Great Su Ning. Awesome, ice water again. Life-saving water. I'm about to pass out from the heat. Damn, how are these people so fast? It's already gone. 200 bottles? That's nothing. How many people are in our zone? You could add 2 zeros and it'd still sell out. Great Su Ning. Please, 1 bottle. The mineral water I pulled from a box was actually warm. Can you believe it? The instant I appeared, a wave of chatter erupted, and the listed ice water sold out almost instantly. Buyers came not just from my own zone, but from others too. Along with the flattery and praise came the slander and jealousy. It's that black-hearted merchant again. Everyone boycott him. Don't buy his water. Su Ning, do you have any conscience left? We're all people from Blue Star, and at a time like this you're still thinking about making money? You should just give the ice water to everyone. Selling 1 bottle of water this expensive, profiting off a crisis. Shameless. I curled my lip and blocked them one by one. Once blocked, I could no longer see their words, nor could they trade with me. If they thought I was profiting off a disaster, then they shouldn't buy. I was just a player, like everyone else, not some saint. Putting out this big a batch of ice water at a time like this was already a form of help. Did they expect me to give it away for free? Was I supposed to just die myself? Besides, I only charged a little more than plain mineral water, just enough to cover the electricity. That was generous enough. Brother Su, don't mind them. They're just being unreasonable, Yao Yun said, walking over, indignant on my behalf. She'd seen those comments too. Not in the mood to bother with them. I smiled, produced another batch of mineral water for the fridges, then went back with her to fish on the deck. Caw, caw, caw. Not long after I cast my line, bird cries came from the sky. I looked up to see several seabirds flying in from the distance. Finally, here they come again. Smiling, I took out some yuanjia turtle meat and spread it across the deck. This was quality-grade meat, And the most important line in its description was that it held immense allure for seabirds. I meant to use it to lure them in, something I'd done more than once and had well in hand. Under the blazing sun, the turtle meat on the deck gave off its distinctive scent. In heat like this, the meat would spoil in under an hour, but I didn't care. It was only bait. The seabirds high above spotted the ship and swiftly dropped in altitude. This was probably a system setting too. If they stayed high, that bit of turtle meat might not have been enough to draw them. What huge seabirds, Yao Yin noted as well. This wasn't her first time seeing them. The seabirds of this world were larger and fiercer than those on Blue Star. The forum was full of accounts of people being attacked by them, and they seemed to bear an innate hostility toward players. When she'd encountered them, she'd usually hidden inside. Big and fast, they were beyond an ordinary player's ability to handle, so hiding was the only option. Brother Sue, these birds are vicious. Let's hide first and fish later. Hide. I smiled. No, we're not going to hide. We're going to catch them. Catch them? How? She asked, startled. You'll see in a moment. I handed her the Raging Wave crossbow. Hold this. When I tell you to shoot, shoot. She nodded blankly. He wanted her to shoot birds with a crossbow? However good the crossbow was, the birds flew so fast. How could she possibly hit one? And if she couldn't hit it, no amount of quality would matter. Full of doubt, she watched me grip the grappling hook, glancing up at the birds every so often, as if waiting for something. Soon the flock spotted that food, and, almost without hesitation, dove for the deck, 6 of them, each enormous, wings spread as they plunged together, blotting out the sky. Yao Yun's face went pale with fright. Several times she wanted to flee, and only because I hadn't moved did she force down the urge. Now, I barked in a low voice and hurled the grappling hook. What is he doing? Yao Yun was stunned. Catching a seabird with a grappling hook? Impossible. These birds were fierce and cunning. Even ordinary arrows couldn't harm them. They'd either dodge or bat them away with their wings. The hook would surely be the same. It would never land. But the next second, her eyes went wide. The alloy hook had buried itself into a seabird's body. How is that possible? Her face was full of disbelief. The hook's tip was sharp, but how much force would it retain after being flung into the air? At most it might strike the bird. How could it pierce it? And the bird's defenses were far from weak. At this distance, how could the hook break through? Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she'd never have believed it. The rope in my hand snapped taut, dragging the hooked seabird straight down toward the deck. Crash. Shoot it. All right. She snapped out of it and pulled the trigger on the bird. It was close and large, even for a first-time crossbow user. A shot at this range was no problem. Thunk. The bolt punched clean through the bird's body, pinning it to the deck. It shrieked and thrashed, its massive wings whipping up gusts of wind. Thunk. Another bolt pierced through, and at last it went still, twitching a few final, unwilling times before falling silent. Filthy beast, asking for death. On the other side, I'd already drawn Startled Swan and thrust it up into the air. Just as I was hauling the bird down, one of the flock actually swooped straight at me. I'd been on guard for it. One thrust. Thunk. Startled Swan pierced its belly, the blade sinking a third of the way in. The bird scattered a spray of blood and a heap of feathers, then tried to climb away and escape. Trying to run? Not so easy. By now Yao Yun had finished off the first bird with her 2 bolts. It vanished, leaving behind its loot, and the alloy hook fell back down. I immediately reeled it in and hurled it at the wounded seabird. The bird flew fast, but the hook flew faster. In the blink of an eye it caught up, sinking easily into the bird's body. At the same time, the hook split apart, and a second hook flew toward the bird beside it. Unsurprisingly, catching it as well. Reel. Both birds plummeted with the retracting force. Crash, crash. Yao Yun was ready, pulling the trigger the moment they hit the deck. Her first bolt pierced the wounded bird's head, killing it on the spot. Then she turned to the second and dispatched it with 2 more. In the blink of an eye, working together, the 2 of us had killed 3. The remaining 3 retreated to high altitude, neither landing nor leaving, just circling overhead. Taking advantage of the lull, I taught Yao Yun how to refill the bolt magazine. Even now she felt a little dazed. They'd actually killed seabirds, 3 of them at once. Before, she wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Brother Sue, how did you do that? She finally asked. Catching seabirds with a grappling hook was all but impossible, yet I'd pulled it off, right in front of her. I have my ways. I smiled but didn't elaborate. The matter of my talent was something I didn't want to reveal to anyone, not even a crew member. Seeing that I wouldn't say, she was tactful enough not to press further. Look, one flew off, she said, pointing to the sky. Of the 3 circling birds, only 2 remained. One had fled into the distance. Pity. 1 fewer meant 1 less reward. While the other 2 were still hesitating, I gathered up the loot from the 3 birds. Obtained. Wuhuan bird meat times 300, Wuhuan bird blood times 6. Ordinary quality. Meat and blood like this weren't worth taking up space in my fridge. The fridge had bigger uses. I casually listed the 300 portions of bird meat on the trade channel at a low price, just to move it fast. Meat was still scarce for many people. Not everyone could catch birds, and ocean fish couldn't be caught every day. The market for meat was large, and at a low price. Plenty of buyers snapped it up. Then I looked at the box on the deck. 3 birds had dropped just 1 bronze box. For ordinary quality, dropping even 1 was decent. Obtained. Wood times 2, gauze times 1, salt times 2, hot pot base times 2. Nothing good. The only useful thing was the gauze, and it was merely ordinary grade, worse at stopping blood than my Yunshan white medicine. Caw, caw, caw. After I collected the box, the 2 circling seabirds finally couldn't hold back and dove for the deck. Truly, men die for wealth, and birds die for food, I said with feeling. With the feast before them, they'd chosen to gamble. Since they'd come, I wasn't about to let them go. With the earlier example, catching these 2 was effortless, and Yao Yun was getting the hang of it. Working together, the last 2 also fell to the crossbow. I gained another 150 portions of bird meat and 4 units of blood, still ordinary grade. Even more deflating, these 2 didn't drop a single box between them. What a loss. I'd used quality turtle meat to lure the birds, and all I'd gotten in return was a pile of ordinary meat and blood, hardly any resources at all. This deal was a bust. But in Yao Yun's eyes, they'd made out like bandits. Trading a few units of meat for this much material was a huge win. Let's keep fishing. I quickly adjusted my mindset. You couldn't come out ahead every time. The occasional loss was normal. The 2 of us went back to fishing, practicing with the crossbow in between. Ranged weapons were important. Being able to end a fight from a distance was excellent for self-protection. To my delight, Yao Yin seemed to have a talent for archery. After a while of practice, she improved by leaps and bounds, and by noon her accuracy was on par with mine. Of course, that was only with the crossbow. Firing a crossbow took no strength, but a traditional bow required power, and she was too weak to handle one. Brother Sue, once I get good with the crossbow, does that mean I can help you fight the deep-sea horrors? She asked, full of anticipation. She'd been practicing so desperately just so she could fight alongside me, so she wouldn't be a burden. Of course. I smiled. An extra helper was a good thing. It gave me a better chance against the deep-sea horrors, especially if I ran into 2 of them at fine grade. Having 1 more person would carry real weight. Wonderful, I'll definitely practice hard. Yao Yun clenched her little fist, her face full of determination. I believe you can do it, I encouraged her. I'd seen her shooting talent with my own eyes. With diligent practice, she'd surely become a fine crossbow shooter. Encouraged, her eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. After lunch, once she'd finished cleaning up, she couldn't wait to keep practicing while I went back to fishing. Su Ning, do you still have any ice water? Just as I was fishing leisurely, a private message came in from Yin Feifei. I do, I replied quickly. I want to buy a few bottles. There are too many people snatching up the ones you list on the market. I can never get any. Sure, I agreed readily. Ice water was meant to be sold. Did it matter who I sold it to? I'm short on supplies, so I'll trade you a blueprint for it. A blueprint? My eyes lit up. Which one? A planter box blueprint. Planter box. My eyes snapped bright. This was a genuinely good item, not some useless blueprint. With it, I could mass-produce planter boxes. Something this good, and you're willing to trade it for water? Of course I know it's good, but it's useless to me right now. No soil, no seeds, and no spare fresh water for irrigation. You could build them and sell them. There'd be plenty of buyers. I know, which is why, besides the water, I need you to agree to one condition. What condition? When necessary, come save me. Use a teleport scroll to go to your ship? Yin Feifei said. Last night, I ran into a fine-grade deep-sea horror. I only escaped because I hid well. But I can't count on being that lucky every time. So I'd like you to promise to come save me at the critical moment. I see. I smiled. You're that certain I can save you? I believe in you. Besides, other than you, I don't have any other suitable candidate. All right, I agree. I accepted at once. It was just helping kill a monster, and possibly only a fine grade one. Nothing to hesitate over. At first I'd felt that trading a planter box blueprint for ice water was taking huge advantage of her, and it had bothered me. But now that she'd added a condition, the trade felt fair. She was using a blueprint to buy a measure of security, no loss for her. While for me, a fine-grade deep-sea horror was hardly a threat at all, and getting a planter box blueprint out of it was a big win. With the agreement settled, I gave her 5 bottles of ice water first. She wanted more than 5, but she had no fridge, and in heat like this, giving her all of it at once would just spoil. We could only trade in batches. As for the promise to rescue her, that could only be a verbal agreement. There was no way to reflect it in the trade. The planter box blueprint, though, she handed over without hesitation, giving me the blueprint this readily. Aren't you afraid that later I'll stop supplying water, or won't save you? I asked with a smile. I believe in you, she said simply. All right. Our manager, Yin, is still a good judge of character. Manager Yin. Aboard the other ship, Yin Feifei stared at those 3 words, momentarily lost in a daze. It had been so long since she'd heard that title. Before crossing over, she'd been a manager, high above the rest, the center of attention wherever she went. After crossing over, everything changed. Her old identity had been reset to 0, and everyone was back at the same starting line. She'd assumed that with her abilities she'd get by just fine, but she'd overestimated herself and underestimated the cruelty of this world. She had survived all this time, yet always with hardship and want. It wasn't that she lacked ability. Quite the opposite. She excelled at everything. It was just that women were at an inherent disadvantage in this world. The gap in strength made things harder for them than for men. On top of that, her parents and younger sister had crossed over with her, and she had to divide her attention caring for her aging parents, sharing out her supplies, leaving herself perpetually short. What? Having second thoughts. Seeing her go quiet for so long, I sent another message. She laughed, and it was a happy laugh. No. Su Ning, I'm really glad I got to know you. Those words left me a little bewildered. What I didn't know was that before contacting me, she'd reached out to former colleagues and friends. They were either barely surviving themselves or made all sorts of outrageous demands. The gentlemanly courtesy and refined manners they'd once shown her had utterly vanished. I alone had both the strength to help her and no unreasonable demands to make. A moment later, she sent another message. I've got something to take care of. I'll get to it. Let's talk again next time. She was afraid I'd press her with questions she wouldn't know how to answer, so she quickly ended the chat. Sure, I replied. By then my thoughts had already drifted from that puzzling remark of hers to the planter box blueprint. Planter box blueprint, the essential container for growing plants. Requires plastic times 5, metal sheet times 1. Just 2 materials, mostly plastic. Looks like I'll need to adjust what I'm trading for. To mass-produce planter boxes, plastic was indispensable, and I didn't have much on hand. I needed to trade for more. Luckily, ice water was hard currency. With a basic resource like that, I could trade for whatever I wanted. I switched most of my ice water purchasing targets to plastic and went back to fishing. Brother Su, something's up. Yao Yun, practicing her archery, suddenly pointed into the distance. I stood and looked. An island, faint and half-hidden. An island. Delighted, I reeled in my line and dashed into the cockpit. On the radar, a green dot was blinking. It really was an island. I immediately changed course. The island grew clearer. A tall mountain rose straight from it, taking up more than half the island. As far as I could see, both mountain and island were barren, without a trace of vegetation. No trees. I frowned. This was the 3rd island I'd encountered. The first 2 had both had trees, and the second in particular had quite a few quality-grade trees, from which I'd collected a good deal of quality timber. I'd been hoping this island might add to my quality timber stock so I could upgrade the ship, but it didn't have a single tree. Unwilling to give up, I circled the island once. Forget trees. Through my binoculars, I couldn't find even a single blade of grass. This barren. My frown deepened. Regardless, since I'd found an island, I had to go up and take a look. The ship was now level 4, with a deep draft, so I couldn't get too close for fear of running aground. I could only anchor some distance out. That created a problem. Yao Yin couldn't get to the island. She couldn't swim, and there were no life rings or small boats aboard. You stay on the ship. I'll go check out the island. We'll keep in touch by private message. Okay, Brother Sue, be careful. I went to the edge of the deck and leaped into the sea. With the water-repelling pearl, I moved freely through the water. I soon reached the island's edge, first a reef zone. Where there were reefs, there was beachcombing to be done. I didn't go deep, but explored along the coastline. Before long, I made a discovery. Sand material ordinary, an ordinary island resource, can be used to craft certain items. This was exactly the material I needed to build an aquaculture base. I'd scoured the market before and only managed to buy 10 units, nowhere near enough. This stretch of beach was more than enough. The beaches on the first two islands had been mere scenery, impossible to take away. This one was clearly different. The description called it an ordinary resource rather than a common resource. No wonder it was scarce on the market. I didn't rush to gather it. This beach was large, so there had to be a lot of sand. But on this trip, I'd only brought my backpack, no storage box, and the backpack was measured by space, not by count. If I collected it all now, I might not have room for anything else. Crossing the beach, I circled along the coast before pushing into the island's interior. Just as I'd seen from the ship, there wasn't a single plant on the whole island. No trees, no grass, no shrubs. Quite disappointing. An island this big, how could it have no plants? Instinctively, I looked toward the mountain at the island's heart. Could it be connected to that? The answer came quickly. Before me appeared a patch of oddly colored soil. Red cloud earth soil perfect, formed from weathered volcanic ash, rich in minerals and trace elements. Ideal for farming. Greatly accelerates plant growth, has a chance to raise the grade of crops grown in it, up to 2 grades, and triples yields. Perfect grade soil. I stared at that expanse of crimson earth, my face full of delighted surprise. I was in dire need of soil. I didn't even have much ordinary soil, and perfect soil was something I'd never have dared dream of. What's more, this area was enormous. My backpack could never hold it all. Storage box. I have to bring a storage box to this island. Looking at the red cloud earth, I also understood why nothing grew here. The plants had been swallowed by volcanic lava. I raised my eyes to the mountain at the island's center, no doubt about it, a volcano, and most likely a dormant one. Volcanic ash reacts chemically the moment it lands, but for it to truly weather into soil took thousands, even tens of thousands, of years. This stirred in me the urge to explore the volcano. But before that, I still had to survey the island thoroughly and confirm there was no danger. A full circuit revealed no danger, and I found vast stretches of red cloud earth. Hauling it all by myself would take considerable time. I needed help. And right now, the only help I had was Yao Yun. Maybe I can add one more person. I still had one teleport scroll left. Each scroll bound one person, and only for 2 hours at a time, but that beat nothing. Even as I plotted how to mine the red cloud earth, I began climbing the volcano. Lava had carved a slope between the mountain body and the ground. The path was rough, but the climb was manageable. Along the way, I made another discovery. Fire scale stone, or material fine, formed by volcanic eruption, an important and rare material. I saw quite a lot of it along the way. Or, this counts as a resource. I'd opened so many boxes and never gotten ore. Clearly, it was extremely rare, and without stumbling onto an island with a volcano, I'd never have found it at all. It was a material, and fine grade at that, so of course I wasn't letting it slip. Perfect soil, fine ore, and sand too. This island is practically a treasure trove. My earlier disappointment was long thrown to the winds. Climbing to the crater, I stood at the rim and looked down. Inside was an enormous cavity, its walls smooth as a mirror, with no path leading down. But that didn't stump me. I locked onto a massive boulder, tied the retractable line at the end of my grappling hook to it, and tugged repeatedly to confirm it was secure. Then, gripping the alloy hook, I returned to the rim, took a deep breath, and leaped down. My body plunged, the ground rushing up fast. Just as I was about to hit it, I barked, "Stop!" My plummeting body halted abruptly, just 3 meters from the ground. I let out a breath, slowly released the line, and landed steadily. From rim to floor was a drop of nearly 300 meters. Thankfully, my grappling hook had been upgraded, or it truly wouldn't have been long enough. Once down, I set the grappling hook aside, drew the raging wave crossbow, and advanced with it raised. The floor here was about 300 or 400 square meters, littered with rubble and dotted with fire scale stone. At the base of the rock wall were several caves. I chose one and entered. Before long, I came upon a steaming pool. The info showed it was a hot spring. Better still, it wasn't scenery. It could be taken away. Phosphorus water, hot spring water fine. Formed by volcanic residual heat warming underground water, rich in minerals. Prolonged soaking can improve physical constitution, though no more than 1 hour per day is advised. Transferable. And adding 1 unit of volcanic or daily preserves the activity of up to 100 units of hot spring water. Fine-grade hot spring water I could take with me. My face lit up with joy. Only I had no container on hand, so I could only leave it for now. Past the hot spring, farther in. Moonstone gem, material fine, formed by cooling lava, can be crafted into jewelry, used to decorate a dwelling, or used as a material to upgrade specific items. A fine-grade gem. Besides moonstone, I successively found several other kinds of gems. And to my even greater delight, there was one more. Deep sea stone gem, material perfect, formed by cooling lava, extremely rare and immensely valuable, an excellent material for crafting jewelry, and the sole material for making deep sea coins. It can make deep sea coins? Even I, accustomed to seeing good things, couldn't help but cry out. Deep sea coins were the official designated currency, gradually becoming the preferred medium of trade. Their value went without saying. Yet they were extremely hard to obtain. The only known source was treasure boxes, and not every box had them. And even those that did held pitifully few, especially low-tier boxes. It had taken me forever to accumulate just over 3,000, and more than half of those had come from raiding pirates, which showed just how difficult it was. I'd never imagined that beneath this dormant volcano lay deep-sea stone that could make deep-sea coins. Though I didn't yet know how to refine it, its value was beyond question. Rich, I'm rich. Gazing at the deep-sea stone all over the ground, I grinned from ear to ear. Who'd have thought that such an unremarkable, seemingly barren island would be strewn with treasures? I pressed onward and came upon another large expanse of fire-scale stone and nothing else. The interior of the volcano was cluttered, but most of it was just scenery. You could look and touch, but not take it away. The moment you tried, it crumbled into a handful of fine sand and vanished. Even so, the haul from this trip was already enormous. Reaching the end of the cave, I turned back and moved into the other caves. The situation was much the same, all with hot springs and various ores. The bottom of this volcano was likewise a treasure trove. Having finished exploring, I returned to the center of the open floor and gripped the alloy hook. Real. The next second, borne by the retracting force, I flew straight up toward the crater and landed steadily back on the rim. Truly a treasure. Holding the grappling hook, I sighed with heartfelt admiration. Not only could it hook anything, it could now carry me to many places I could never otherwise reach. Without it, all the treasure inside this volcano, I couldn't have taken a single piece of it. Brother Sue, how are things over there? Are there wild beasts on the island? Are you in danger? Why aren't you answering? Did something happen? Don't scare me. Answer me, please. Back at the crater's rim, the moment I opened my private messages, I was hit by a string of them from Yao Yun. Oops, I was so caught up in my excitement that I forgot about her. I slapped my forehead and quickly replied, I'm fine. No beasts, no danger on the island. There's a pile of treasure, though. I'll tell you when I get back. An instant reply, you scared me to death. I'm so glad you're okay. I'll be waiting for you on the ship. All right. I hurried down the mountain. Time was money. This island had plenty of resources, but gathering them took time. The black fog was hot on my heels, and it was only because the ship was level 4, far outpacing the fog, that I had this safe window at all. Otherwise, no matter how much treasure there was, I could only gaze at it and drool. Back on the ship, Yao Yun was the first to run over. Brother Sue, are you okay? I'm fine. I spoke as I headed for the crafting table on the 3rd floor. There's a dormant volcano on the island, packed with resources. We need to hurry and take as much as we can. I'm going too, she said, alarmed. But I can't swim. You'll hold onto a wooden barrel, and I'll tow you across. I'd already thought this method through. It was workable. I hadn't used it before because I wasn't sure whether the island was dangerous, and with her poor ability to protect herself, there'd been no point dragging her along. Now that I needed help, this was the only way. Okay. She didn't hesitate. At the crafting table, I first made a dozen or so large wooden barrels, then in quick succession built nearly 10 storage boxes. Yao Yun watched in astonishment. Each storage box could hold 99 kinds of items, stacked 99 units each, an enormous capacity, and yet he was making this many in one go. Just how many good things did Brother Su find on that island? She wondered, secretly stunned. My hands never stopped. I also made several iron picks, the basic tools for mining, no blueprint required, plus an entrenching shovel, and stowed them all in the boxes. It was a shame storage boxes couldn't be nested inside one another. I need one more helper, I said. The only question is whether she'll agree. The person I had in mind was Yin Feifei. Aside from Yao Yun, she was the one I stayed in closest contact with in this world. We'd known each other before crossing over, so I trusted her a bit more than a stranger. Worried she might not see a message in time, I called her directly by video. It connected quickly. This was my first time seeing her since crossing over. On the screen, she wore no makeup, yet her charm was undiminished. Her features so exquisite they made you catch your breath. For an instant, I was disoriented, as if I were back in the old world, and she were still my lofty superior. Su Ning, what is it? Her voice pulled me back to reality. I need your help. I got straight to the point. I've found an island, extremely rich in resources. Right now, it's just me and one crew member. The two of us can't gather it all in the short time we have. I want to use a teleport scroll to summon you to my ship to help me collect resources. If you're willing, I'll pay you. Think it over and reply as soon as you can. Using a teleport scroll to board someone else's ship carried risk. You never truly knew what was in another person's heart, and in a world without laws, once a person's principles loosened, evil had no reins left. Once teleported, until the 2-hour limit expired, the summoned person couldn't leave unless the scroll holder consented. Before crossing over, she and I had been nothing more than ordinary superior and subordinate. No real friendship, and even less true understanding. She might well not trust me. On the other end of the video, she hesitated, but not for long. I'll help you. You're sure? She nodded firmly. All right, then I'll bind and summon you right now. I hung up, took out the teleport scroll, selected Yin Feifei, and summoned her. The next second, she appeared before me. In person, she was even more striking than on screen. Though her face carried weariness, that exquisiteness was impossible to hide, her features like a masterpiece of the creator. Even Yao Yun showed a flicker of amazement at the sight. Yin Feifei sized up Yao Yun in turn, privately thinking this must be Su Ning's crew member, and marveling that she was this pretty, hardly inferior to herself. With two peerless beauties standing in the little cockpit, even the cabin seemed to brighten a few shades. But at that moment, I honestly had no mind to appreciate such beauty. I was in a rush. The black fog was chasing, and she could only stay for 2 hours. Quick introductions. This is Yao Yun, my crew member, and this is Yin Feifei, my superior before I crossed over. The rest we can discuss on the way. Yin Feifei nodded, and Yao Yun sweetly called out, Sister Feifei. I led the two of them out of the cabin, explaining as we walked. There's a dormant volcano on the island. Around its perimeter is a perfect grade soil formed from weathered volcanic ash, and at the bottom of the volcano there are some top-grade ores. The two of you will handle digging the soil, and I'll go collect the ore and other things. Perfect grade? What tier is that? Above fine? She asked. She'd never seen, or even heard of, this grade. That was no fault of hers. Even players who owned quality grade items were few, fine grade rarer still, and as for perfect, no one but me had ever laid eyes on it. Right? Above fine is perfect. Her face showed astonishment. Perfect soil really is a rare find. No wonder you're in such a hurry. How much of it is there? A lot, a huge stretch. I don't know the exact amount. You'll see when we get there. At the edge of the deck, I looked at her. Can you swim? Yes. Good. Then you swim first. I'll bring Yao Yun. She leaped down. I said to Yao Yun, I'll hold you and jump. A person who couldn't swim had an innate fear of the sea. Last time she'd been fleeing for her life and could throw caution to the wind, but she might not have that courage now. She hesitated a moment, then nodded. I held her and leaped into the sea, quickly surfacing. We were both soaked through, our thin t-shirts clinging to our bodies, the contact scorching. Not knowing how to swim, the instant Yao Yun hit the water, she instinctively clung to me tightly. The softness at her chest pressed distinctly against me. My heart stirred. I forced myself to stay calm. With the water-repelling pearl, I could breathe underwater without trouble, but towing someone who couldn't swim was still taxing. I took out a wooden barrel, hooked the alloy hook onto its rim, had her hold onto the barrel, and swam towards shore hauling the rope. Towing the rope, I quickly overtook Yin Feifei and reached the shore first. Reel. The rope contracted, and the barrel, person and all, was dragged towards shore. Yao Yun, clutching the barrel, simply slid across. Yin Feifei watched, her heart pounding. A rope that could retract so freely was something she'd never heard of. Instinctively, she checked the grappling hook's info and was even more shocked. It's actually perfect grade? Su Ning actually had a perfect grade piece of equipment. The existence of upgrade blueprints was no longer a secret. Though she didn't have one, she'd heard about them on the community channel. Everyone's starting grappling hook was ordinary grade, and for his to reach perfect, it had to be the work of an upgrade blueprint. But she'd never imagined he would waste an upgrade blueprint on a grappling hook. The drop rate for those was even lower than for crafting blueprints. Each one was hard to come by, and using it to upgrade a seemingly useless grappling hook was truly a pity. The three of us climbed ashore, all drenched. I was fine, being a man. But the two girls were somewhat exposed, their wet clothes clinging tight, every curve of their figures on display. In the heat, everyone dressed lightly, and Yin Feifei had only the old clothes from the day she crossed over, worn in many places, so she showed even more. Her expression turned slightly uncomfortable. Fortunately, I was the only man here, or she'd have been even more embarrassed. I forced my gaze away. I'll take you over. At the Red Cloud Earth Zone, the two of them were instantly stunned by that perfect grade description. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with your own eyes another, and all the more so with this crimson land stretching endlessly to the horizon. The impact was even greater. The tools are here. Dig it up and put it in the storage boxes. I took out 2 boxes and 2 shovels. Okay. They set to work at once. Only now did they understand why I was both in a hurry and in need of help. There was so much soil that the two of them alone would be digging for quite a while. This is ice water. Rest when you're tired. I'll go collect the other things up ahead. I left 4 bottles of ice water and turned to mine the fire scale stone. Mining fire scale stone was even more tiring than digging soil. You had to strike with the iron pick 6 times, and not too lightly, to yield a single unit. From then on, the 3 of us worked separately in 2 spots. Tiring as it was, watching the resources gradually fill the boxes, I was exhausted but happy. When the 2 hours were up, Yin Feifei was forcibly sent back to her own ship. Yao Yun and I kept working until nightfall closed in around us, then returned to the ship. However much of a rush I was in, we still had to rest and eat. Besides, there were deep-sea horrors to deal with tonight. I didn't want to fight the deep-sea horrors on the island. There were too many variables there. Back on the ship, I let Yao Yun rest while I went to cook. These past days I'd hardly stopped eating meat, and my strength had reached 13 points, my constitution 10. My body had grown considerably stronger. Yao Yun was weaker than me, so of course she was more tired. Back on the ship, as I cooked, a message came from Yin Feifei. How much did you collect? 1,200 units of red cloud earth, 800 of ore. Red cloud earth yielded 1 unit per 3 digs, and it was soft, not too laborious. Otherwise, making 2 girls hack at hard earth for hours would only have been more miserable. The heat was a major obstacle too. In the high temperature, ice water turned lukewarm in no time, and I couldn't keep going back to the ship for more, too time-consuming. So are you leaving, or coming back tomorrow? Coming back. The ship's fast. The black fog can't threaten me for now. We came and went in such a hurry, I didn't pay attention to your ship. It seemed very big. What level are you? Level 4. Level 4. No wonder you're not afraid of the black fog. Which is why I'll have to trouble you to make one more trip tomorrow. That's fine. Having agreed to it, she wouldn't quit halfway. By the way, I'm sending you a few things. Accept them. I sent over a t-shirt and some meat that could raise base attributes. The reply came quickly, a string of ellipses. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know what to say anymore. Su Ning, just how many good things do you have? The clothes were one thing, but that attribute-boosting meat was the real blow. Until now, she'd had no idea food that could raise attributes even existed in this world. That was ordinary enough. It was practically the situation for the vast majority of players. When they met deep-sea horrors, they mostly hid, and the ones they encountered were mostly ordinary grade. So naturally, they couldn't obtain attribute-boosting meat. That kind of meat was quality grade at the very least. Seabirds and wild beasts weren't things ordinary players could hunt, and quality-grade ocean fish couldn't be reeled in with the system fishing rod. So to this day, most people had never even seen quality-grade meat, let alone known that eating meat could increase attributes. A lot, I said with a smile. These two things are my thanks to you. I wasn't short on attribute-boosting meat, so giving some away was no trouble, but it wasn't the sort of thing I gave to just anyone. Yin Fei Fei was different. This resource-gathering trip had made me realize, no matter how strong you are, there are times you need help. A single log can't hold up a house. I had only one crew member right now, and before I could recruit more, I needed to make a few trustworthy friends who could lend a hand at critical moments. But such friends were hard to make. In a world with no law to bind people, human nature was at its most treacherous, and I didn't dare trust anyone lightly. She was one of the few people I could trust, worth investing in and deepening the bond with. I need both of these very much, so I won't feign refusal. Thank you. I should be thanking you. A piece of clothing and a few pieces of meat were worth little to me. Far, far less than perfect-grade soil. When I left today, there was still a lot of red cloud earth left, she said. Tomorrow, Yao Yun and I alone might not finish digging it. If you trust me, I could recommend someone. 3 people would be faster. Who? My younger sister. That works, but I only have one teleport scroll. I trusted her sister. An extra person meant higher efficiency, even for just 2 hours. But one scroll could only bind one person, and I'd already bound her. I have 2. I'll give you one. Really? Wonderful. A teleport scroll wasn't limited to 1 per person. Anyone could obtain several. Only they were ordinary grade, and with my luck, I'd managed to open just one. She promptly sent one over, then said, "My sister's name is Yen Linlen. I've already told her, so tomorrow you can summon them both together." Got it. With another helper, my mood lightened a bit. The meal was ready, and Yao Yun and I dealt with dinner together, after which we both lay back in the deck chairs, waiting for the deep-sea horrors while doing our best to recover our strength. Oh, right. How could I forget that? I suddenly slapped my forehead and sprang up from the chair. Brother Sue, what is it? I've got something good. Smiling, I took 2 enormous bear paws from the freezer. Is this a bear paw? Right, fine, great. Eating one raises 2 attribute points, and it can heal wounds and restore energy too. Since it says it restores energy, it should relieve fatigue, right? After chiseling or for hours, my arms ached badly, and if I didn't recover tonight, tomorrow's digging would suffer. But I wasn't confident a single night's sleep would fully restore me, which was why I'd remembered it. Fine, great. It's too precious, I can't eat it. Yao Yin shook her head over and over. You have to eat it. I said, if you don't, how will you recover your strength? Without strength, how will you help me dig soil tomorrow? Or is it that you find it too tiring and don't want to dig, so you won't eat? No, that's not it. She waved her hands in a panic. Then eat it with me. All right. She dared not refuse again, afraid I'd misunderstand. In truth, I was only teasing her. I'd never once doubted her willingness to help me. She went to cook the bear paws while I prepared for the coming battle. The bear paws were nearly done when a strange sound came from the deck. The deep-sea horrors had arrived. I went to the door and, by the faint moonlight, made out tonight's opponents. 2 lobster-like giants, about 2 meters long, but not crawling. Instead, walking upright, 2 thick tendrils at their rear propping them up like legs, long tails dragging behind. Most intimidating were the 2 massive claws, like a pair of opening and closing giant shears, their inner edges lined with dense serrations that looked as if they could snip through anything with a single snap. Abyssal red prawn beast good, dwells on the seafloor, commonly feeds on small fish. Its twin claws are its sharpest weapons, and the shell on its head provides excellent defense. Not bad, just quality grade. I let out a breath. That there were still 2 tonight no longer surprised me. Had it been 2 fine-grade ones, the pressure would have been much greater. The 2 prawns spotted me as well and actually started running like humans. I was briefly startled but not thrown, the raging wave crossbow already in my hands. I aimed at one and pulled the trigger. Almost simultaneously, a bolt flew out from behind me, also aimed at the red prawn. Without turning around, I knew it was Yao Yun, come running at the sound. At dinner, I'd made her a raging wave crossbow too, with 30 bolts. Ordinary grade though it was, it added some firepower. Clack, clack. The red prawn swung its twin claws and batted both bolts away. Quick reflexes. I smiled, unbothered. A quality-grade creature with no capacity to fight back would hardly make sense. I lowered the crossbow's muzzle slightly and pulled the trigger again and again. Yao Yun didn't let up either, though her ordinary crossbow only loaded one bolt at a time, making her much slower than me. The two of us focused fire on one, and the dense rain of bolts left it overwhelmed. Its defenses soon showed a gap. Thunk! A bolt struck home. Immediately after, several more sank into its body. The struck red prawn slowed abruptly, crimson blood gushing from its wounds. But it wasn't dead, still charging forward. And my bolt magazine was empty. Worse still, the other red prawn had already rushed right up to me. Take this one. I tossed the fine-grade Raging Wave crossbow to Yao Yun, more powerful and faster to load. She caught it, and I drew Startled Swan and thrust it out. Clack! I was no martial arts master after all, my physical attributes only slightly above the average person's. This thrust was neither fast nor cunning in angle, and it easily blocked it with one claw. At the same time, the other claw, gaping with a mouthful of serrations, came shearing at me, sharper than a dagger. I'd already twisted aside to dodge. I knew my strengths and weaknesses clearly. My weapons and gear were the strength, my skills and combat experience the weakness. Faced with a quality-grade deep-sea horror, without a weapon, I couldn't have gained the upper hand right away. The moment I made that thrust, I'd anticipated it would likely miss. As my sword was knocked aside, I took advantage of the momentum to withdraw it and thrust again from the side. Thunk! This time, Startled Swan broke through its defense with ease, sinking into its body. Clack! Before I could rejoice, a claw slammed heavily into me and sent me flying. Brother Su! Yao Yun's face filled with alarm. I crashed onto the deck, and the red prawn had already lunged close, one claw stabbing down from above. Horrified, I gritted through the pain and rolled aside on the spot, narrowly avoiding it. Then used the momentum to slash my sword like a blade at the two thick tendrils propping it up. Its claws were fiercest, its shell hardest, but these 8 thinner tendrils only served in support and had mediocre defense. Startled Swan cut through them like tofu, severing both legs without the slightest resistance, the cuts smooth as a mirror. Robbed of its support, its massive body instantly lost balance and toppled backward, lurching and swaying. Seeing my chance, I no longer hesitated. I rose and thrust straight in. It was desperately trying to regain its balance, utterly unaware. Startled Swan sank into its belly without surprise, and with a push of my arm, I ran it clean through. Excruciating pain swept through it, and it let out a whining, eerie cry, its twin claws flailing wildly, as if to tear apart the human who dared to wound it. But even as I pierced it, I'd already leaned back with the motion, pulling the sword free and retreating out of its attack range. Watching those madly flailing giant claws, I dared not approach. Merely being struck was fine. It hurt at most. What I feared was being caught in the claws. Those serrations could clearly shear off whatever they clamped down on at the root. I didn't want to lose an arm or a leg. A crippled body struggled even in the old world, let alone here. At that moment, a bolt came shooting in. Yao Yun had finished loading and opened fire again. The bolt passed precisely through the gap between the twin claws and lodged in one of its eyes. That shot worsened its wounds and its madness. Yet Yao Yun seemed to have entered a zone, her expression solemn, her right arm level, the crossbow steady as a rock with not a trace of panic, every bolt dealing the red prawn a heavy blow. She really does have a talent for this, I praised inwardly. I couldn't just stand by and watch the show. The red prawn with the severed legs was dragging its ruined body toward Yao Yun, seeming to loathe the Raging Wave crossbow to the bone, determined to kill the one wielding it. I lunged forward in a single stride, Startled Swan piercing in through the shell-less spot on its back, as though breaking through thin paper, and with another push, ran it through. Then I let go of the sword, drew the great axe from my backpack, and hacked at the two legs, propping it up. The axe wasn't the equal of Startled Swan, but it was quality grade too, more than enough to chop through unshelled tendrils. Thunk! Blood spurted, both legs severed at once, and it toppled face down onto the deck. I gave it no chance to right itself. I stowed the axe, drew out my sword, leaped astride its back, and drove Startled Swan down hard into its skull. The head was protected by shell, its defense far greater than elsewhere, but under a full-force strike from the fine-grade Startled Swan, that hard shell couldn't hold in the end. Thunk! The sword pierced its brain, and a gush of yellow-white matter poured out, reeking and nauseating. It thrashed violently, throwing me off, but with the sword lodged in its head it couldn't hold out long, and soon fell still. Under my gaze, the corpse rapidly dissipated, leaving behind several pieces of loot and a bronze treasure box, startled swan dropping onto the deck. Over there it was near its end too. The red prawn with its severed legs had become a living target, shot into a porcupine by Yao Yun, its madly flailing claws slowing until they finally went still. Soon it too dissipated, leaving behind a few pieces of loot and a silver treasure box, the bolts all falling to the deck. The battle was over. Yao Yun, who had stayed so solemn throughout, returned to her normal self, her face even carrying a trace of lingering fear. This was her first time killing a deep-sea horror, and a quality grade one at that. Though she'd relied heavily on my efforts, for her it was an enormous breakthrough. That dread of the deep-sea horrors was rapidly fading, replaced by the courage to face them head-on. This step was extremely important. She turned to look at me, a heartfelt smile blooming on her exhausted face. Brother Sue, I killed it. I killed a deep-sea horror. I saw. You were very brave and very impressive. I looked at her with a smile, my eyes full of gratification. Her breakthrough mattered just as much to me. It meant that not only in daily life, but in battle too, I now had a helper. Praised, she smiled all the sweeter. She could finally help me. I bent down to gather the 2 prawns loot. Abyssal red prawn meat times 120, prawn claw times 4, prawn shell times 2, prawn roe times 8. The prawn meat was quality grade food, though a pity it granted no attributes when eaten. The prawn claws and shells were both quality grade materials, usable to craft and to upgrade weapons and armor respectively. Only the prawn roe was special. Abyssal red prawn roe food material good, taken from the red prawn's head, exceptionally delicious, edible in small amounts, but overeating risks poisoning. Can also be refined into certain special items. Being both food and material, I naturally treated it as material. I wasn't short on food. Then I opened the 2 boxes. Canned yellow peaches times 4, tea eggs times 2, linen times 3, plastic times 2. The bronze box held few surprises, but those 3 units of linen were rather nice. Having opened the bronze box, I turned to the silver one. But just as my fingers were about to touch it, I paused. I looked up at Yao Yun. This box, you open it. Me? She said, taken aback. I nodded. I've always felt your luck is better than mine. Last time she'd pulled 2 crafting blueprints out of a single silver box. Luck like that I'd never had. I'm afraid I won't get anything good, she said, a bit guiltily. Last time was just luck. It's fine. I smiled. Even if you only get a single unit of wood, I won't blame you. Only then did she step forward and, with a touch of nervousness, lift the lid. Alloy times 8, electronic component times 1, chip times 1, watermelon seeds times 10. Holy crap, I couldn't hold back again. She'd actually pulled out a chip. This thing was extremely rare. After opening so many silver and gold boxes, I'd gotten a grand total of 3, an appallingly low probability. Better still, there were 10 seeds. No one knew better than I how rare seeds were. From crossing over until now, I hadn't opened a single one, and the few cabbage seeds I'd had earlier were bought with money from someone else. And she opened 1 box and got 10 portions of watermelon seeds. I was short on seeds right now. I had the planter box blueprint and plenty of soil. All I lacked was seeds. These 10 portions came at exactly the right time. No crafting blueprint, though. Yao Yun looked a bit disappointed. In her mind, crafting blueprints were the most important and valuable, and without one, Brother Sue would surely be let down. Seeing her like that, I found it a little funny. Who says it has to be a crafting blueprint? Silver boxes don't always drop them. This box gave a chip and watermelon seeds. That's already incredibly good. Your luck is unreal. Really? She seemed to cheer up. Are chips really that important? Of course, I said. I've opened so many boxes and gotten a grand total of 3. You need it to build a radar and to build an air conditioner, and there'll surely be other things that need it down the line. It's quite valuable. I've decided. From now on, all boxes are yours to open. Isn't that a bit much? She was both delighted and anxious. Brother Sue was willing to entrust the boxes to her, which was trust, but she feared failing that trust by not opening anything good. I, however, had great confidence in her. Nothing's too much about it. It's settled. She'd opened 2 silver boxes and hit good items both times. It left me with no choice but to believe. Of course, even the best luck couldn't produce treasure every single time. I was fully prepared for that and wouldn't be harsh with her. So she stopped refusing. By now, she was almost entirely obedient to me, not solely because of the constraints of the system's rules, but even more because of that indefinable bond. By the way, where are the bear paws? I nearly forgot. I finished them a while ago. It was my first time making this, so I'm not sure I did it right. It's fine, as long as they're cooked. At the dining table, she brought out braised black spirit bear paws. I took a bite and praised it repeatedly. Not bad at all. You try some too. Fine grade to begin with. The meat was fine and the texture excellent. And with her good cooking, even a first attempt came out authentic. She tasted it and nodded. The flavor really is decent. What do you mean, decent? It's very good. Smiling, I picked up another piece. A few pieces down, the spot where the red prawn had struck me hurt far less, and after a few more bites, the pain vanished entirely. My arms, sore from chiseling or all day, improved greatly too, and my whole self perked up considerably. This bear paw really works. My face filled with delighted surprise. Just as the description said, it could heal wounds and restore energy. It was best suited for the injured. Using it purely to recover my strength was rather extravagant. But time was precious right now, and being able to quickly restore my stamina was a great help for scouring this island. It really does. Yao Yin noticed the change too. Her fatigue swept away, as if she'd been recharged. A single bear paw weighed a good 10 caddies, and the two of us couldn't finish it. We'd eaten dinner not long before and had little appetite. Fortunately, recovering our strength took only a few pieces, so there was no need to eat our fill. It's still early. I'll head back to the island and dig for a while. I stood. I'll go too. She hurriedly rose to follow. I thought it over and nodded. It wasn't yet 8 o'clock, too early to sleep, and with both of us recovered, using this window to collect a bit more resource was just right. Before heading to the island, I made Yao Yun a headlamp. There were no streetlights on the island, and without it she'd be blind in the dark. Back on the island, I didn't have her dig soil, but had her stay at the coast. She could see the ship from here, so keeping watch alone wasn't so frightening. Of course, it wasn't to let her idle, but to dig sand. Sand was only ordinary grade, but it was a material I wanted. When you're tired of digging, walk around a bit. Go take a look at the reef zone while you're at it. At low tide, there might be some sea catch stranded there. I reminded her. Got it. Having given my instructions, I pushed deep into the island once more, returned to the fire scale stone zone, and went on chiseling.